Helps me just stay focused a little. You want you, you see it though in Google Drive. If you look at the Google Drive, the list of photos, screen caps or whatever, you can see the that porn. Do, do you see it? Yeah. Is that what? Billy. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, right? That is. That is some gay porn.
Live. Nice.
Live talking about gay porn. If there's anything wrong with that,
Nothing wrong with that.
nothing wrong with that.
By advertising on YouTube, I
The
can reach the
advertising
eye
on
of my
YouTube.
ideal customers at the right time.
I need to add I need to add freaking what's it called? Ad block to my opera.
Critical Role animated series will premiere 1 week earlier. Whoa.
I didn't really watch Critical Role.
No. Oh, I've got Mario music going. I see.
I mean, I could just do this.
It's okay. I'm probably gonna head off soon. I'm big tired.
Pog pog. Pog pog.
Pog pog.
Oops. God damn it. Gotta put all the hashtags. That's how you do it.
All the hashtags.
All the hashtags.
Support small streamers.
Open this, and then we'll do a new save file. Justin used the same microphone, so it should be the same settings. First things first. Save as episode 8. Are we at 111? 2022 now. Wild. Thumbnail and notes. Episode 8. Wow. Audio. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Audio episode 8. Look at all the audio. Yay! Next sequence. Episode 8 and 11 2022. Do, 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 do.
I'm gonna go lay down.
Oh, boy.
Goodbye.
Maybe I'll listen
Have
to
fun.
the Summoning Salt Mario 64 again in the background for like the 5th
Again.
time.
It's good.
It's a good video to listen to and watch. Oh, bye.
Goodbye.
Do, 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 do. Oh, welcome back.
Is that the right video
What?
that you're editing?
No, not yet.
What?
Not yet. No. It's well, I have to put it in first.
Yeah, okay. I took a glance. I'm like, wait a minute. Justin wasn't wearing a hat.
Nice.
And sus.
Sus.
All right. Just wanted to check.
Bye. Video games. Where is this freaking TV at?
For the past several years, Super Mario Bros. Speedruns have been going on a journey. I'm not talking about the full game speedrun. That's an incredible story of its own. No, I'm talking about speedruns of the individual levels, completing a single stage from start to finish as fast as possible. The 8 levels in an any percent run have individually been optimized to near perfection, but a few years ago that wasn't the case. Players have had to figure out seemingly impossible tricks and break the game in ways previously unimaginable. This is Super Mario Bros. The Human Limit.
The human limit. Let's go.
First, a few basics. To beat Super Mario Bros. As fast as humanly possible, you start in 1-1, play through 1-2, then warp to 4-1, play 4-2, warp to 8-1, then play 8-2, 8-3, and finally 8-4 to finish the game. That's 2 levels in World 1,
Which one
2
do I...
levels in World 4, and 4 levels in World 8, for a total
These two.
of 8 levels. Normally, for an any percent speedrun, you have to play through all 8 of these levels consecutively, beating the entire game. But here's the thing. Since Super Mario Bros. Has been so broken down and optimized over the years, we actually know fairly definitively what the fastest possible time
Can I
is.
bring this down below?
It comes
No, I
out
can't.
to 454.26.
454.26 is wild.
Speedrun, or a TAS, where the player uses save states, slowdown, and frame by frame to create a theoretically perfect speedrun in an emulator
The perfect
by a
speedrun.
TASer named Maru. There's a slightly faster version of the TAS at 454.03 by Happy Lee, but that version allows you to press left and right on the controller to accelerate faster, which can't be done on a normal NES controller. So, 454.26 is our
What about a
perfect
keyboard?
time. Unless something new is discovered, it's physically impossible to beat Super Mario Bros. Faster than 454.26.
Nah, we'll just do this.
Now, if you know much about Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning, you probably know about the game's frame rule system. Essentially, Super Mario Bros. Only checks to see if you've beaten a level every
Actually, undo
21
that. We
frames,
should really
or
rename
every
these first.
0.35 seconds. So, in every stage, you can only gain time in increments of 21 frames. There's an
21.
analogy for this created by former world record holder Darbian, so I'll let him explain it to you.
Imagine that this little castle that Mario walks into is not a castle but a bus stop. And imagine that in the Mushroom Kingdom,
Bus
buses
stop.
operate on a very, very specific schedule such that every 0.35 seconds a bus departs a station and takes its passengers to the following
Actually,
level.
it would be one.
So no matter how
and two.
quickly
That
you
other
play a level,
part doesn't
you
matter.
have to wait for the next bus to depart to get there. And what this means is that when you speedrun the game, you don't have to play each level perfectly to avoid losing time. You just have to play each level well enough to get on the same bus as somebody who did play perfectly.
So, the goal is to catch the same bus as a perfect run.
Ah,
This
shoot.
frame roll system applies in every stage except 8-4, where timing stops immediately upon touching the axe. And so, getting the fastest possible frame rolls plus a frame perfect
2022. I
8-4
keep forgetting about
puts the run
2022 now.
4.26. Now, let's go
2022.
back to 2016. The sum of perfection at that point was a frame slower, but for simplicity's sake, we're just going to keep it at 454.26. That was the perfect time. The sum of best that humans had pulled off was 457.01, 2.75 seconds behind perfection.
Nutty.
That time difference came from the fact that on each of the 7 levels before 8-4, the best humans had done was one
What the
frame
hell?
roll behind perfect.
What's that?
No more. no
Briar
less.
with the
Humans were
radio.
off
How are
by
you
one
doing?
Frame roll in each stage. The
Wait a
fastest ways
minute.
humans could beat stages usually involve just running to the end as fast as possible.
Briar
There
Raid.
were some
Yo,
tough tracks,
how is
yes,
everyone doing?
but the task frame
Let me
rules
pause
each
this real
involve
quick.
doing something
And play some like Mario music. Raid, yo, raid. Oh, hold up. I don't have everything set up. How was? Oh, hold up. I don't have my stuff set up. Give the mouse, no biggie. Well, hope your stream went well. Hope, Dango the Mango, thank you so much for the follow. Hope everyone's doing well. Let me see if the shout out works. The first one never works. Hold up. The first one never works.
That was fun.
Pog,
Apparently,
some
what I
Skyrim.
did was accidentally.
What happened? You break the game?
A reload, please. So what I did was accidentally, while I was trying to move around with a mouse,
Oh. Oh, I'd actually just ended the game. So I was figuring, wait, you just ended the game. They work, but this is so cool. I love your wait. This is so wild. Thank you. Well, right now I'm editing our podcast. Our buddy and I do every Monday, Tuesday, midnight EST. Wieners in Space. We're working on episode 8 podcast. So I'm not really playing a game. We're just tuning into speedrun videos. I hope your stream went well. Pokemon, Nuzlocke, right? Shiny hunting. Yeah, just editing our little podcast that we do. Oh, just being a weenie. Yeah, wieners. We're just a bunch of wieners in space. That's what we are. Wieners in space. But thank you so much for the follow again. Jordango the Mango. Tomorrow I'll be doing some nice Tomb Raider stuff. We also have a bar at the bottom left. Karaoke goal. Every time you spend your points, the bar goes up a bit. It should. Stairs. Pretty pog. But yeah. We stream it on my friend's Twitch. And we just talk about random stuff. We talked about Twitch's metas, the things that have happened in the past, how currently it's a reality show, a live streaming reactions such as MasterChef and straight up movies. That's mind blowing. Like, I understand reacting to things on YouTube, but people tried freaking watching movies. Posture check and hydrate. I really hope that the percent did go up. Did it? I don't know if it did. Let me know if it didn't or did. We talked about how bikes are wild. Oh no, it goes up. Poggers. But once again, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm just out of it because it's also 2 in the morning and I'm editing this podcast. So I need to fix this part. Our OBS literally crashed right here, which was super unfortunate. Maybe I'll add a little, oh, you'd have to sync up everyone's audio again. How the heck am I gonna do this? Okay. We'll have the footage all in place first, and then we'll put everyone's audio one at a time. So Zaya first. Actually, Zaya. We'll do Rose. For Justin, we'll do... Oh, I'm going back to, I was listening to Super Mario Bros. The Human Limit.
Maneuvers, all tricks that humans didn't know how to do. One of these tricks in particular appeared over and over again in the run. This is the Flagpole Glitch.
The Flagpole Glitch. Whoa.
By very precisely clipping into the flagpole block, you can make the level end without having the flag slide to the bottom. You can see here how Mario reaches the castle faster.
I need to plug in my
without having to
headphones or
wait
else
for
I'm not
the
going to hear
flag.
this.
In some cases, this is enough to save a frame rule. In
It's going to be
1-1,
desynced for me.
4-1, and 8-3, the task uses the flagpole glitch to do just that. In those 3 stages, the flagpole glitch was the difference between humans and the task. But for years,
But yeah, feel free
nobody
to
knew
use
how
those
to do
channel
it in
points.
real time.
You have a bunch.
To clip into the block,
Feel
not
free
only
to,
does the jump have
talk to
be
Zetobot.
perfectly timed,
Zetobot's here.
but
Zetobot
Mario's
is cool.
sub-pixel positioning also needs to be correct. That's his position within a pixel.
Going the wrong way? What do you mean going
Certain
the wrong
inputs
way?
will change this position by a
You
lot.
crazy Zetobot.
So getting the correct ones couldn't be done reliably. That, combined with needing the perfect jump to get in position, and needing to do the proper inputs once in the block to touch the flagpole, puts
I
us
still
right
have
out
GIFs in
of
the
position.
background. I didn't
At
need to remove the
until late
freaking background
2015,
stuff. God damn it.
When players started to look at it a little bit more. That December, a runner named Door TK made a save state from a jump on the staircase, and brute
What is he
forced the
doing? What is
inputs of the
Will
block
doing here?
until he was able to touch the pole. It was the first time a human had done the end inputs for a flagpole glitch. A few months later, runner Mav6771 replicated it and then went a step further, using a save state from the pipe instead of during the jump. This was the first ever full flagpole glitch done in real time.
Glitch, plus, and do that. And we end.
It was starting to come
Okay.
together, but
Justin.
for this to be official, it had to be
will be
pulled off in a
purple.
full level. And there was a lot needed for that to
No.
happen. You needed to be
what
fast
the
enough
hell?
in the
Why do I
underground
have
to
two
save the frame
Justins?
rule, then jump from the perfect pixel off the staircase, then hope you got the right sub-pixels from a mid-air hesitation,
Audio
and
recordings.
finally do the perfect inputs at the block to clip in. Just the luck from the sub-pixels alone put the trick at 1 in several dozen. But even for the best players in the world, chaining all of that together would be in the magnitude of 1 in several hundred. The community needed the best of the best for a chance to pull this off.
Best of the
The
best.
player who was most likely to hit multiple frame-perfect tricks in a row. Who would it be? Well, how about the world record holder, Darbian?
Mini clap.
0.35 seconds.
Oh no, it's still.
On August 19th, 2016, Darbian successfully hit the flagpole glitch in 1-1. For the
Nutty.
first time ever, the perfect frame roll had been achieved in a level of
How the
Super
heck do you
Mario
do that?
Bros. It was impossible to save even another frame. Now, there were 2 more levels the flagpole glitch could be used on, 4-1 and 8-3. But keep in mind, with the subpixels and frame perfect maneuvers needed, these would each be 1 in several hundred chances. But luckily, a month later, the community would get some help.
Discord vodka.
Sockfolder is a speedrunning wizard, best known for discovering
Dribble
the
goes
key
there.
setup in Super Mario 64
Dribble goes there.
and various tricks in
Zay over
Zelda
here.
Ocarina of Time.
Oh,
By
see,
September 2016,
good thing we did a
he was
clap sync
looking
at the
into ways to
beginning and
make the
end.
Flagpole Glitch
Oh
consistent.
wow, that's a
More
good thing.
specifically, finding a way to control Mario's subpixel value to make the trick possible every time. He had a bot that ran thousands of input combinations at the end of the level, before finding a setup that involved landing on this step without holding B, then holding right and B for 2 frames before doing a full jump. If done properly, this gives Mario the subpixel values he needs so he can always clip into the block. This setup meant that the 1-1 and 4-1 flagpole glitches could be performed much more consistently. And it was just a matter
Much
of
more
time before
consistently.
Darbian was able to match the perfect frame rule in 4-1.
Let me just lock these two
The second
things so I
stage to
don't
hit
mess
perfection.
up.
8-3
Oh, where's
required
the
a
clap
slightly
sync?
different setup to manipulate subpixels, but just 2 weeks later, on September 30th, Mav was able to pull it off. That made it 3 stages that were completed perfectly. Over the course of just 2 months, the sum of best was taken down over a full second,
Wild.
3 levels down. But after the Flagpole Glitch revolution was done, everything slowed down. The problem was, these final 4 stages required tricks much, much more difficult than a Flagpole Glitch. In
Yeah, why
fact,
don't I hear the audio?
they seemed impossible. Here's why. In 1-2, you would have to do a trick called the pipe clip. This standard method of
Oh, I know
completing the
why.
level was to run on the ceiling above the
I'm
pipe,
stupid.
enter the warp zone, and head into World 4. Easy enough. But to get the perfect frame rule, you would have to do this clip into the pipe, then scroll the screen far enough while preserving enough speed to turn around and make it in time. You can see here that, if done fast enough, the pipe clip method does save the frame rule. The problem was the difficulty of stringing everything together. You need to land right next to the pipe, slow to walking speed, press jump
Oh my
for
god.
just 1 frame so you don't go too high,
Scared the hell out
stop
of
the
me.
clip at the right time, then scroll the screen far enough so that World 4 loads, and turn around to go in the pipe. It also all
Thank
had
you.
to be done
Thank you
fast
for
enough
redeem.
to save the frame rule. Humans weren't coming close to getting it. In 4-2, you have to do a wrong warp where you push Mario forward on the screen, leaving the
Nice.
warp zone loaded while you go down this pipe, and the game is fooled into sending you to the warp zone while skipping the vine animation. This isn't hard to do in real time, but the key is getting it all as fast as possible.
All
By a
as fast
combination
as
of an
possible.
extremely fast clip, impeccable movement into the pipe, and a quick turnaround in the warp zone, it was technically possible to make the fastest frame rule.
There's a clap.
But people didn't even know where to begin to make that happen in real time. Nobody even tried to save it. That's how out of reach it
Nobody.
was. 8-1's frame rule involved doing a flagpole glitch at the end, just like 1-1, 4-1, and 8-3. However, there was a catch. Since you normally finish 8-1 with 0 frames to spare,
Okay,
you had to
there's
save a
that.
full 21 frames over normal in this stage to make the next frame roll.
There's a clap
A
over
soft folder
there.
setup flagpole glitch only saves 15
And
frames.
when the heck did
That could increase to 19
Justin
if you
start
performed it
recording?
without slowing down.
Where's this clap?
However, you'd have to find a way to manipulate your subpixels beforehand. But you still needed to save 2 more frames, which you could get via a fast acceleration at the start of the level. Mario accelerates slightly faster while facing opposite the direction he's moving, so by doing a small backwards jump at the start, it's possible to save exactly 2 frames. But to do so, you need to hold B and left for 1 frame,
That's a
then
clap.
hold B alone for another frame, then hold B right and
Okay.
A for a frame so Mario jumps,
So let's
then hold
cut,
B and right.
cut.
Each of those moves had to be frame perfect
Oops.
and only last for 1 frame. Humans really struggle
And
to
then
do
sync
inputs
these
that
two
precise.
by clip.
So combined with the incredibly hard flagpole glitch at the end,
And
8-1
fix
was
it
out
after.
of the question. And finally, there was 8-2. This stage wasn't understood too well, but it was believed that to save the perfect frame rule, you had to play the whole stage flawlessly down to the frame.
To the
And that
frame.
involved a fast acceleration at the start of the level, a maneuver over the piranha plant that lost 0 frames, and at the end, a frame-perfect bullet bill glitch. This is a trick similar to the flagpole glitch where you bounce off the bullet bill and clip into the block, but instead of just skipping the flag animation, it also skips Mario walking to the castle. This trick would also have to be performed on the first possible frame to save the frame rule. The fast acceleration, the multiple frame perfect input piranha plant jump, and the frame perfect bullet bill glitch. Getting one of those 3 would be hard enough. As far as everyone was concerned, getting all 3 was essentially impossible. So, once again, the 8-2 frame rule was ruled out.
Mhm.
That's 4 stages. Each of them had 1 frame rule to be saved, but none of them were even being attempted. The only
that's
one
not
that
the
seemed
clap? That's not
remotely
a clap?
possible was the 1-2 clip, thanks to Happy Lee's setup where you could clip into the pipe with proper subpixels. World record contender Cosmic did serious attempts at getting the 1-2 clip in October 2016, and was able to clip into the pipe, but he was still several frames too slow to save the frame rule. If one of the best players in the world wasn't able to get this, it was beginning to seem hopeless. These perfect frame rules were just too much to ask, and months passed with nothing new. Then, suddenly, in April 2017, a Mario runner posted some rapid progress in 1-2. First clipping into the pipe from a save state, then doing the same from the start of the level, but just missing the frame rule. And then, on April 16th, he did it. Out of nowhere, somebody had just saved the 1-2 frame rule. Who was the runner? Well, you might have heard of him before. On April 16th, Andrew G became the first player to save the frame rule in 1-2. He mastered the 1-frame A-press, the clip into the pipe, and the movement in the warp zone. He was also always able to get proper subpixels for the clip by avoiding slowing down for even a single frame in the rest of the stage. 1-2 was now the 4th stage to reach perfection. That made it just 3 stages where the perfect frame rule hadn't been matched.
And this is where we
The
died.
problem, of course, was that these 3 stages went way beyond the difficulty of the first 4. You had the task-like movement needed in 4-2, the fast acceleration and flagpole glitch needed in 8-1, and the frame-perfect everything needed in 8-2. None of these stages were viable. At least, not without some help. But in early 2018, that's exactly what the community would get. A setup to make one of these stages at least a little bit more reasonable. And once again, it came from a familiar face. It's time to visit an old friend. This is 420 Blaze It.
420 Blaze It.
420 Blaze It is best known for creating a 4-2 wall clip setup for any percent runs. He's a tasser who's adept at coming up with human viable setups for hard tricks. This time he was looking at 8-1, and in November 2017, he posted a video of a possible way to save the 8-1 frame rule. The start of the stage featured a fast acceleration. This was still incredibly hard. For the flagpole glitch at the end, however, he jumped off of this step, very briefly tapped left in the air, and clipped into the block. The left tap was slight enough that Mario never actually slowed down, but significant enough that it changed his subpixel value to allow for the clip. This was still super hard, as it featured jumping for 1 frame less than a full jump and an incredibly precise tap of the left button, but at the very least it showed the trick was humanly possible. The next step was getting a human to perform it, and in March 2018, Stuck in a Plate wanted to be the first.
That's good enough.
Plate is an incredibly talented speedrunner. the record holder in Ghosts and Goblins, the top 10 in Ninja Gaiden.
Just sticking
and in
up their
March
audio
2018,
with the
he was
video
fourth place in Super
still.
Mario Bros.
What
He
about
had the
moi?
platforming
Or am
expertise needed to
I
pull this off.
talking?
But first he wanted to find a way to make the subpixel manipulation a bit easier. So, he spent 12 hours straight working on it. In the end, he realized that the left press could be done during any jump in the level and still work, and a small jump off the top step would work to clip into the block. Those two steps made the no slowdown flagpole glitch easier. So, he started doing attempts to get the full level, and about 20 minutes later, he did this.
What'd he do? He did something.
That was the 5th stage down. In a year and a half, the community had gone from this to this. The flagpole glitch, pipe clips, and fast accelerations were each revolutionary in their own way. 2 stages left. So close to perfection. The community was on a roll. But suddenly, that roll stopped. A year came and went without any new improvements. 2019 came around, with 4.2 and 8.2 still remaining unsolved. Remember, these 2 stages were essentially believed to be impossible to get the perfect frame rule on. In 4.2, you'd have to figure out a faster way to get Mario forward on the screen, combined with task-like movement in the warp zone. And in 8.2, you needed sheer perfection from start to finish. Perfection that would even be harder than 8-1. 8.2 in particular was believed to be the hardest
seems pretty
frame rule
fine
to
for
save
now,
in the
but-
entire game. And it makes sense why. The frame rule had 0 frames to spare, and had several nearly impossible tricks throughout. A certain other speedrunning YouTuber even told 7.5 million people that the perfect 8.2 frame rule was impossible.
It can be ruled out.
You had a fast acceleration, a jump with multiple frame perfect inputs, and a frame perfect bullet bill glitch. It was believed that getting all of these tricks in a row to save the frame rule on the last possible frame was humanly impossible. But it turns out, this belief
Had
was
like a
sort of
bars and
unfounded,
tone.
for the simple reason that nobody had really tried to do it before. There was just a perception that they would all be too difficult for a human to chain together. That perception made sense, but by 2019, somebody decided they might as well try. And who better to do that than 420 Blaze It?
420
In
Blaze
July
It.
2019, Blaze It started to create a proof of concept for 8.2. He used a save state before the fast acceleration, a save state before the plant jump, and a save state before the bullet bill glitch to try and see if he could save the frame rule. And it took him a lot of attempts, but with 3 save states to use, he was actually able to get it. There were a lot of frame perfect inputs, but practice eventually led to him getting them all. Blaze It mentioned that the plant jump in particular was incredibly hard, but with enough tries he was even able to make it past that. So once again, Blaze It had proven that a task frame rule could be saved. The misconception had been broken. The only thing left was somebody pulling it off in real time. Back in 2016, when the flagpole glitch setups were first discovered, the community looked toward the world record holder to pull them off first. By 2019, the record holder had changed, but the principle had stayed the same. The person who put attempts in to save the 8.2 frame rule was the best player the game had. The world record holder, Taven Webb.
I got it. I think I got it. We did it. We got it. We freaking did it already.
And just like
Frickin'
that,
did it.
another stage down. Celebration rang out amongst
Big
the
pog.
community. Funnily enough, players would later discover that Taven actually didn't have to be frame perfect to save this frame rule. With a perfect fast acceleration, he actually had a frame of wiggle room. Thanks to
Let me
Blaze It and
Get the
Taven's
same
combined
one from
efforts,
before.
there was now just one more frame rule to be saved. 4-2.
What's the
This last frame rule was really quite different from all the others that came before it. As explained before, to get the wrong warp to work, you need to push Mario forward on the screen at least 20 pixels. That would allow you to reach this pipe with the warp zone still loaded, since the screen is further back than Mario is. The key to doing this trick fast was figuring out how to get Mario forward by 20 pixels as quickly as possible. There were two main methods for humans. One was a wall clip discovered by 420 Blaze It, where you tap left to clip into the wall and get pushed forward by 20 pixels.
Actually?
The other was two
Oh, he did say
backwards bumps
Gungaga.
discovered
God
by
damn it,
Andrew
Will.
G, each potentially pushing Mario 10 pixels to make the wrong warp possible. The wall clip method from Blaze It, even if optimally performed,
At least the
was a
audio
few
was still
frames
recording.
too slow to save the frame rule. The two bump method, on the other hand, was slightly faster, and in September 2018, runner King of Johnny Boy proved that by doing everything perfectly down to the frame, you could make the fastest frame roll with no time to spare. However,
Okay.
that entailed getting 10 pixels from each bump.
Alright, we
doing
should sync
extremely
these
difficult
first.
inputs and getting proper subpixels and subspeed to stop on the pipe perfectly.
Sync
Doing a
like
double
these
fast
first,
acceleration in the warp zone to save an additional frame,
to-
and once again a
and then we'll
combination of
fix it
perfect
after.
inputs and subpixels to turn around perfectly.
Where's this clap?
This combination was magnitudes of difficulties higher than any other stage. Simply put, it wasn't happening. Later
Wasn't
on
happening.
that month, however, Happy Lee showed an alternative method that was a bit faster. It involved clipping into the top brick of the wall and jumping out of it to get back up to speed faster. However, this trick was incredibly hard too, as you had to slow down as you jumped to avoid hitting this block, then speed back up by pressing right, then finally tap left again to clip into the wall.
Wild.
Once in the wall, you had to do multiple frame-perfect inputs to get out of it with maximum speed. People tried this trick, but it too wasn't happening. Small improvements would be made to both the 2-bump and top wall clip methods, and players tried both, but had little success being fast enough to save the frame rule. 2019 came around, and then 2020. Nothing. This was the one level that couldn't be solved.
Damn. Fortunate. Until
And then someone
Yeah,
had
we
an
will.
idea. In June 2020,
Can't leave us hanging like that, Sandman
possibly
himself.
saving the frame rule was found. At first, it was brushed off as just another hopeless possibility. But as time went on, runners realized that this method was something different. It was really hard. Of course it was. But it gave just enough wiggle room to make it doable. And this is what it looked like.
doesn't matter. Okay.
It started with an 11 pixel bump from the elevator. It's
Nutty.
normally next to impossible to get 11 pixels from a backwards bump like this, but by manipulating both your
Oh my god, I just.
subpixel and
It's really
subspeed
Dex. How you
values for
doing?
precise
Oh,
input
what the hell?
combination,
I'm
you
so out of
could
it, man.
reliably get 11 pixels. You could then get the remaining 9 pixels from doing a backwards wall jump off of this pipe. The wall jump is a glitch where if you hit a specific pixel on a wall between two blocks, the game thinks Mario is standing for exactly one frame. If you
This
jump on that
GDQ's
frame,
editing
you
speed
can
run.
jump off of the wall without hitting the ground. That meant it had to be both a pixel perfect jump into the wall and a frame perfect jump to execute the wall
I need to
jump.
get like a
But if
white
both of
balance
those were pulled
filter
off,
for
You could get the second
OBS.
backwards bump off of the pipe.
Please. Justin's too warm. What happened?
Hey, you.
Oh, me.
Finally awake.
What?
You were trying to cross the border, right?
The method
Todd
in the
Howard,
underground
you
section
done it again.
was possible. This strategy was once again
SMH.
discovered by King of Johnny Boy, and it was a big one. A few people tried to get this frame rule in late 2020 and early 2021.
Todd Howard, you done it
but the
again.
front runner was a player named Nifsky. the second place runner and former world record
Okay,
holder.
so
He had the strategy. He
this is
just
where it
had to pull off,
crashes,
and
but
the
I want to
last
keep the
frame
audio
rule
going.
to
It'll
be
just be a
safe.
black screen, kind
It was
of.
time to make history.
The balls drop?
And where's my 11 pixels at command?
No way. Kungaga.
Oh my gosh! Please! Please! Yes! 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 Oh my god!
Yo, he's so hyped.
Let's freaking go!
Let's bring it go!
Oh my god! I can't believe it!
Niftsky had just saved the last frame rule for an any percent speedrun of Super Mario Bros. After half a decade of collaboration from the community, it was impossible to save another frame on any
Okay,
level.
and then when does it start?
Absolute
So this is when
perfection.
it starts.
We are tied with every frame rule all the way up until 8-4!
Well, until 8-4, that is. 8-4 is the last level in Super Mario Bros., and it's unique because, as mentioned before, it doesn't operate on the frame rule system. The timing ends on the exact frame when Mario touches the axe at the end, which isn't tied to a frame rule. That means that to be perfect in 8-4, you have to actually play the stage perfectly down to the frame. There's no being close enough. It's the only level in Super Mario Bros. That works like that. The stage itself is broken down into 5 rooms. A starting room where you simply run to the end and go in the pipe. The next room where you have to do a wall jump off of a pipe to make it in fast. The turnaround room where you have to do a wrong warp by scrolling the screen to load the next zone, then turning around to go in a pipe quickly. A water room where you have to swim to the end, and finally the last room where you jump past Bowser to touch the axe. There's a lot that goes into this to do it quickly, but all the way back in November 2013, Cosmic submitted one of the earliest 8-4 records. It was quite impressive for the time, and there were even people that thought it might be the closest 8-4 would ever be to perfect. Even Cosmic himself thought that, titling the video "The Closest 8-4 Will Ever Be to Perfect." That was a bold move. But this was a really good 8-4. He started off the first room with a fast acceleration, then dashed into the pipe. In the wall jump room, he did a frame-perfect jump to avoid slowing down or hitting the pipe, then did the frame-perfect, pixel-perfect wall jump facing backwards to accelerate faster. In the turnaround room, he only scrolled the screen 1 pixel past where he had to do the wrong warp. In the water section, he managed to navigate Mario almost perfectly between the ground and the fire bars, losing just 1 frame on the exit by touching the ground a frame too early. And in the last room, he ran under Bowser to finish it off. Adding this 8-4 onto the perfect first 7 stages that would be achieved years later put the human sum of best at 454.71. Remember, the theoretical limit was 454.26, meaning there was a 0.45 difference in 8-4. Less than half a second from perfection. But was Cosmic right? Was this the best 8-4 possible? No. No, it was not. A couple years later, Cosmic beat his own record and lowered the time
We'll
down
just do
to
like a text.
454.56.
Let's just do like a
The key was
text
fast accelerations.
thing on
Back in
here.
2013, Cosmic was under the impression that a fast acceleration could only save 1 frame, but by 2016, the community had gained the knowledge that if performed optimally in the first room and turnaround room, it could save up to 5 frames in each spot.
Where does this
That's
go?
what Cosmic did, as well as adding 1 into the wall jump room to save up to another 2 frames.
What stage there?
This
Oh wait,
time
what the
would
hell?
later be
Wait a
tied
minute.
by Stuck in a Plate, but a little over a year later, Cosmic lowered it even more, 454.53,
Okay.
creeping
alright.
ever closer to perfection. Most future records from here on out were played on a ROM hack that gave information about your pace on the top of the screen. However, no gameplay was modified, so it's legal. Once again, the time save came from improving the fast accelerations. It was really hard to save 5 frames with each, but Cosmic was able to get closer. Eddie Cat Gaming tied this time a few months later, before GTA's lowered it by 1 frame, 454.51, just a quarter of a second
Man, what a
away.
bop.
But at this point, 8.4 was getting really optimized. The fast accelerations, the perfect movement, everything was either perfect or a frame away from perfect. Where did the rest of the difference come from? Well, other than a frame here and there from tighter execution, double fast accelerations were part of the key. If performed in the turnaround room properly, doing another fast acceleration immediately after the first would bring Mario up to speed 1 frame faster. However, this involves extremely quick switches from left to right on the D-pad. You had to be holding right, tap left and A for 1 frame,
Just get good.
then switch to right again. It's much more difficult than a normal fast acceleration. Similar was the falling fast acceleration, where you accelerate facing backwards off a ledge to save an additional frame. 4 frames in total could be saved with these double fast accelerations, but as nobody had even pulled off one once, they were ruled out as being TAS only.
Oh, you know what?
There
I'll
was
actually
one
I'll
other
do
fast
this.
acceleration players could try. Since you have to quickly get back up to speed after turning around in
Just
the
to make
turnaround
it, just
room,
to add to
it
it.
was possible to do a fast acceleration there. Similarly to the other double fast accelerations, this trick required
The
super
frame
quick
hold.
and precise inputs. But the main benefit of this trick was if performed optimally, it could save up to 5 frames. For years, the world's best players tried saving time with it, but weren't able to. It was always slower than normal. That is, until Tavenweb tried it in 2019. Taven decided to try messing around with the impossible double fast acceleration, and to everyone's surprise, he was actually able to get it. He found himself saving multiple frames with it on good attempts, and for a while, he was the only one able to do so. This opened the door to push the record much lower. If Taven
Excuse
could
me.
get it in a good run, a lot of time could come off. How far could he close the gap?
Oh, ah, so good. Sounds so good. No way.
Yes! That's it. Yes!
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
He's so hyped. Man, I'd be hyped. Actually, is there a drop shadow?
That's it. Oh my gosh.
The time was now 454.39. Taven had lowered the gap to just 8 frames. That was the difference between humans and perfection in Super Mario Bros. He was more than 1/10 of a second ahead of anybody else on the leaderboard. Pure domination. The only time save Taven was going for that he didn't get was a single frame in the wall jump room. He was
Me?
perfect
Kangaya.
everywhere else. And with the other double fast accelerations being out of reach, it's no surprise that this record stood for a long, long time.
This is a opacity, right? Yeah, okay. Ah, screw it. I'll
Finally,
just do it
by
manually.
May 2020, someone was able to do it. Kriller was a Super Mario Bros. Tasser and individual level specialist, and he had
Sounds
a
like
plethora
Krillin.
of runs make it deep into 8.4 that barely died. But on May 7th, he managed to tie Taven to the frame. And crazily enough, even though it took 15 months for
what
somebody
the
to
hell?
tie the record, it would just take a few hours for the next person to tie it.
I got it! Oh my god! I can't believe it!
This made it a three-way tie between Taven, Kriller, and Niftsky. And ultimately, Niftsky would be the one to break it.
Fine. Alright, I'll do
lowering
this
the
instead.
time to 454.3.
I'll do this
He
instead.
got every frame he wanted to through the water section.
What the heck
so he was
is
able to omit the last fast acceleration. GT Ace would later tie this time, so the very next day, Niftsky beat him by adding back in the fast acceleration in the final room, 454.36. And when Velxino tied this time a month later, Niftsky responded by squeezing out one more frame from the turnaround room to take it to 454.34. At 454.34, players were presented with a unique problem. They were starting to run out of frames to save. They were just 5 frames away from perfection.
Damn.
The problem was where these frames were located. One frame was from a falling fast acceleration in the first room. One was from a falling fast acceleration in the wall jump room. 2 were from a double fast acceleration and perfect movement in the turnaround room.
Ugh.
And 1 was from a falling fast acceleration in the final room. 5 frames. All of them were from doing task fast accelerations. Humans couldn't do those, so the 8-4 record seemed to be at its limit.
Just get good, humans.
Well, one thing was clear. The only path forward was to try doing these fast accelerations.
Try again.
Nobody had ever been able to do one before, so they appeared to be impossible. But in the past 5 years, players had done so much on other levels. Clipping into walls, doing flagpole glitches, doing fast accelerations. At points in time, all of those tricks were thought to be impossible too. After half a decade of this, the Super Mario Bros. Community had made one thing very clear. Nothing was impossible.
Oh wait, I might get this.
Oops.
I got it!
No,
I
not
got it!
friggin'.
I got it with both fast accelerators.
No, not essential graphics. Bad here.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Yes. Gungaga. Me? Gungaga.
Oh my god! Yes! Yes! I freaking got it! Let's go!
Got sync. What about over here? Is he still sync? Yeah, okay. What about Justin's
This is the
talking over
current human
here?
sum of best. We are 2 frames away from completely running out of time to save in Super Mario Bros. A 30th of a second is what stands in the way between humans and perfection. Of the 2 remaining frames, one is in the turnaround room for manipulating subspeed and playing perfectly. It's extremely difficult, but there's no doubt this frame will be saved in a run one day, lowering the sum of best to 454.28. As for the last frame, it's in the first room from performing a falling fast acceleration. However, there are serious doubts as to whether or not this one is humanly possible. Not because of its precision
Just get
or
good
difficulty,
humans.
but because we don't know if human fingers can actually move fast enough to do this. You have to release right for only 1 frame, then quickly repress it, tap left for 1 frame, and go back to holding right. It's never been pulled off at full speed before, but it's theorized that this trick would be easier on keyboard than with a controller, which would likely create a big controversy in the future. But that's it. Outside of those 2 frames, humans have solved Super Mario Bros. That's a rare accomplishment in speedrunning. It might shortly be impossible to save any more time, and the only thing that can stop that is a new time save. A new frame roll hasn't been found in Super Mario Bros. In over 10 years now, which is pretty incredible, but that doesn't mean there are for sure none left.
Oh god,
The
okay.
secrets to saving time might still be out there.
You just
We just have to
undesynced.
find them.
I don't know
And
why.
maybe,
It's okay.
just maybe, a 453 is in Super Mario Bros.'s future. Thanks for watching.
Oops.
How do you speedrun one of the hardest games ever made? The original Castlevania has gotten that reputation over the years. Whether it be
Oh, the
from its
top's over
strong
here.
enemies and bosses or its strict gameplay mechanics, Castlevania isn't an easy game to take down. However, to speedrun it, or beat it as quickly as humanly possible, is on another level.
Just get good, humans.
For the past decade and a half, a group of gamers has been
Keep
working
saying
to
it.
lower the world record for completing Castlevania. It's been a quest of discovering new strategies, grinding across multiple years, and working together. This is the story of their journey. This is the history of Castlevania World Records.
Licorice pizza. Yeah, that's synced. What about over here?
So picture this. It's 2003, and you're Tom Vodova, a Nintendo speedrunner who would go on to set world records for some of the most famous games. One of your first projects, however, was going to be Castlevania. How would you pull it off? 6 of the toughest levels on the NES. It takes most people hours to beat this game. Well, that April, Tom Vodova took the whole game down in 14.5 minutes. The way to understand how Vodova is able to break the difficulty of this game is by analyzing it, level by level. The first level isn't normally too difficult, and he made quick work of it by upgrading his whip and tearing through the ghosts all over the level. Whipping them in the air rather than on the ground means Simon Belmont slows down less or not at all, saving a fraction of a second each time. Vodova did this as much as he could. He also picked up the axe sub-weapon before the boss fight, and used them to help him slowly but surely take the bat down. At the start of level 2, he simply jumped over most of the enemies before picking up the Holy Water sub-weapon in stage 6. Each level is broken up into 3 stages, meaning stage 6 was the last stage of level 2. He got beaten up a little bit by the statues, but used the Holy Water to take down the level 2 Medusa head boss easily. Level 3 is where Castlevania is known for making a pretty big jump in difficulty. There's hunchbacks that jump on top of you, skeletons that jump around and throw bones, statues that shoot fireballs at you, and birds that fly around and try
So
to hit you.
interesting how
And whenever you do
the
get hit,
Discord
you fly
video
backwards,
desyncs with
often
the
towards one of the
audio.
many ledges that will
Like that,
kill you if
that's
you fall.
so interesting. All right.
But luckily, Tom Vodova had the Holy Water. It's pretty well known how overpowered the Holy Water is, but Vodova was able to take it to another level.
Generally seems pretty fine.
See, dropping the holy water on an enemy freezes them in place, makes them take damage, and temporarily prevents them from dealing damage to you.
Okay.
So often, instead of having to whip down the statues, Vodova just dropped holy water on top of them, stopping their shots and letting him walk through. That, combined with careful usage of his whip, allowed him to make it past most of the enemies and beat the dual mummy bosses at the end. Of course, there were still some really tricky sections, like this part with several birds and a skeleton in stage 7. Moving into level 4, Vodova still had his holy water. He expertly rode on the moving platforms, whipped the bats, then moved upstairs where birds came in to drop hunchbacks down. These hunchbacks sometimes randomly dropped axes if killed, so Vodova had to carefully jump over it to not lose his holy water. For the boss fight, Frankenstein and a hunchback, he stun-locked them with several holy water throws thanks to the triple shot upgrade, which allowed 3 holy waters to be on the screen at the same time. Level 5 is infamous for its difficulty. The knights each take 9 hits to kill, and they throw axes that you have to whip, duck under, or jump over. On top of that, there's hunchbacks everywhere, Medusa heads that float around, more statues, and the Grim Reaper boss at the end. And all of them were no match for Vodova's holy water.
Okay. What about Will?
Of course, there was still a ton of skill involved in what Vodova was doing. Many of the enemies' patterns were still sporadic, and had to be whipped or avoided appropriately. He had to be on his game at all times throughout level 5, and he made it through quite cleanly. Level 6, the final level, featured Vodova temporarily abandoning the holy water to pick up the stopwatch, which froze all enemies when activated. This was used against the hunchbacks to stop them from jumping all over the place. Then, it was on to the final boss fight, which has 2 forms, Dracula and the beautifully named Cookie Monster. Dracula teleports after attempting to hit you, and each time he teleports it's referred to as a cycle. Every time Dracula reappeared, Vodova tried to hit him a couple times with his whip. It was pretty slow, and since it took 11 appearances by Dracula to kill him, or 10 teleports, it was an 11 cycle Dracula fight. Then, to fight the Cookie Monster, Vodova used the holy water that he had re-picked up from the leftmost candle. He stunned him in place and used his whip to hit the Cookie Monster's head, over and over until he was killed. This process took a while, but once he was dead, the final orb appeared, and Tom Vodova had finished Castlevania in 14 minutes and 25 seconds. It was a nice run, with some pretty sick usage of holy water to blow through otherwise tough enemies, and he didn't die a single time. However, there were notable slowdowns, especially when he stood still to whip enemies and had some slow boss fights. It was good, but could have been better. His run was the first of 4 runs that I consider to be in the early age of Castlevania speedrunning. The second of those 4 runs would be completed 2.5 years later, by Retro 2D Gamer. The biggest improvement about his run was the usage of boosting. In Castlevania, when you get hit by an enemy, you get knocked back quite a bit. This can be used strategically to reach certain areas faster. For example, in level 1, you're normally supposed to take the stairs down, go to the basement, and come up on the other side of the wall. But Retro 2D Gamer simply did this instead. Known as the Bat Boost, this trick saved about 7 seconds in the first level. And as Retro would show off, boosting could be used all over Castlevania.
What about me?
Boosting wasn't allowed under Twin Galaxies rules, which is where Tom Vodova submitted his run, but since Retro 2D Gamer submitted his elsewhere, he was free to do them. These boosts added together saved around 30 seconds overall. Other than that, he saved time from even more abuse of the holy water. Enemies that normally stood in his way were demolished with the holy water, including many of the boss fights. It was cleaner than Vodova's run. He didn't get hit as much, and he slowed down less overall. In the end, combined with the boosts, it was enough to beat him by over a minute, with a 13:08. Retro's run seemed to stand for much longer than Vaudevilles did. Close to 5 years, in fact. It's very rare that world records stand for that long, although in the early 2000s when speedrunning wasn't as big, it certainly was more common. But in 2010, a guy named Bablo beat it a few times, with his final time being 12:21, the third record of the early age. His run was a cleaner, more refined version of Retro's record. In level 1, for example, he had a faster bat boost by having the bat spawn from the right, instead of walking with it all the way from the left. In level 3, he did more boost at the start, and made his way through stage 8 by abusing holy water more. In levels 4 and 5, he was more efficient than Retro by not stopping to attack as much, but rather using the holy water or jumping and whipping. And in level 6, he saved a lot of time from hanging onto the cross sub weapon and attacking Dracula with it. Retro used the cross once, then let it go to pick up holy water. But Bablo was able to throw it to the right, then catch it when it came back to the middle. As long as it didn't go to the left, it wouldn't hit the candle to spawn the holy water. So when Dracula respawned on the right, Bablo hit him again with the cross for more damage. It turned an 11 cycle fight from Retro into an 8 cycle fight for Bablo. Bablo's run stood throughout 2010, and then in 2011, well-versed speedrunner FunkDoc set the fourth and final early age record, a 12:06. It would garner a pretty big amount of attention, and was one of the more popular records in the speedrunning community. FunkDoc's run really was a technical marvel. His method of beating Bablo was through very inconspicuous, yet crucially important techniques. Like here, at the level 1 boss fight. FunkDoc knew the bat's pattern was determined by where Simon is on the screen. He wanted the bat to swoop down in a specific way so that he could be pelted with axes quickly. The position for that pattern happened to be right around here. So, FunkDoc intentionally stood still and avoided picking up the double shot upgrade until after the bat started moving and his pattern was set. The level 3 boss had another technical trick. When two hitboxes overlap in Castlevania, a strange glitch occurs. If a sub-weapon hits the overlapping part, it'll deal 1 damage per each frame it comes in contact. Given that Castlevania runs at 60 frames per second, that's a lot of damage very quickly. The two mummies in the level 3 boss fight each have their own hitboxes, so a guy known as Retro Gaming 2084 figured out that if you use the cross sub weapon when the mummies overlap each other, they can be beaten really quickly. FunkDoc used that to his advantage. But the best of all had to be what he did in level 4, the cave skip, once again discovered by Retro Gaming 2084. FunkDoc picked up the time stop sub weapon at the start of the level, then used it a few seconds later. When bats spawn, they do so based upon your vertical positioning. So when the time stop ran out, it was time for the bat to spawn, and FunkDoc had gotten to the appropriate height in time. Then, he froze time again to freeze the bat's horizontal position, so he could do this. By doing this boost, FunkDoc didn't have to wait and ride on the slow-moving platforms below, saving him a few seconds.
And then
he continued to abuse holy water in level 5,
the intro and
then was able
outro.
to match Bablo's 8-cycle fight on Dracula, before taking the Cookie Monster down with holy water. So that's where the record stood in 2011, FunkDoc's 12:06. He was considered the top Castlevania runner, and as the months and years passed on,
let me go to
his record still
other,
stood. It was a very clean run,
the other
set by an
sequence,
extremely
go to
talented
episode
runner.
7, just copy from
Over
here.
the next couple of years, he would run the game at many of the Games Done Quick marathons, including one of the coolest runs of all time, a speedrun by FunkDoc,
Copy.
while Koreshi provided the soundtrack on
that.
piano. But eventually,
Pretty pog.
by 2013, FunkDoc was
Oh,
no
wait, when do we
longer
end?
alone on top. Someone was streaming attempts on Twitch.tv to beat his long-lasting 12:06. Meet K-Mac. In late 2013, K-Mac began pushing his Castlevania personal best close to the world record. He got good at the same tricks. Cave skip, the boss fights, all of the boosting. His time went from a 12:45 down to a 12:26, then to a 12:10, just 4 seconds behind FunkDoc's world record. Had it not been for a slow level 3, particularly the boss fight, K-Mac would have gotten it. In October 2013, he was on a run that was
Yeah, let's
bleeding
do
time
that.
early.
Let's get a,
In level 4, for instance, he messed
Actually,
up the
no.
boss fight by
No.
mistiming his holy water throws, causing the Hunchback to jump around and hit him. So, heading into the last level, he was 5 seconds behind
what?
Funkdog's world record. But K-Mac had a trick up his sleeve in
what
level
the
6
hell?
to make a last second comeback. Castlevania has a pretty obscure trick called the critical hit. If you hit an enemy with the whip on the same exact frame the enemy hits you, you deal an additional 5 damage to the enemy for a total of 6 damage. The most relevant place this can be used is on boss fights, particularly the Dracula fight at the very end. Dracula shoots projectiles whenever he respawns, so K-Mac had to jump and get hit by one of them on the same 60th of a second he would Dracula. If he could do that, he would have a shot at the record.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Mission accomplished. In just one cycle, more than half of Dracula's health bar was taken down. The fight would end up being a 5-cycle fight. Was it going to be fast enough to beat Funkdog?
What just happened?
Oh my god. Really?
A tied world record. It couldn't have been a great feeling to have come so far yet still not beat Funkdog. All he could do was keep trying. And the very next day, he had another shot. The first 9 minutes of this run are lost, but we do know he was about 4 seconds behind the tied record he had set the day before going into the last level. He did have time to make up though. In yesterday's run, he didn't have enough hearts, which are currency for the holy water, to optimally beat the Cookie Monster. But this time, he did. He just had to land the crit on Dracula.
Yay! Export time A. Export as a MP3.
Another 1206 prep.
For the second time in 1 week, he had tied Funkdog's record. The only thing worse than that would be if he tied it 3 times in a week.
Episode 8,
Another tie
1,
the world record again.
11.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Between October 20th and October 28th, 2013, K-Mac tied the world record 3 times. But finally, later in October, K-Mac had another run. Although he lost time from the level 1 boss fight, he gained it right back in level 2 and more in level 4, since his last 1206 had failed level 4's cave skip. He got the crit on Dracula, and closed out the run.
There it is.
Finally, K-Mac had his world record. But he wasn't done quite yet. The 1203 had some notable slowdowns. He messed up throwing axes on the first boss fight, got hit by a statue in level 3, and had to turn around to pick up a heart in level 5 after he didn't have enough holy water ammo. So there was still some time on the table. His goal was to take the run under 12 minutes. And a few days later, that's what he did. He had a better level 1 boss fight, avoided getting hit in level 3, had a cleaner level 5, and although his final boss fights weren't perfect, it was enough to get the sub 12. An 1157 record was enough to satisfy K-Mac. For about 2 weeks. Just 15 days after his first sub 12, he was back at it, on a run into the last level of the game. Problem was, he was more than 3 seconds behind the record, but he still had one last chance at getting it, getting the double crit on Dracula. See, the 1157 featured a 5-cycle fight with 1 critical hit. K-Mac could instead do 2 crits on Dracula instead of 1, dealing 12 damage with just 2 hits, getting a 3-cycle fight and saving between 5 and 10 seconds. Of course, getting the double crit was incredibly difficult. He had to line up a hit on Dracula and get a hit on himself on the same 60th of a second, twice in a row.
That's like asking Santa Claus to bring you $1 million.
But it was his only shot to get the record.
Come on, let's get it. Yes! Double critical. Santa Claus brought me my $1 million.
Wait, did it finish rendering? No, 2 more minutes.
And still, K-Mac wasn't done. There was still time he could save, particularly on the boss fights. The bosses all gave different patterns depending on a number of seemingly random factors. The speed at which the mummies overlapped, the speed at which the bat swooped down, these speeds varied from run to run, with the faster the pattern, the better. It was also possible to get a critical kill on the bat in level 1. When the bat swooped down, K-Mac stood on the stairs and used his whip. Just like on Dracula, if he got hit on the same frame as whip hit the bat, it would deal 5 damage to the bat. However, all damage to the bat is doubled, and being on stairs increases damage here as well. It ends up being enough to kill the bat with just 1 whip. So, with these boss fight improvements in mind, K-Mac kept doing attempts through the end of 2013. He was in a class of his own for Castlevania. It was time to see how low he could take it.
Shit. Or 4:45 a.m. EST.
1148 was K-Mac's final time. It had the bat crit, the boosts, and a double crit on Dracula at the very end. He was on top of the Castlevania speedrunning scene, and it seemed like nobody could touch him. Throughout the rest of 2013, all of 2014, and well into 2015, K-Mac's 1148 was the world record. But then, a year and a half after he originally got the record, another player began to challenge his time. Double Armory. And in April 2015, it finally happened. How was he able to knock K-Mac off the top? It wasn't anything too major, but once again, small optimizations. He used mostly the same strategies as K-Mac, but his boss fights were a little better overall. In level 1, for instance, he got the bat to swoop faster than it did for K-Mac, allowing the critical hit to be done sooner. And against the Medusa boss in level 2, Double Armor used
time
the holy
to
water instead of the
export
cross,
the
making for a
frickin'
slightly faster kill. Of course, this meant he didn't have the cross for the mummies in level 3, so he had to use the holy water to pick up the axe, then use the axe to pick up the cross from this candle.
Not Vimeo.
It was some careful but very well done routing, and it was enough to beat the record by a couple of seconds. Well, K-Mac wouldn't stand for that, so he responded by setting 3 world records in the same week, lowering the record down by 5 seconds. He had held the world record for a year and a half. His response to losing it in 4 days was to do that.
Screw up. Doesn't matter. Wait to go. Export day.
How did he do it? It stemmed from 2 main improvements. The first was the Dracula fight. K-Mac began going for a new 3-cycle Dracula fight that only used 1 critical hit instead of 2. He intentionally lost 0 frames leading up to Dracula by only whipping candles while Simon was moving up. Whipping them on the way down means the whip animation may need to complete before the screen can move again, losing a few frames. Arriving at Dracula at the same frame every time guarantees you'll respawn on the left, so he can be pelted with the cross more consistently. By using the cross more, only one critical hit on Dracula was necessary, and it made the fight more consistent overall. The other big improvement was in level 1. Enemies in Castlevania seem to sometimes randomly drop items. They can be stuff like sub-weapons, the holy water or the axe, or potions that make you invincible. The thing is, these drops aren't actually random. Every 16 frames, there's one frame where if you kill an enemy, it'll drop an item.
5 Minecraft
What that item is determined by this chart.
Swore.
The first item drop you get will be from the first column, with the item itself determined by the level you're in. If you get your first item drop in level 4, for example, it'll be a potion. Then, the second item drop you get will be from column 2, the third from column 3, and so on, with the column position carrying over from level to level. The first item you can get in level 1 is a stopwatch, and K-Mac wanted it to do a trick a guy named Vandal discovered. So he figured out approximately when he needed to whip the ghost to land on the specific frame he needed to get the stopwatch. He had a 60th of a second window to aim for, but since it looped every 16 frames and there were a few ghosts he could try it on, he at least had a chance at it. After hopefully getting the stopwatch, he would move into the next screen and try to use it on the very first frame possible after entering. If done correctly, it would freeze time before the bat spawned, allowing time for him to walk all the way over to the right. Once he got there, the bat would unfreeze right away, and he would be able to do the bat boost much quicker. You can see from this comparison that it cuts out the time he normally had to spend waiting for the bat to spawn again. In all, it saves about 4 seconds. So now, in order to get an optimal level 1, you had to land a frame perfect whip to get the stopwatch, use the stopwatch frame perfectly to get an optimal bat spawn, and land a frame perfect critical hit on the bat boss. Each of those had a 60th of a second window to time them. Getting all that was super difficult. Because of all these tricks, level 1 got the reputation of being like a jail, since very few runs were able to escape it. Regardless, it took K-Mac just 4 days to be able to beat Double Armory's record with the level 1 tricks.
Barely beat it.
It was a close call though, because he lost a lot of time in the Dracula fight from missing critical hits and getting a 4-cycle fight. K-Mac would lower it to an 1141 pretty quickly, with a run that actually didn't feature the stopwatch trick in level 1, but had essentially everything else. A fast bat pattern, a fast mummy pattern, cave skip, the boosts, and the new 1 crit 3-cycle Dracula fight. That 1141 was enough to satisfy him for a while. He was back on top, and he was on top by a large margin. Months passed, and when 2016 came around, K-Mac's 1141 was still the world record. But in October 2016, someone did beat him. Baze86. He took down the video for his record a while ago, and it can no longer be seen today. The final time was reportedly in 1139, a 2-second improvement over K-Mac, but not much is known about the run itself today. But we do know that this time, K-Mac waited exactly 20 days before getting the record back. It's almost like he wasn't allowed to not have the world record. The way he saved time this time was by skipping picking up the meat in level 6. Runners normally turned around here to pick up the pork chop hidden in the wall, which replenishes your health. But since K-Mac was only planning to do 1 crit against Dracula instead of 2, he didn't need the extra health to get hit a second time. So he saved a few seconds by not having to bother turning around to pick it up. And again, K-Mac's record remained on top for several months. But just as before, another runner eventually beat him. Dewolfe. In April 2017, he was able to get a run past the level 1 jail with the stopwatch trick, and was 3.5 seconds ahead of the record. He lost some time in level 3 to a slower mummy fight, but was still about 1.5 seconds ahead of K-Mac going into the last level. He nailed the crit on Dracula for a 3-cycle fight, and prepared to fight the Cookie Monster.
No, just
He'd messed up a couple of his holy water throws, and didn't grab the orb until it fell. After retiming it, it was determined that he had beaten K-Mac by about 1/20th of a second. Once again, K-Mac had been dethroned. But of course, 3 weeks later, the record would be his once more. Only this time, it wasn't even close. K-Mac beat Jonthe's run by 5 seconds. Rather than one big improvement, it was because of several small improvements over the course of the run. K-Mac got a slightly faster bat swoop than Jonthe by manipulating its pattern by standing in specific locations on the stairs. In level 2, he hung onto the stopwatch from level 1 in order to freeze time at the start of stage 6. This prevented the spikes from moving so he didn't have to hesitate like Jonthe did. He got a fast bone boost in level 5. These skeletons can give either a fast or a slow boost pattern, with about half a second time difference between them. Jonthe got the slow pattern, while K-Mac got the fast one. And of course, no run is complete without the Dracula fight at the end, which K-Mac was able to get a 3 cycle on. His Cookie Monster fight wasn't perfect, but it didn't really have to be at the end of a run that far ahead of the record. Castlevania was getting to the point now where improvements were going to be extremely tough to come by. As the run approached the sub 1130 barrier, players could no longer expect to beat the record by 5 seconds. An improvement by a fraction of a second would be a big deal. K-Mac decided to retire from Castlevania speedrunning after his 1132, and left the game in the hands of others to take the record down further. The first step, of course, was
Who
beating
the hell
his
is Shoto
1132.
Trinity in Canada?
For that, we arrive at Furious Paul. He's best known for running Super Castlevania 4, but in 2017 he decided to try the original Castlevania 2. On September 30th, 2017, he was streaming on Twitch.tv, with his personal best just 2 seconds behind the record. He was about to stop streaming for the day, but decided to do one more run just because. Fast forward 11.5 minutes later, and this was the result.
I'll be back. I'm gonna get something to nom on.
What just happened? What just happened?
What just happened?
The final time was 11:32.7, about a tenth of a second ahead of K-Mac's record. Furious Paul had gotten really good at getting out of the level 1 jail, and he also changed up a few strategies to give himself better odds at it. He whipped more ghosts overall, giving him better odds in picking up the stopwatch. He also used the whip, then jumped after using the stopwatch to force the bat to spawn higher, making the boost quite a bit easier. Of course, he still had 3 different 60th of a second tricks to time throughout the level, but these improvements helped a bit. He gained time in level 3 from an extremely fast mummy pattern, but missed the jump and did a safer version of the cave skip in level 4. A guy known as Brannigan discovered that by doing these whips at the start of the level, it sets up the timing perfectly so that you have a visual cue for when to freeze time with the stopwatch. When the merman's feet are either on this pixel or this pixel, time can be frozen and the cave skip will work. It was also possible now to pause and unpause if you missed the visual cue, since the bat's spawn position is partially based upon when you arrive. Beyond that, Furious Paul had a cleaner Cookie Monster fight, and it was enough to just edge out K-Mac for a new world record. Shortly after Furious Paul's run, a pretty big new discovery began to be utilized. For years now, players have been trying for a 3 Cycle Dracula at the end of the run. But it turns out, it can be better. This is the 2 Cycle Dracula. A guy known as TrueFalse first found a 2 cycle setup in March 2016, but it went under the radar until about October 2017. The first cycle consists of jumping to throw across, and then whipping twice, which deals a total of 5 damage. For the second cycle, you have to hope that Dracula spawns close to you, which has a 50% chance of happening. If he doesn't, a 2 cycle fight can't happen. The execution for the second cycle, assuming you get the spawn, is really precise. Jumping forward and throwing across, landing on the double shot to pick it up, then jumping backward while facing forward and throwing another cross. Upon landing there, you jump up and throw yet another cross, land, then jump and do a critical hit. If anything is off by even a little bit, the 2 cycle kill won't work. But if it does work, it saves a good 3 or 4 seconds. Once people realized the usefulness of this trick, there was a mad scramble to get a new world record with it. From October through December 2017, there were 4 people going for the record at more or less the same time. Dewolfe, who had previously held the record earlier in the year, Endy, who had held world records in various Nintendo games like DuckTales and Batman, Hyrixin, who had gotten world records in games like Panic Restaurant and Tiny Toon Adventures, and Bednack, who pretty much only ran Castlevania and was very close to the world record. These 4 guys were top tier runners, and all had the skill needed to get the record. The time to beat was Furious Paul's 1132.7. Over the last few months of 2017, this was their battle to obtain one of the NES's most coveted world records.
Yes, yes.
Fuck. Oh, it's so close. It's so close.
Bam! That's a good one. Oh. Oh! No! That was one hit. That was the. I got the crit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. Shit, something missed somewhere.
Endy was 1 damage short. 1 damage short from a new world record. Probably the first ever sub 1130 run of Castlevania. These 4 guys did thousands of runs between them, yet after 3 months of work, only 1 new world record had been achieved. Castlevania had turned into an absolutely brutal speedrun. The run started and ended with 2 of the toughest parts of any game out there, the level 1 jail, and getting the pattern for and executing the 2 Cycle Dracula fight. And in between that was a run filled with precision, tight timings, and the need for close to perfection. Getting all of that was just so difficult. Naturally, Castlevania entered an era of no new records for a little while. Throughout the first few months of 2018, the record stayed at Dewolfe's 1131. The game went from 4 top-tier runners clashing for the record to none. But then, in April, a brand new runner began making a push for the record. And this guy had a lot of experience getting world records. This is JC. JC had held the world records in Castlevania 2, Castlevania 3, and Battletoads, 3 of the most iconic NES games. And by April 2018, he was ready to try tackling the original Castlevania. Over the next month, he took the time to lower his PB down into the 1130s, getting very close to Dewolfe's 1131 world record. And on May 2nd, 2018, JC got this run past the level 1 jail. In level 3, he got some bad patterns from the enemies. He got hit by a bone thrown by a skeleton at the start of the level, and a raven nearly ran into him a screen later. He also mistimed his cross throw on the mummy boss despite getting a pretty good pattern. In level 4, he nailed the cave skip but got knocked back by a bat moments later.
No, I disagree. Completely disagree with that.
So he was just over 2 seconds behind the world record going into level 6. But he had time to save. He could get the 2 Cycle Dracula fight, which would save a few seconds over the fight Jonte got. He also was going to go for the machine gun Cookie Monster strats that Hyrixin first used. By stepping into the Cookie Monster sprite and mashing jump, sub-weapon, and whip in a rhythm, it's possible to deal damage faster, since the holy water hits the Cookie Monster's top hitbox and deals damage instead of just hitting his bottom half. JC was going to try to get all of that and make a huge comeback for the record.
Oh no. Fuck. Oh my god.
No! Death Ruler! Death! Death Ruler! Welcome aboard the J Cruise. Hop aboard the poop deck with the J.
And with that, JC had finished the first world record with a 2 Cycle Dracula. He was on top. But he still had one more second to go. JC wanted to take the record lower, and the sub 11:30 mark was right in front of him. A time of 11:29 would represent a major milestone in Castlevania speedrunning. The last time a 10-second barrier was broken was Baze's 11:39 back in 2016. This time, the number was 11:29. It would take an amazing run. JC kept pushing onward, looking for that mythical 11:29. But he wouldn't get an 11:29. Instead, he did this.
Oh my fucking god. I'm done! I'm fucking done!
Holy shit! Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Whoa!
An 11:27. This blew the world record out of the water. How was he able to get such an incredible time? He pretty much just cleaned up the mistakes from his 11:30. Remember the slow mummy fight, bad enemy patterns, and the knockback by the bat? None of those were present in his 11:27. And of course, to top it all off at the end, was a 2 Cycle Dracula fight. All in all, it was a really clean run with a nice level 6 at the end. JC stopped grinding for the record after this run, and who could blame him? He had nothing left to prove. He was the first to break the 11:30 barrier, and he absolutely smashed it. For the rest of 2018, JC's 11:27 would go unchallenged. But starting early in 2019, that all changed. It's time to talk about 3 players who had one of the greatest world record chases of any speed game out there. First up is Tusnek. He pretty much exclusively ran Castlevania. He started streaming his attempts in mid-2017 and slowly improved over the course of 2018. He had a bit of experience running the other NES Castlevania games too, but the first game was his specialty. Next up is Ouijawee. He ran many different NES games over the years, getting world records in games like Kung Fu, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, Dragon Warrior, and RC Pro-Am. He had a lot of experience getting world records, and when he started running Castlevania in the middle of 2018, he improved really, really quickly. Finally, we have SB Dewolfe. He was best known for his Cuphead runs, for which he was a top contender for many months. Toward the end of 2018, he made a drastic change and started focusing on a different game, Castlevania. He too improved his personal best very quickly. By March 2019, these three players were very close to JC's world record. Weejui and SB Dewolfe each had an 1132, while Tusnek had an 1128. It was obvious that all three of these guys were about to make a serious push for the world record. Tusnek had a shot at it on March 19th. He was using a few new, small strategies to help him out. Probably the biggest one was one developed by fellow contender Weejui. Many boss patterns are determined by how many frames have elapsed since the screen began. Weejui figured out that by slowing down exactly 66 frames, the mummy bosses would always give an extremely fast pattern. Those frames were lost by standing still twice to throw 2 crosses, and standing still once to whip. It worked beautifully. He also used a different strategy in level 5 thanks in part to a mechanic used by several different NES games, the frame roll system. Whenever you go through a doorway in Castlevania, it checks every 16 frames to see if you've arrived at the door or not. If you haven't made it, you have to wait however many frames are left until the 16 frames run out. Basically, it means you can only gain or lose time in increments of 16 frames between 2 doors. A good example for this is to imagine you're waiting for a train to arrive that leaves every 16 minutes. Once you get to the stop, you might have to only wait a minute for it to arrive, but if you barely missed it, you could have to wait up to 15 minutes for the next one to arrive. This comes into play all over Castlevania. It means it's possible to not play perfectly and bleed a few frames, but still not lose any time to as if you had played perfectly. As long as you get to the door on the same frame roll, or before the train leaves, you won't lose any time. Sometimes you had lots of time to play with, while other times you had to play very well. Anyway, this mattered for a new bone boost Tusnek used at the start of level 5. Normally you got either the fast or the slow bone pattern. But now, if you got the slow pattern, you could go for a couple of backup strategies. Either the alternative bone, which works every time to save 1 frame roll, or the task bone, which doesn't always work, but saves 2 frame rolls if it does. If it didn't work, the player could lose more than 2 seconds. In this run, Tusnek got the alternative bone, so he saved 16 frames over what he otherwise could have gotten. He then got the pattern for and executed the 2 Cycle Dracula, and had a slightly cleaner Cookie Monster fight than JC. It was enough to just barely edge him out and get a new world record.
Ooh, fuck! Is that it? Is that it? Holy shit, is that it?
6 days after this run, Weejui was dead even with Tusnek's world record going into level 5. The splits compare with his personal best, which he was slightly ahead of. He had gotten out of the level 1 jail, nailed his own mummy strategy in level 3, and got the cave skip in level 4. However, he got the slowest bone pattern in level 5, and when combined with a couple other small slowdowns, he fell to 2 seconds behind the world record. But he nailed the 2 Cycle Dracula fight, and it was enough to get him a pretty nice personal best. He submitted this run to the speedrun.com leaderboards, and in his submission comments, he simply said one phrase: "World record soon."
Okay.
Bless RNG.
Bless RNG Jesus.
No. I didn't jump backwards.
Yay. Let's move all of this. To what is it? Twitter?
Why?
No, Drive. What are we talking about? Google Drive. Wieners in space.
There we go.
Episode 8 audio recordings. Episode renders.
Nice.
Audio. Rip.
Damn, dude.
Rip
Oh,
bitrate,
wow.
because I'm uploading stuff. And then I think, call from there, basically. Who knows? I don't think I'll edit the thumbnail.
Mr. Crit. Well, easily meaning I still need a 2-cycle track. I wouldn't call that easy. Well, here we go. Well, triple bones. That's a lot of time waste right there.
Is that uploading? But it's almost done. I might as well finish watching this.
Oh shit, son! That's a PB. And damn, that's close to the record, too.
Upon retiming this run, it was determined that it missed the world record by just 9 frames.
9 frames!
Unfortunately for Weejoey, this is as close as he's gotten to the world record. He's a great player and will probably be back to try for the record again in the future, but as of now, he just hasn't quite gotten there yet. But of course, we're not done yet. There's still one of the 3 record contenders we haven't talked about yet. SB Dewolfe. SB Dewolfe was grinding for the record around the same time Weejoey and Tusnek were. In May 2019, he lowered it down to 1127.13. He got the bat crit, cave skip,
Let's
and
open
the
up
fast going
Photoshop
level
anyways.
5, but he accidentally went up a staircase that he
Photoshop
wasn't
even
supposed
updated?
to. With the 2-cycle Dracula at the end, it was enough for the record.
I should uninstall the older versions.
Excuse me, what?
But SB Dewolfe wanted more. He knew there was still time to save, so with the help of more strategies, he began grinding even more. One such strategy was the short whip. Players normally upgraded their whip to the long whip in level 4, since you could reach enemies from further away with it. However, although it made the run a bit easier, it wasn't necessary. You could skip picking it up and save 3 frame rolls by doing so, nearly a full second. He also started going for more item manipulations in level 3 if the opportunity presented itself. The first part was to manipulate the potion drop from this bird and the rosary from this bird. As long as you were able to hit another item drop between them, those were the items that you would get. It saved time by temporarily not having to deal with any enemies. SB Dewolfe then took it a step further thanks to a route discovered by Tusnek. Further manipulation could be done before the boss fight. It was possible to get another rosary and then a potion from 2 more birds, saving significant time by not having to deal with all the enemies. Unfortunately, this made the boss pattern random once again, as 66 frames aren't lost on the way to the mummies. Weejoey was going for the short whip strategy, and Tusnek was going for the level 3 manipulation. However, SB Dewolfe was going for both, so he had potential to take the time even lower. And over a few months in the middle of 2019, this is what he did.
$11.26. Yes. That's it. New world record, and that's probably an 11.25. Okay.
Mad lad.
Sorry, that wasn't a huge reaction. apparently it is. Oh god. Okay. Sure, little baby.
Oops.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
After
Hell
15
yeah.
years of attempts, after countless tricks, shortcuts, and glitches, after battles for the world record, after heartbreak and eventual success, that's where the world record stands today. This has been the history of Castlevania World Records. Thanks for watching.
Nuts. Man, I love his videos. Oh, it's so good. I think I had stuff I wanted to watch as well. Might as well while we work on this other stuff still. And I'll upload the video after on the YouTube. Epilepsy warning. Sonic Adventure. Battle.
In the early 2000s, one of the largest speedrunning communities out there was for the classic NES game Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! Dozens of players from all over the world competed with each other to set the fastest times they could on each of the 14 fighters, tracked with the in-game timer displayed during and after the fight. It was a thriving community. These guys sent emails back and forth detailing their strategies, posting on old websites like Game FAQs, and kept track of their fastest times using online leaderboards. There was a really fun mix of randomness and skill involved. New strategies for faster times were regularly found, keeping the game fresh and encouraging others to see just what they could discover. For years, Punch-Out! Remained as one of the most popular speedrun communities in the world. But by the mid-2000s, competition slowed down. People kinda just stopped playing the game, and in a matter of months, one of the most played speedruns out there suddenly lost all of its competition, and silently faded into the background while other games took its spot. By 2008, just about nobody was playing the game anymore. But then, in 2010, a player known as Sinister1 became the first player to speedrun the game in years. What he found was a deserted community.
And when?
The game FAQs pages with strategy discussion had been deleted. Was a deserted community. The first player to... But then, in 2010, a player known as Sinister1 became the first player to speedrun the game in years. What he found was a deserted community. The game FAQs pages with strategy discussion had been deleted. Emails sent back and forth had long been forgotten, and pretty much all that remained was a website called Red Tom's Punch-Out!, with a leaderboard that showed what the world record was for each of the 14 fights. Sinister1 was shocked by what he saw here. All 14 records were held by the same guy, a person named Matt Turk. None of them had any videos for proof, and it was hard to even find evidence on how Turk did each of these fights. After finding Matt Turk's email address and talking with him a bit, Sinister realized a couple of things. First, all signs pointed to every single one of these records being legitimate. And second, Matt Turk's skill level was way beyond any other player in the world, and there was pretty much no hope in anybody else beating some of them. At least, that's what he thought. These are the 14 world record times that Matt Turk had achieved by the time Sinister rediscovered the leaderboard. They didn't have video proof to go with them, but especially given when they were performed, that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Hardly anybody was uploading speedruns to the internet in the early 2000s. Turk did, however, write down some of his strategies in detail on Red Tom's Punch-Out site, explaining how he achieved many of his times.
Why does it sound weird? I think it's my A. Hold up.
And how others could do the same. He played the game
It was
for a
on the
decade
wrong
and
setting.
came
God
up
damn
with
it.
so much. In my opinion, it's very likely that he performed all of his times legitimately. But to understand how good they were, we'll have to first understand the basics of the game. Punch-Out mainly involves dodging out of the way of your opponent's punches and hitting them with your own punches courtesy of the fists of Little Mac.
Basically.
Punching your opponent lowers their health bar and can eventually lead to a knockdown. 3 knockdowns in one round is a TKO, which will end the fight. It's also
Technical
possible to
knockout.
KO some fighters, where they don't get up after Mario the referee counts to 10 and the fight ends. So, Turk achieved these 14 times from either TKOing or KOing each fighter. We'll break down how he did them later, but for Sinister 1 to beat or tie most of them seemed out of the question. Thankfully though, 2 of them were world record freebies that anybody watching this could match with a little bit of practice. Glass Joe and Don Flamenco.
Ugh.
Glass Joe is an infamously easy fight, and his world record is infamously easy to attain as well. His strategy simply involved waiting until he did his attack at 40 seconds. A well-timed punch to the face upon him charging forward will knock him down in 42 seconds, where he won't be able to get up and the fight will end at 42.00. Punch-Out runs at 60 frames per second, and there's 2 frames to time this punch for Glass Joe to get knocked down and stay down at 42.00. This world record has been at 42.00 probably ever since the game came out in 1987. The second relatively easy record is on Don Flamenco, the 4th fight in the game, with a strategy discovered by Martin Charlebois in the late 90s.
Got a
To
hot
tie this
tub.
record, Sinister had to punch him, dodge out of the
Suck
way,
up,
then wait and punch Don Flamenco in the face on the last frame before he would block the punch. If he's able to land it in this 60th of a second
Battlefield
window,
2042.
he'll get a star punch, or an uppercut that deals more damage. To Don Flamenco, this punch does enough to automatically knock him down. He gets up, but upon dodging his punch and hitting him in the face 5 times, Don Flamenco goes down again and doesn't get up. It'll be a KO at 14.97 seconds, a world record that has been tied for at least 2 decades.
Logo?
Sinister tied both of those records in early 2010, but after that, it was going to be a lot tougher to knock any down. No more freebies. Now, he had to practice and try to improve his skills at the game.
Oh, dude, I could actually use that. The one where with Will pointing, he's like, he'd be showing
Throughout
like
2010,
Twitch.
Sinister 1 got a lot better at the game and lowered each of his 14 times down, but they still remained comfortably behind Turk's times. Thankfully though, he got some hope later that year. A player known as Adelicott was interested in the Hippo record, which was another one that Turk had reached the theoretical lowest time on, 37.61. To pull it off, however, was another story. King Hippo is a super random fighter. On any punch he throws, he can either open his mouth or not. He has a 3 in 8 chance of opening on any given punch, and you can only hit Hippo when he opens his mouth. He needs to open his mouth 3 times in order for you to deal enough damage to beat him, so to get the fastest time possible, you need Hippo to open his mouth on each of the first 3 times he throws a punch. That's 3/8
That's pure
times
RNG at that
3/8,
point.
or about 5.27%. But that's not all. Half the time, he also does a delay between his second and third punches. To get Turk's time of 37 seconds, he can't do that delay, which cuts the odds in half. So the sheer odds in getting the luck needed for this time were only about 2.64%. The execution was extremely precise as well, because of how the in-game timer works. It ticks faster than a real second, with an in-game second being made up of about 20 individual frames, or a third of a real second. For some reason, the programmers only made certain decimals possible to achieve on each fight: 0.00, 0.25, 0.48, 0.61, 0.82, 0.97, and 0.99. If you end the fight in the first few frames of an in-game second, you get 0.00. In the next few frames, you get 0.25, and so on all the way to 0.99.
You get like a funny
His time
screenshot.
of 37.61 meant he could lose up to 2 frames before actually losing time and getting a 37.82. On average, you have to hit Hippo on either the first or second frame he opens his mouth on each punch. That is some really precise timing. Now keep in mind, even if you're able to execute that precisely, you only have a 1 in 40 chance of getting the correct pattern from Hippo. Sinister One's fastest time was a 37.97, but in October 2010, a Delicate came through and tied Turk's 37.61, which I mentioned before can't go lower at all. What's crazy is that even with all that randomness in execution, that was still considered one of Turk's easier records to match. With that, the Punch-Out community had managed to take down 3 of Turk's times. But these 3 all had something in common. Of Turk's 14 records, it was known that 4 of them were at their theoretical limit and couldn't be beaten, only tied. It had been known for years that you couldn't go under 42.00 on Glass Joe, under 14.97 on Don Flamenco, and under 37.61 on King Hippo, and all 3 of those times stand as the world records even today. But for most of the remaining fights, the limit on how low humans could go was unknown. Turk's times were incredible, but for most of them it was at least theoretically possible to take them a decimal lower. But in order to do that, you would need to either beat Turk's execution or get better luck, or both.
It's a
Enter
good
Mr. Sandman.
picture. Alright, I'm taking a screenshot of this.
Turk's Sandman time was 220.00, the slowest of all 14 fights, but that doesn't mean it was his worst. You can't get star punches on Mr. Sandman to deal damage quickly, so even beating him in the first round is hard. We'll get into the actual strategy behind this fight soon, but in 2010, Sinister One was able to tie Turk's 220. It seemed like it was just another Turk time down, but then Turk actually responded and beat Sinister's time with a claimed 219.48, once again with no video. Sinister would get a 219.97 that wasn't recorded, but he couldn't compete against the 219.48.
Why does he keep doing that?
So Turk was back on top.
Just happened.
The Punch-Out community had managed to take down 3 of Turk's times, but these 3 all had something in common. Of Turk's 14 records, it was known that 4 of them were at their theoretical limit and couldn't be beaten, only tied. It had been known for years that you couldn't go under 42.00 on Glass Joe, under 14.97 on Don Flamenco, and under 37.61 on King Hippo, and all 3 of those times stand as the world records even today. But for most of the remaining fights, the limit on how low humans could go was unknown. Turk's times were incredible, but for most of them it was at least theoretically
You can still tie with him, I
possible to
guess,
take them
right?
a decimal lower. But in order to do that, you would need to either beat Turk's execution or get better luck, or both. Enter Mr. Sandman. Turk's Sandman time was 220.00, the slowest of all 14 fights, but that doesn't mean it was his worst. You can't get star punches on Mr. Sandman to deal damage quickly, so even beating him in the first round is hard. We'll get into the actual strategy behind this fight soon, but in 2010, Sinister One was able to tie Turk's 220. It seemed like it was just another Turk time down, but then Turk actually responded and beat Sinister's time with a claimed 219.48, once again with no video. Sinister would get a 219.97 that wasn't recorded, but he couldn't compete against the 219.48. So Turk was back on top, and his time once again stood unrivaled. Until a guy named Zallard1 got his hands on the game.
Yes, dude! Holy shit! What?
Zallard began playing Mike Tyson's Punch-Out seriously in early 2013. One fight
Wild.
he gravitated to early on was none other than Mr. Sandman. This fight from July 2013 shows his strategy to beat Mr. Sandman quickly. Fights in Punch-Out can be broken down into phases, with Phase 1 being up until the boxer's first knockdown, Phase 2 being until the second knockdown, and Phase 3 being until the TKO. The first phase of the fight involves dodging out of the way of Sandman's rolling jabs and hitting him in the face. You also get hit a couple of times on purpose, and you'll see why later. There's two 50-50 random delays Sandman could do, and he did one of them, leading to a 120 first knockdown. Phase 2 involved hitting Sandman a bit more, then a random delay from Sandman before his Dreamland Express pattern. 3 extremely quick uppercuts that you have to avoid getting hit by. Zallard got the shortest delay from Mr. Sandman and then pressed left up, and left up really quickly in sequence to dodge the Dreamland Express. This allowed him to hit Mr. Sandman in the gut 18 times in a row to deal damage extremely quickly and send him down for a second time. Now here's where getting hit comes into play. It turns out that Mr. Sandman is programmed to do another Dreamland Express pattern if Little Matt gets knocked down at 159 or later into the fight. So a player named Jack Wedge figured out that by pressing select before the fight to lower your health to half, taking damage early in the fight and then getting knocked down on purpose after Sandman's second knockdown, you can end the fight quickly after he does a second Dreamland Express.
Yes. Fuck yes, dude. Oh my god.
How you figure that out?
Holy shit. What the fuck? Oh my god. I can't believe that.
This time from Zallard tied Sinister's 219, but he could still save a second in phase 1 by not getting the random delay that Sandman gave him. But adding all that luck up across all 3 phases got crazy. He needed neither of Sandman's phase 1 delays, the shortest delay for the first Dreamland Express, then a good health refill from Mr. Sandman for phase 3, and the short delay for his last Dreamland Express. That put the odds at 2.34%. But even once Zallard got all of that luck, he also needed to just not mess up.
Yes! Oh my god. What is it? What is it? What is it? Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. I did it. I actually, this is it.
Mad
I
lad.
beat a Matt Turk time.
At long last, one of Turk's times had actually been beaten. Zallard 1 was the guy to do it, and his time was celebrated across the Punch-Out community. It broke new ground, and made Turk seem not invincible for the first time since Sinister came onto the scene in 2010. It had taken 3 years for anybody to officially beat any of Turk's records. 4 times down, but Turk still had 10 records all to himself. One of Turk's finest times was his Piston Honda 2 record, 50.97. This time was remarkably close to the tool-assisted record for Honda 2, which was 50.25 seconds. A tool-assisted speedrun, or TAS, can create a theoretically perfect time by using save states, slowing down time, and even going frame by frame to enter inputs. 50.25 wasn't a real speedrun, but a demonstration of the fastest time possible, and Turk was just frames away from matching it. He was able to get it by doing guard manipulation, where you can fuse Piston Honda by tapping and releasing up at strategic points to move his guard around so he can't block max punches.
14.
It's extremely difficult, and at one point requires a frame-perfect punch to the face while his guard is in a moment of weakness. Matt Turk's time mirrored the theoretical tool-assisted time, probably just losing a bit of time from losing frames from imperfect execution. Needless to say, beating Turk's Honda 2 time was nearly impossible, so it stood unrivaled with all of his other records. Meanwhile, in the years following Sinister 1's initial Punch-Out grind, he had focused much of his efforts playing single segment, where you play the game from start to finish and add up your times in each of the 14 fights. He streamed his attempts live on his Twitch channel, and people had gotten used to him speedrunning the full game. But then one day in August 2013, he just started up a stream of Piston Honda 2 world record attempts. Keep in mind, Turk's record is 50.97, and it was impossible to go under 50.25, so there wasn't much room to get a world record. At least, that's what everybody thought.
That's it. That's it. That's it. I just beat
How?
Taz. Oh my god, I'm holding start so hard right now. I'm holding
start more than I've ever held it in my life. Yes! Fuck yes! Fuck yes! Fuck yes! I just beat the Taz! I just beat the motherfucking Taz! Oh my god! It's gonna be a low 48. 48 flat. Oh my god, dude.
Wow.
Oh my god.
What?
I can't believe this is real.
He had just beaten the
48
theoretically
flat.
perfect tool-assisted speedrun by more than 2 seconds. Sinister had just pulled off a fight with his own 2 hands faster than anybody had been able to even theoretically figure out with an emulator. What had just happened? Well, unknown to everyone watching his stream, a few days prior, someone had figured out how to beat that theoretical Piston Honda 2 record. His name was McHazard, and after discovering it, he privately messaged Sinister One to tell him about his findings. The main issue with the old tool-assisted time was here in Phase 2, where he had to wait a long time before throwing a star punch. Honda normally starts dodging any star punches you throw at him after the third one, but if you wait to throw it until he's doing his appropriately named eyebrow pattern, it'll land and deal damage. So, the tool-assisted record had to stand still and wait until the eyebrow pattern began. McHazard figured out a way around that. He discovered that Piston Honda 2 has a bizarre mechanic that few other fighters in the game have: max damage uppercuts. When Honda's guard is down, you can press up and start to throw a star punch uppercut, then let go of up when Honda brings his gloves up. For whatever reason, if performed correctly, then not only can Honda not dodge this punch, but it also deals more damage than a normal star punch.
What?
So, Sinister simply implemented this max damage star punch when he would normally be waiting for the eyebrow pattern in Phase 2, and sent him down about 5 seconds faster than
So he
normal.
just figured a way so he
Over
doesn't
the
dodge
following
the
months,
max punch.
McHazard would broaden his search for faster strategies to all 14 fights, and ultimately made a new, faster tool-assisted speedrun of the entire game. It featured improvements to 8 of the 14 fights, meaning 8 fights now had new theoretical load times that humans could try to get closer to. For the past few years, the only times of Turk that had been toppled were ones that were already theoretically perfect, or ones that were more obviously imperfect like Mr. Sandman. But with this new tool-assisted speedrun, the horizon expanded so much. McHazard had completely changed the playing field. It was time to see what else these players could do. The next big push to beat Matt Turk's times came during 1 week in April 2014, where 3 of Turk's records were about to go down. It's here we see just how important McHazard's task was going to be. Coincidentally though, the first one had nothing to do with his tasks. I mentioned before there was a 4th record Turk had set that was at its theoretical limit. That fight was Great Tiger, with his time of 47.48. Remember how Don Flamenco has that frame-perfect punch to get a star? Well, Great Tiger has 4 of them. After punching Tiger in the face, you dodge out of the way of his jab, then wait until the last frame before he would block and punch him in the face. If you hit the perfect frame, then you get a star punch, before having to repeat this process 3 more times in the first phase. Thankfully, phases 2 and 3 are free. Great Tiger gets up on a 1 count twice, which means a single star punch from Little Mac will send him down automatically. There's no randomness in this fight, and thanks to a couple of timing strategies Zalor discovered to time a couple of the punches late in phase 1, the only difficult part of the fight is the 4 face punches. But keep in mind, you have a 60th of a second to time each of them. Someone just had to grind the fight out until they got the 4 frame perfect punches, and on April 5th, Zalor was able to pull it off. He got a 47.48, tying Matt Turk and the theoretical perfect time. Meanwhile, Sinister One was working on his own project. Matt Turk's Piston Honda 1 time of 42.97 was a bit of a mystery, since it was one of very few fights where he didn't reveal his strategy. However, thanks to McHazard's new tasks, Sinister was able to come up with an even better one. Phase 1 was a variation of a strategy Sinister had discovered years prior, using heavy guard manipulation to sneak in punches all over and get stars. Key parts to this phase included landing a gut punch at the start with a 3-frame timing window, sneaking in an extra gut punch toward the end of the phase that had a 25% chance of going through, then not getting blocked at all on the last 3 face punches, which is about 50%. Honda gets up on a 1 count for Phase 2, so a single Star Punch was enough to send him down right away. At the start of Phase 3, Sinister would do a max damage Star Punch similar to the ones McHazard found on Piston Honda 2, then hit him in the face and do a couple of Star Punches. With a good health refill from Honda, it would be enough to get a low 42 second time and beat Matt Turk by just a little bit. The odds in getting this fight were under 5% from randomness alone, not taking into account the rather difficult execution. Nonetheless, Sinister very quickly got a run to Phase 3, but unfortunately the bad refill from Honda meant he had to delay a couple of Star Punches and get a 43 instead of a 42.
Fuck. I got the bad refill. Yeah, 43 flat. God damn it.
Damn.
I got the bad refill, guys. Got the bad refill.
Sinister was getting really close. He was now just 0.03 of a second away from taking another Turk time down. All he needed was to get that good refill in Phase 3. But then, quite literally out of nowhere, this happened.
Shouldn't I just quit right now? While I'm ahead? No, fuck that. Let's do the Von Kaiser IL strat. See if I can do it again. There we go. Holy fucking shit, dude. I think I just did it. Oh my god. What is happening? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god.
35!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, dude.
What?
Oh my god.
35.97?
How?
How indeed.
If you recall from before, 35.97 matched Turk's Von Kaiser time. Where did that come from? Well, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out has no level select, and you aren't allowed to use save states to get to whichever fight you want. There is a password system, but passwords only exist for a handful of the 14 fights. So the fastest way to get to Piston Honda was to start a new game and beat both Glass Joe and Von Kaiser before getting your one shot at Piston Honda. If it didn't work, you'd have to lose intentionally and then beat Von Kaiser again just to get another shot.
Damn.
Sinister randomly decided to go for this newly discovered Phase 1 strategy that McHazard had found, and it happened to pay off. It involved precisely tapping up at certain moments to manipulate Von Kaiser's guard up so that all of the punches went through. He also had to get a random 50-50 star in Phase 2, and very precisely duck under a punch in Phase 1 and Phase 3 by double tapping down. He also had to time the first punch of Phase 2 on the first frame possible. In order to get a 35.97, he had to lose no more than a handful of frames across all of those locations. And on literally his first attempt after getting the Phase 1 strat to work, he got all of that. It was incredible. And a couple of days after that, Sinister was able to get his good refill on Honda 1.
This is it. This is it. This is it. This is it. Rip, Turk, you are done. I got the 42. Fuck yeah. 0.2 baby. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Get hype.
And with that, over the course of 4 days, thanks to the combined efforts of Sinister, Zallard, and McHazard, 3 of Turk's times went down. But of course, Matt Turk still held 6 untied records, and the more they played, the more these 6 times seemed ridiculously impressive. Keep in mind that some of the game's top players have been trying for 4 years now, and they were only able to match or beat about half of them. Let's take a look at Turk's Don Flamenco 2 time, 123.97. This one was a bit of a unique case. Skill-wise, it was actually one of the easiest times in the game, but luck-wise, it was absolutely brutal. See, the way Don 2 works is whenever he's about to throw a punch, you can hit him while he's winding up either in the gut or in the face. On the first punch you throw, and every 7th punch after that, you'll get a guaranteed star. On every punch between, as long as you're holding a star, you have a 1 in 16 chance in getting another star. And believe me, that is horrible from a speedrunning perspective. For example, you can theoretically get 3 random stars in a row on Dawn 2, which would be great, but your odds in that are 1 in 4,096.
Jesus.
His health refill in Phase 2 is also random. There's a 1 in 8 chance he gives the lowest health refill, a 3 in 8 chance he gives a middle refill, and a 4 in 8 chance he gives the bad refill. If you press select before the fight to lower your health to half, as speedrunners often do on this fight, that also makes his Phase 3 refill random, with just a 1 in 8 chance he gets up with the smallest amount of health. Why the programmers made Dawn 2 like this is unknown. It's not like anybody would pay attention to these random stars or refills when casually playing the game. But it leads to some pretty ridiculous fights if you get the luck. The tool-assisted speedrun of Dawn 2 gets 5 random stars and both of the low 1 in 8 refills, achieving a time of under a minute. The odds of getting those stars and refills is about 1 in 6.7 million.
He's played 6 million times, you know?
Much slower, but Punch-Out players worked out that beating it still required odds of about 1 in 176. They would need a random star from one of the first 2 opportunities, then the middle 3 in 8 refill in Phase 2, then finally the 1 in 8 low refill in Phase 3. Someone just had to grind it out. And the guy who did it was a fairly unknown Punch-Out runner named Canana.
No way. Someone actually grinded it?
Speedrunning The Legend of Zelda. But he had also done some work in Punch-Out, and for some reason he gravitated toward fighting Dawn 2. And on May 28th, 2014, after hundreds of attempts, he got all of the luck to align.
Oh yeah. There we go. There we go. Hey, beat Dawn 2.
He had only beaten Turk by 1 decimal, but that didn't matter. Dawn 2 was done, and another of Turk's times had fallen.
Damn.
Matt Turk still had 5 times left. These remaining times had each stood unbeaten for more than half a decade. In that same length of time, the Ocarina of Time record had been lowered by 55 minutes, Super Metroid had been lowered by 5 minutes, and Super Mario Bros. Had been lowered by, well, 2 seconds. But the fact that even serious efforts from several of the world's top Punch-Out players hadn't been able to break these 5 times was just extraordinary. One of the most brutal times remaining was Turk's Bald Bull 1 fight. It featured a combination of crazy luck, really precise timings, and the need for persistence. Turk said it took him over 1,000 attempts to achieve this time. Keep in mind, to get an attempt at Bald Bull, you have to put in the password for Don Flamenco 1, then beat him, King Hippo, and Great Tiger. So, it took him a really long time to get his 58.99. The way he did it was by simply attempting to replicate the tool-assisted fight as closely as he could, and it was a brutal strategy indeed. It involved needing 3 random 50-50 stars throughout the fight, 2 specific patterns from Bald Bull, and numerous frame-perfect or close-to-frame-perfect punches throughout. The odds worked out to just a 2.3% chance, or about 1 in 43. There's actually been some confusion over what Turk's exact time was, initially being reported as a 57.99, but years later being changed to a 58.99. But regardless, this time just seemed brutal to beat. And then McHazard came along and changed everything. In his tool-assisted speedrun, one of the 8 fights that McHazard improved was Bald Bull 1. And a few months later, Zallard used it to do attempts to beat Turk's 58.99. McHazard's Phase 1 was discovered by Martin Charlebois 15 years before his task came out. It involved alternating face punches to get stars and using star punches into his rolling jabs. It was easy, it had no randomness, and it always got Bull down at 17 seconds with 1 star. Phase 2 was a bit tougher. You need a 50-50 random star at the start of the phase, then land a 2-frame punch just as Bull is lowering his guard and get another random star just after. You then need a 25% pattern where Bull throws more rolling jabs and can send him down with 3 stars.
Okay.
For Phase 3, Zallard used a slightly safer version of McHazard's fight. To pull it off, you need the 75% pattern without rolling jabs.
Let's
then,
get
depending on his
a
pattern after, potentially need to land a
good
frame-perfect star punch after
screenshot.
that. That's a 1/60th of a second window to time it. Across all 3 phases, That works out to odds of about 1 in 21, about twice as good as Turk's fight, and the execution was a bit easier too. So, Zallard set out to improve Turk's time, and on June 22nd, 2014, he came through and got a 57.00, beating Turk by nearly a full second. Keep in mind though, McHazard's task time was 55.25, so although Turk was off of his task by about 0.15, Zallard was slower than his by almost 2 full seconds. That's how much McHazard's strat was able to help. For Bald Bolt 2, it was once again McHazard to the rescue. Turk achieved his time of 121.82 by landing extremely random punches called bulldozers. When Bull's guard is down, if you hit him in the face but let go of up while the punch is going off, it's possible the punch will get through his guard and hit him for a star. Problem is, when I say possible, I mean it has a 1 in 16 chance of actually going through.
It's better than like
it was
a million.
possible to beat Matt Turk's time using 2 bulldozers and getting a specific pattern from Bull after, but the odds in it were over 1 in 1,000.
Oh.
So McHazard found a way around it. When Bull's guard is up, he found you can punch him in the gut and tap up while the punch is going off to potentially sneak the punch through his guard. It was called a misdirected gut punch, and you could do it whenever you'd normally do a bulldozer. And rather than a 1 in 16 chance in going through, the misdirected gut punch had a 1 in 4 chance.
That's not
so
bad.
instead of odds of over 1 in 1,000 of beating Turk's time, the odds were only about 1 in 64.
Still a lot.
That was enough to get Sinister to start grinding to beat it. The execution wasn't too hard. The 2 rolling jab counters at the start were the hardest part, and they each had a 3-frame window. On July 5th, 2014, Sinister One took down Matt Turk's 11th world record.
Wow. World record. World fucking record, dude. Yes. Fuck yes. 120.
Wow.
Thanks to McHazard, both of the Bald Bull records went down in the span of about 2 weeks. Matt
3
Turk
more to
now
go.
only had 3 untied records to his name: Soda Popinski, Super Macho Man, and Mike Tyson. These 3 records had stood the test of time. These 3 records had stood through thousands of attempts from top players in the world. These 3 records stood head and shoulders above each of the other 11 records Matt Turk had set. To see why, let's take a look at that Super Macho Man time, 48.82. So, the good news about this fight. There's a password that you can put in that sends you straight there. That made it so you could do a lot of attempts really quickly.
That's good.
The bad news. The execution was really hard, and the luck needed was the worst of all 14 fights. Let's break it down. Macho's usual pattern is to throw 5 punches before standing still for a while in the build up to his mini spin pattern, where he spins around quickly and tries to punch you. For the first 5 punches of the fight, the first, second, fourth, and fifth punches all need to be uppercuts for Turk's strategy to work. So, Turk's strategy was to raise his guard and punch him in the gut, then intercept his first uppercut with a punch to the face before he ducks down. His second uppercut is then taken care of by raising Macho's guard to hit him in the gut again, then hitting him in the face before he ducks down. Punches 3, 4, and 5 are cancelled before you can throw them by hitting him in the gut. Then Macho stands still for his mini spin pattern. Turk unleashed a barrage of max damage star punches and punches to the face and gut, all while moving his guard around by pressing and releasing the up button at strategic times. In order to get all the punches in needed to knock him down, Macho needs to stand still for as long as possible, which is only about a 1 in 4 chance. So, altogether, not counting attempts missed for execution, there was just a 1 in 34 chance of getting out of the first phase of the fight. For phase 2, Macho once again needs to stand still long enough to sneak in enough punches and uppercuts, and 3 stars need to be in your inventory by the time Macho backs up. That bumps the odds up to just over 1 in 90. The execution on sneaking each punch in also needs to be tight enough for the clock to not roll over to 37 seconds before beginning a spin pattern. And to give you an idea of how hard that execution is, these are the inputs that need to be done to sneak in all of those hits.
What?
Macho's guard is in transition, so you begin the phase by pressing up and B to throw a face punch but must release up while the punch is being thrown so Macho doesn't raise his guard to block it. Then, The uppercut is done by pressing up and start but releasing up right after Macho brings his guard up so it does max damage. Then, a technique Turk invented called the Dizzy Destroyer is performed. You tap up, then immediately release it and throw a gut punch, then press up and B to throw a face punch but let go of up while the punch is going off so Macho lowers his guard and the punch can hit his face. Finally, one more gut punch is snuck in by tapping up to bring Macho's guard up, then pressing B to throw the gut. That's a lot of inputs, and it's all performed right here at the start of Phase 2. Then, Macho backs up to go into his spin pattern. In Macho's spin pattern, he spins around between 3 and 8 times before stopping for you to land your star punch. The clock stays frozen this whole time, but in order to throw your star punch fast enough, you need to know when he stops instead of doing another dodge. The two ways to do this were, 1. To listen for the last spin punch, which is slightly higher pitched than all the rest. Or 2. Stare at the clock, and then as soon as it starts moving again, throw the star punch. Phase 3 is a repeat of Phase 2, except instead of needing the long delay before a spin pattern, you need the short delay, since Macho gets up with less health the second time and doesn't need to be hit as much. That pushes the odds to about 1 in 181 in getting the luck needed to beat Macho in 48 seconds like Turk did, not to mention the precise, tight, and essentially flawless execution needed the whole way through. So we're looking at odds of about 0.5%, and execution harder than just about any fight in the game. Who would be crazy enough to try to top that? Well, Zallard won, of course.
And he gets up.
Nutty.
I'm
Crazy.
like, okay, star punch.
Wild.
And he's just like, nope.
In the middle of 2014, Zallard began doing attempts to beat Turk's 48.82. He was a veteran of the game at this point, so he saw results very quickly, getting times of 50 and 49 in July and August, respectively. These fights both lost time in Phase 2 because the clock ticked over to 37 before the spin pattern, meaning his execution was a little too slow. But hundreds of attempts later, that 48 was still untouchable. Zallard realized that tying Turk's time would be hard enough, but actually getting under a decimal of 0.82 was going to be essentially impossible unless he added in something that Turk didn't do. So that's what he decided to do. He would assume that Macho would stop spinning on the third spin punch of Phase 3, allowing him to throw
Okay,
the
that's it
uppercut
for
faster since
Premiere.
he didn't have to wait for the audio or visual cue. This didn't guarantee a time under 0.82, but it at least gave him a better shot. Unfortunately, it made the luck needed even worse. Macho has just a 5 in 16 chance of stopping on the third spin punch, so the odds of the entire fight were now over 1 in 500. Zallard streamed some of his attempts to beat Turk's time, but most of the attempts just looked like this. This 48.82 was legendary. Zallard threw attempt after attempt at Macho, but it wasn't happening. He had to hit punch after punch, be precise in every location, and wait for 1 in 500 odds. It didn't look like it was happening. And then, Zallard got this attempt past Phase 1.
Okay. Oh my god, at 25 with a star? That's fucking crazy. Fuck. Okay. Because I got that 25, that saved it. Yes! Holy shit, dude! Oh my god, please. Tie it, tie it. Tie it.
As he sat there waiting for the time, he was praying that it was fast enough to tie Turk's .82. But he knew there was a slim chance he had gone even faster and gotten a .61. All he could do now was wait for the fade out and see the blue screen.
Holy shit! Oh my god! It's over! It's fucking over! You gotta be kidding me!
A 48.48. Turk's time wasn't tied. It wasn't edged out. It was thoroughly beaten by Zallard 1. 1 in 500 odds were defied, and Matt Turk now only had 2 untied records to his name. This
How you gonna beat
213
that
on
Mike Tyson?
was, by a long shot, the hardest fight to pull off out of all 14. On Don Flamenco 1, Turk hit a frame-perfect punch. On Great Tiger, Turk had to land 4 frame-perfect punches. To get his 213 Tyson, Turk had to land 20 frame-perfect punches. Tyson's pattern is to throw uppercuts for the first minute and a half of the fight. You can hit him twice after each one. The first one deals 5 damage as long as it's from the same side of the screen that Tyson threw from, and the second one normally deals 1 damage no matter what. However, if you delay this second punch to the last frame before he would block it, it deals 5 damage instead of 1. That's a frame-perfect punch. You have a 60th of a second to time it. And for the first phase of the fight, literally all you're doing is landing frame-perfect punch after frame-perfect punch. Tyson begins the fight with 96 health. Since he could deal 10 damage on each punch Tyson throws, that means Tyson must throw 10 punches for you to be able to send him down the first time, and you need to be frame perfect on 9 of them to get an optimal first knockdown. Even if you hit the 9 frame perfect punches though, Tyson's pattern largely determines what time you get. He can randomly delay for an in-game second between certain punches, or potentially even do a long delay called the 8-second delay, which immediately kills an attempt. In Turk's 213, he got a pattern from Tyson where he flat out didn't delay at all, a pattern that was only about 3.5% likely and led to a first knockdown time of 54 seconds. For the second phase, he gets up with 56 health. That means 6 punches from Tyson, and you need to be frame perfect on 5 of them. Tyson could give random delays here too, so what's important is that you get Tyson to throw that 6th uppercut before he switches his pattern from uppercuts to hooks at 130. As long as the uppercut comes out before 130, it's all good, even if the knockdown comes a few seconds later since you have to punch him down. Turk got 1 delay from Tyson in phase 2, but thanks to his perfect phase 1, it led to a blazing fast 128 second knockdown. In phase 3, Tyson switches to throwing hooks. If you wait to the last 60th of a second before hitting him after he throws a hook, that single punch will deal 5 damage. If you're early, you'll have to punch him twice for 4 damage total, and if you're late, you'll get blocked and deal no damage. These frame-perfect punches are generally regarded as tougher to hit than the uppercut ones. Tyson gets up with 40 health for phase 3, so 8 frame-perfect punches would be a perfect phase 3. Turk hit 6 frame-perfect punches and got a bit of a slow pattern from Tyson, but it was enough to set a world record of 213. This 213 stood apart from his other records in a way. Its legacy reached far past his other 13 times, and for years it was just this impossibly fast time that the top players couldn't even get close to. Not only did it land 20 frame-perfect punches, but the pattern he got from Tyson was just ridiculous. He achieved this time in December 2007, with knockdown times of 54, 128, and 213. As of mid-2014, nobody else had ever gotten under 55 for the first knockdown or 129 for the second knockdown. Turk not only was able to get that 54 and 128, but then capitalized on it in phase 3 and played almost perfectly. Of course, other top players fought Tyson years later, but their best efforts came up short. In February 2011, Sinister One set his long-standing personal best of 219. He got a second knockdown of 132 thanks to a slower Tyson pattern, and then hit 4 frame-perfect hits in phase 3 to end up with his time. For years, that was the fastest time with video. Then, in April 2014, Zallard got a 217 with a 133 second knockdown. 6 frame-perfect hits in phase 3 led to the fast time. But still, Turk's time from 7 years prior was 4 seconds faster. They couldn't touch it. It stood alone. But then, in July 2014, Sinister One decided he was going to try to do it. Nearly all of Turk's records had fallen by that point, but his 213 was still standing. Sinister had 2 viable paths to beating it. The first was the long shot, where he would get the second knockdown by 133, which didn't require too much luck, then hit all 8 frame-perfect hits in Phase 3. Hitting all 8 frame-perfect hooks in Phase 3 could save 5 or more seconds over Turk's Phase 3, meaning his Phase 3 pattern essentially didn't matter. Hitting all 8 frame-perfect hits guaranteed he'd beat Turk, and could potentially beat him by several seconds. But of course, hitting all 8 was ridiculously hard, and had only been done a handful of times in the game's history over several years. So, he had another plan. The second method was what Sinister was aiming for. Getting a first knockdown closer to 130, then getting a better pattern from Tyson in Phase 3 and hitting 6 or 7 frame perfects like Turk did. He essentially just had to match Turk's execution, then get better luck at the end of the fight, and would end up with a time like 211 or 212. Sinister's personal best was a 219. Over the course of a few months in 2014, he put in thousands of attempts to beat Turk and get a 212 on Tyson. Here's how it went.
Whoa, 218. I got a PB. Yay, PB. Wow, 216, dude. Holy shit. I just beat Zallard. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, that was almost a 54. Yes! Yes, dude. Oh my god. PB. Alright, at least I got a PB. Holy crap, man. Yes! I tied Turk at least, baby. I tied him. I tied him. I tied him. I tied him. I tied him.
Sinister had tied Turk's legendary 213, but he wasn't satisfied. He didn't want to match Turk, he wanted to beat him. It was 212 or bust. On September 6th, 2014, the Punch-Out community woke up to this. A 210, not a 212, achieved by Zallard, not Sinister. While all eyes were on Sinister, Zallard had quietly been doing attempts in the background. His personal best was a 216, 3 seconds behind Sinister, but on one magical attempt, he dropped it by 6 seconds after landing all 8 frame-perfect hits off the 132. It was the first time Zallard had ever hit all 8 in Phase 3. The 213 was done. Zallard was the new Tyson champion. And Turk only had one untied record to his name. Soda Popinski in 46.48. What was it about this fight that made it stand so long? Why did it outlast Dawn 2 with his absurd random stars? Why did it outlast Macho with the 1 in 500 pattern for the 48? Why did it outlast the 20 frame perfect punches on Mike Tyson? The answer was actually pretty simple. Nobody had any idea how Turk did it. Yeah, while Sinister and Zallard were spending months trying to beat each of Turk's 14 records, this one always just stood in the background. It was like a bad itch they just couldn't scratch. For all of the other 13 records, they at least had a path to beating them. They knew what he did and they knew how they could improve over it. For Soda Popinski, they had no idea. And since there was no video to go with it, they actually thought it could be a bonus time.
Hold up.
Let's look at the
You
fight
take a
itself.
freaking green screen
Beating
shot.
Soda fast takes advantage of a bizarre glitch-like mechanic. When Soda throws an uppercut, if you press down to block or duck, Soda freezes in place. You're free to hit him in the gut when he does, and the star you get from that punch will automatically knock him down no matter what. So you just do that once in each phase to beat him very quickly. Soda is also very random. He always starts each phase with 2 hooks, but then he only has a 75% chance of doing the uppercut pattern you need to beat him quickly. He He can also randomly delay before the uppercut, with only a 25% chance he does the shortest delay. So you'd counter each of Soda's first 2 hooks, then duck and hope Soda does the fastest uppercut, freeze him in place to get the star, then cancel his next uppercut and use the star to send him down. And if you did that in each phase, your time would be 49 seconds, 3 seconds behind Turk.
Some Sarada? Yo, how are you doing?
Force a faster pattern.
Hope you're doing well.
46 was just too fast.
We're just
And
watching
long after each of
some
Turk's other 13 records
YouTube while
this one
editing
stood
thumbnail.
And stood and stood.
Ugh.
And then McHazard came to the rescue.
Also, thank you for the follow earlier.
Ballard was
I
very
noticed.
interested in finally taking Turk's last time down, so he asked McHazard for some help.
Thumbnail for
figuring it
our
out.
podcast.
McHazard
We have a
pointed out that there were
podcast.
aspects of the tool-assisted speedrun for Soda that could probably be utilized in a real-time run. Namely, getting the frozen punch for a star quicker. The old process was holding down, then waiting for his uppercut, then having him freeze and punch him in the gut. With McHazard's method, you could press down, then assume he does the shortest delay and press B to gut
A
punch.
podcast?
Then press down
Yeah.
while the punch is
We
going
have a
out to freeze him in place.
podcast.
This works to get the start
Champ.
just the same, and it
We
saves
got
about
a
2 seconds, meaning phases can potentially be just
podcast. Wieners in podcast, exactly, podcast. You alone? No. With a buddy. Three buddies. Wienersinspace.com. I hope I spelled that right. Yes, there we are. Just a couple of wieners known as Livewire, Xana, and Squirrel Man. We discuss movies, dank, and memes every week and games. We should have the YouTube here. Yeah, neat little podcast.
He was out for Christmas Day.
Interesting.
He was
COVID. Wieners. We just finished recording episode 8. Well, we do live stream and we record it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of the Wieners in Space podcast. How you doing, boys?
I'm here.
We're here.
You're here.
We're here.
You survived.
Talk about random stuff. Brutal. I mean, I'm used to playing games on like 30 FPS and stuff like that, but if you're suffering from success.
Yeah, suffering
from success.
Talking about Final Fantasy VII's poor PC port. Final Fantasy 14 suffering from success.
With all the, Activision Blizzard stuff.
Talked about buying digital bricks. Want to buy a digital brick? But yeah, it's neat. Little podcast. I made the background, made the set all in Blender or whatever.
Okay, and then exported it and then made it bigger. So it was just a pixelated version of us.
Yeah, it was just super compressed looking JPEG.
Yeah,
That's
it
all
wasn't
it was.
Even
But yeah, that's it. That's our podcast. Episode 7 was 2 weeks ago, and then episode 8 this week. Working on the thumbnail right now.
15 to 16 seconds long. And as it turns out, this is likely the method Turk used to get his time. The problem was,
Working on the
even with this
thumbnail.
strategy, beating Turk's time would be incredibly tough.
So
You
I like
need
doing
both
weird,
uppercuts and
funny
the shortest delay
thumbnails.
for each phase of the fight.
Yeah.
Which works out to odds of 1 in 151.
Good luck, thank you. I hope you're having a wonderful day and or night. It's daytime, right? Morning? It should be nighttime. No, nighttime. 6 p.m., right?
Turk's time of
5 a.m. here.
46.48 was very optimized for this strategy, meaning his execution was probably really tight. But at least Sallard had a strategy now. On January 24th, 2015, he did attempts on Soda, With low
Time zones be
expectations,
wild.
and 1 in 151
6
odds.
p.m.
But on attempt number 8, he was able to
Time
get
zones
out
be wild. Time zones be wild. It's getting cold. I need to get a blanket. It's cold.
Now we just need 2 more in a row. Oh shit. Okay. Alright,
What time is it where you are? It is the opposite. The opposite minus an hour, so 5 a.m. Dude, wild, he beat the freaking world record. What?
Alright. Okay,
5 a.m. 5 a.m.
By some miracle, it
Holy.
had taken Zallard just 8 attempts to get 1 in 150 odds. But this
5
time fell short
a.m.
of
5
2
a.m.
attempts.
We also have a
And as Zallard kept playing, he
karaoke bar. New little Twitch goal. You spend any Twitch redeem and it'll bring up the bar.
Keep calm and drink water. He had reached a dead end.
Alright, keep
But
calm
just a
and drink
few
some
days
water.
later, someone found something huge. His name was Jack Wedge, and he had played the game alongside Turk more than a decade prior, at one point holding the Bald Bull 1.
And redeem posture check. Oh, but I was slouching.
Strategy he had just discovered. The screwdriver. After canceling Soda's first
my
two
god.
hits,
Yeah.
you could hold down a right dodge, then press B and then down to hit him in the gut right as Matt comes back to the center. This
You have a
right
bunch.
dodge wasted the exact
A
number
bunch
of
of
frames so that
redeems.
Gut Punch hit Soda on the first
I try to
frame
put
of
as
the strategy,
cheap as I can.
guaranteeing the
But then
fastest
people
finish
just
possible.
have a bunch. No
With
slouching.
this, Zallard knew he had a legitimate shot at beating Turk.
No
He did more attempts
slouching.
to see what he could get. And on January 29th, 2015, he got this.
oh fuck.
I'm working on little. Can't as long as I'm here. We're gonna little thumbnail.
Oh
I
my god.
made all our random
Is
thumbnails
that it? Is that it?
in the past.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
When Sinister 1 started to run this game in 2010,
Gotta be as
he had
clickbaity
no
as
idea what
possible,
was in store
right?
for the future. Matt Turk's records were just too good. To quote himself, they had little to no chance at even sniffing some of those times. Instead, over the next
I'm trying
5
to get
years,
ideas because
this is
I
what
like
he
making it
accomplished.
like topical,
That's it.
for, like
That's
what
it.
we're
That's
talking
it.
about.
I just beat the fucking Taz. Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god, dude. This is it. This is it. This
What's going
is it.
on?
This is
Why
it.
is there a cut on
World
him?
record. World
Oh, that's on
fucking
me.
record, dude. Yes.
True, yeah, true. Gotta be clickbaity as possible, you know? Freaking, like, what's that? Blurred NFT monkey.
No fucking way. Yes! Holy shit, it's fucking done. It's fucking done. Dude. Yes! Yes!
Blurred NFT monkey.
Yes!
Game of the year. I made it so it looks like Far Cry 6 is
Yes!
game of the year.
Fuck yes.
That's
It's
good.
over, dude.
Fun.
That's it. That is it.
Will made an interesting face here, so like he's gotta be reacting to something. I don't know what, like Twitch streamers or something. This week we talked about Battlefield 2042 subreddit is super toxic, and don't go harassing and insulting developers. I don't get it. I don't get it. Why are gamers freaking just because your game is like okay broke and it's not what you expected, it was rushed, etc. Don't go freaking harassing developers. Like it's so childish.
Sinister 1 and Zallard 1.
Don't go sending death threats and stuff. Like the global director of EA was like, we understand you guys are upset and everything, but we still had to rest during holidays, and everyone was upset. People were upset the fact that they had to take a break on holidays. I'm like, come on.
Take a look at how today's records chalk up.
How long have you been streaming? In general, or this entire like uptime? You mean? almost 3 hours. Our podcast started 12 a.m. EST, so 1 p.m. your time. I mean, like, in general, 2017, 2016? Let's say 2017. 3 hours. 3 hours. 3 hours of just been watching freaking speedrunning videos. He just slept. Oh, but in general, I've had 3 hours of sleep. You need more, at least 3 more. For me, 6 hours is good enough. But
use those channel points for rewards.
Hell yeah! Use those channel points
Contra
for
is known
rewards.
for being a really hard game. There's enemies everywhere you look, and one hit means you're dead. Of course, there's some people who are masters of Contra.
And then we talked about
who
Twitch
beat the game
metas.
without even dying.
I didn't want to talk about copyright because, you know, I don't think there's a single streamer. I don't think there are streamers on Twitch that actually think reacting to MasterChef and live like reality shows is fair use. None of that is fair use. It's borderline illegal. But I do it. I still do it. Buddy and I watched MasterChef Season 8 and a bit of Jersey Shore. But we talked about Twitch metas. Talked about like the different Twitch metas that happened in the past, like hot tub, IRL streams, ASMR. Every streamer was playing Among Us and Fall Guys. Every big streamer got into GTA RP.
For many years, the earliest Contra records were thought to be published on Speed Demo's archive.
And we talked about how
players from around the world uploaded their fastest speed
when the hot tub meta started, it became headline news, and Twitch had to eventually make a category of their own because ads, you know, ads didn't want companies didn't want their ads running on hot tub streams. I get what the trend exactly.
A run predating the Speed Demo's archive runs was discovered. It was incredible for its time.
I think, and this is what the streamer Ludwig and people have said, is that a few years from now, Twitch will probably implement a live automation like bot thing that will probably find copyright material immediately, like what YouTube does,
Mike Tyson's Punch-Out for almost a decade.
Which is gonna be, it's gonna suck, because I think that's what I like about Twitch is, Twitch is very like a Wild West. You can either get hit with a strike or not. Like my friend Scrollmad over here, this one.
He decided to do one himself.
He got hit with a copyright strike for a Guitar Hero clip. 3 years. That was like 3 years old.
This is a
hot tub meta though. VTuber tag exactly.
So it's a little hard to see at times, but we can still see what we need to.
I mean, I'll admit, yeah, I fell into the VTuber hole. I became this. But also because it gave me an opportunity to like mess around with the Unity and play with Blender.
Outside of the first few enemies in the stage,
yeah, his Guitar Hero clip, he got hit with a copyright strike, and he doesn't even stream anymore. So I'm like, damn, that's insane. I put a lot of my old VODs and highlights on YouTube. I archived everything in Xehanort archives its own YouTube channel, and I noticed a lot of my VODs technically would have been hit with copyright.
5 rooms, each with a blue target you need to take out to move on to the next room.
Like a lot of my highlighted videos and stuff that aren't hit on Twitch got hit on YouTube.
Mashing the fire button hard enough to take out the blue targets quickly.
It's wild. YouTube will find anything copyright in your videos.
So, Turk had to do his best.
You don't want the VTuber tag though? Yeah, I mean like,
across the whole.
I remember when they removed a blind playthrough tag, and I was like, man.
That means you can only have 2 waves of spread on screen.
Copyright is annoying. Copyright is annoying.
How fast
I'll forever admit that the DMCA is super outdated and needs changing, but it's never going to change because companies want money. Here. Let me see if I can find this.
The waterfall.
Dashboard. What's a blind playthrough tag? So before there was a blind playthrough tag where you'd say blind playthrough as in like it's your first time playing the game type of thing. But then there was a lot of controversy like what about people who are blind? And I'm like, okay, I get it.
If you're dying, don't die.
That's a good tip, Zetobot, thank you. Let me find hold up, let me find this.
Base 2's boss fight features 2 heads that need to be destroyed. When they're together,
I need to find this.
they're vulnerable.
Because I bring this up every time. Because this annoys me. So this VOD, Super Mario World that I played back in, when is this? March of last year. The VOD is muted. At a section, the VOD is muted at this part, and I was not playing any music, and I went and checked appeal mute audio. I'm like, what the hell is this? What is Evil Mario Mad Mao? So I go to it. I go to it. I look it up. I'm like, okay. I'm not gonna play it because I don't want my VOD muted. And it's just playing some random music, but then like.
It's filled with lasers that kill you upon contact.
At the 2-minute mark, all the way to the 3-minute mark, it's literally playing just Nintendo music. It's just Bowser's Castle music. And it was because it's sampled. They own it. And that's so dumb. That's so stupid.
Unlike the others, the way to beat him is to mash bullets into him. He can randomly jump
That's it.
and
That's
shoot
my rant.
projectiles, both of which lose time. He jumped once and shot once for Turk. And then he was on to stage 7, the Hanger. The Hanger has claws that operate in a similar random pattern to lasers.
That's
if one
it just
drops
went
down
on
and
a
hits you, you're dead.
tangent there.
Turk had to wait a little bit for the claws, and he had trouble mashing fast enough to get
It is
through the walls.
right.
Once
It's just
again,
like
he made it through the stage.
that's abusing the copyright system.
Alien's lair.
Stuff like that
This stage
is abusing the
perhaps
copyright
most set
system.
in stone of all. The enemies mostly spawn in the same
Stop
place at the
copyright
same
strikes.
time, and
But
there's two bosses
copyright
to
strikes
fight.
help for, you know, like creators who actually want to make stuff and make money off stuff. But then like people just abuse it and it's annoying.
And had finished the game without dying in just 10 minutes and 55 seconds. A sub 11-minute run of
But yeah, we talked about the Twitch meta. Everyone's watching MasterChef.
Years after this run,
Pokemon got hit.
on to set some of the most famous
Especially
world records in
music, really. But like, yeah, I get it. Yeah.
His legacy would be
Pokemon got hit with the freaking suspension because she was watching Avatar: The Last Airbender. But then that one's see, there's like a the moment you watch copyright strike, the copyright material on Twitch, you're already crossing the line. Whether it's YouTube, but if you watch it on YouTube and it's, let's say you're finding a full-length episode of MasterChef on YouTube. Because it's on YouTube, most people kind of assume like if YouTube didn't find it, didn't like block it, then you're good. You're kind of safe. You're like hovering on that line of copyright, that fine line. But then there's people when the meta of big streamers watching reality shows started blowing up. There's people watching Lord of the Rings trilogy marathons and anime that are anime that's behind a paywall on their website. So it's like that went from like I went from like hovering around the line to just like you're standing on top of it. Like Pokemon watching Last Airbender, like I don't understand why would you even try it? Why would you test it? A Viacom is gonna screw with you the moment you try and go to that territory.
And these types of runs more or less defined early
Nickelodeon's gonna be pissed.
One player would get slightly better luck in one stage, then
Like,
slightly worse
I don't remember who, but every time people talk about it, they talk about how one of the streamers watched Lord of the Rings trilogy. He didn't even watch all of it. He like slept through some of it too while the chat watched.
See, of those 3 early runners,
But I think big streamers do it because they know they're not gonna get hit with like a $1 million copyright strike or they're not gonna get
Stop what you're doing right now.
The worst thing that they're gonna get is a suspension from Twitch.
At about 5 to 6 presses
But
per second.
I don't know who, but
Croc
that's
was a bit
cursed.
faster at somewhere between 9 and 10 presses per second. Freddie Anderson's, on the other hand, was estimated to be somewhere around 13 presses per second. That was obviously a huge help. But Anderson was also able to master a
That makes
technique
sense,
in
holy
base
shit.
stages known as spread rhythm. Remember how early runners were able to sometimes get more than 2 waves of spread in the base stages?
Like yeah, I'll admit it, Buddy and I we watched freaking MasterChef and Jersey Shore.
If you fire 2
But
waves of spread,
damn,
that's 10 bullets.
I experimented and we watched 5 episodes of Jersey Shore.
Leaving 9 bullets left.
I was curious, so I exported my VOD to YouTube, my Twitch VOD to YouTube. As soon as it uploaded to YouTube, it got hit with like a dozen content ID hits. So like it immediately blocked my YouTube video. So like if Twitch has something like a automated detection in the future, that's gonna screw with a lot of React channels.
Impossible to achieve. 3 or 4 waves is a good start, but quite a bit more is possible with incredible mashing finesse. The normal gun has a 4 bullet sprite limit, but spread rhythm combined with the spread gun's 10 bullet limit can lead to incredibly fast target
That's it.
destruction.
I don't know what else to talk about.
Add in Anderson's skill and mashing speed, and there
I ranted enough in the podcast as well. Well, we didn't talk about copyright. We just talked about the metas and how there'd be people who would.
With a 1040, a solid 10 seconds ahead of second.
There's wild metas.
This
There was a gambling meta where a bunch of streamers would just go on gambling websites, spend a lot of money. Well, they would be paid to spend money.
Best contra player in the world. His
XQC and Hassan and all of them
and his expertise at running
got
and
they
gunning
got paid
everyone else.
money
He really
to
did
spend
have to
money.
keep going. But his
A
time
lot of
passed,
streamers would say like, don't do this,
strategies
don't.
were developed.
It's just for your
So, in
entertainment. But
early
it's like,
2008,
man,
already 10 seconds ahead of anyone else,
yeah.
Anderson came back.
There was
and
people
after
who would go to like
dropped this time for the Speed Demos archive verifiers. When this run was posted, it was considered to be one of the greatest speedruns ever performed on the site. That encompasses nearly every game on nearly every console ever released. Anderson's 1024 on Contra was one of the best. What made it so good? Well, for one thing, his spread rhythm greatly improved. He was able to get streams of
Stuff like
4
this.
bullets going and occasionally even higher. There were also a plethora of new strategies. He waited a bit
Oh wait, you know,
longer at
also
stage
also
3
brings
pick
to
up invincibility so that he didn't have to slow down as much. A move developed.
Weber, I'm Doc Weber.
like they go on blackjack sites and
Make me uncomfortable.
spend money.
Where I have people that I can ask simple questions to. Like,
It was nuts. Everyone was doing it.
no, we're gonna bet $10.
I save up channel points so I learn. Guys, sounds good. Sounds good. Save up those channel points. You want to spend the green. You want to spend your channel points on the green redeems. The green redeems are the wild ones. Those are the cool ones. Those are the whoa. Like What? No way. Sleepy a little bit? Sounds good, sounds good. Do you sleep? 3 hours is not enough. You need to at least hit REM sleep. REM sleep is the best part. That way you can dream of whatever. REM sleep. Do some lucid dreaming. Hell yeah. Get like a dream journal. I remember I did that in the past. I've done that in the past.
Repainted.
Ugh.
By Fiesel. He got better at dealing with the lasers and claws instead
I want to use wait because you yawn.
It turns out they operate on a global timer with power on.
Can't wait to see them green redeems.
Their cycle
Hell yeah.
the lasers or claws restart from the beginning of their cycle.
I need more.
So, for
I need
instance,
more green
if
redeems.
Anderson arrived at the first set of lasers in
Of talking about
zone
dreams?
and the middle
I
laser
remember
was
having,
forced
yeah,
fire,
like dream
he would
journal.
know
It would
he
help
was at
me.
a good point in the global
Hey, that's pretty good.
top.
It's pretty good.
If the top
It helped
or
me
bottom fired first, he would pretty much always
lucid
have to
dream
hesitate for
and
longer.
control my
In
dreams.
the 1024, he unfortunately got the bottom flame pattern, but got a pretty good global timer in Hanger to make up a bunch of time. And after some intense
Oh, so you used to have a
matching
dream
later,
journal?
the
Pog,
1024 was
Pog.
complete. A
Pog, any
masterpiece
wild
of a run from
dreams?
start to finish.
Alright, back
Freddie
to
Anderson submitted this run to speed them
back to
up archive and
making
was
some
signed to
meme
stop running
thumbnail.
the game for a while. After all, what else is there to do when you hold one of the greatest speedrun world records of all time? Well, you could always beat it by
Yeah.
7 seconds.
Could have
This
myself in
was
the
certainly
corner over
unexpected.
here.
There weren't any big new strategies or developments.
Justin
Freddie
over
Anderson just
here.
took a nearly perfect run and shaved 7 seconds off of it. His spread rhythm in the base stages reached new levels of greatness,
Actually, yeah,
making the
let's put him over
spread
in
gun
this
look
corner.
more like a constant beam of bullets right into the targets.
I have all the reoccurring nightmares though? Oh no, I
Meaning
have
the
to control your
best pattern
dreams.
possible.
Yeah,
The boss jumped
yeah.
once, but Anderson was just pounding
When I get
bullets
them
into
again, I know
him.
what to do. I remember
The claw
like
patterns in the
years
Hanger
ago, I remember having
allowed
this
him to barely
nightmare
have to
where
hesitate at all.
it was a lucid
It was
dream,
brilliant.
but then I lost control to my
Nobody
dream,
even
and then
wanted to try to beat it.
there was some
So,
spooky
Freddie
entity or
Anderson's
whatever
1017
that
stood with
kept
the record,
messing with my
no
dream, and I
rivals.
was like, damn
Throughout
it,
the rest of
it
2008
sucks.
and into the next year.
Doing
It
some
seemed like it
nightmare
was gonna be a
stuff.
record that stood for years.
It was wild.
But unexpectedly, in
It's like
2009,
imagine
somebody else started
you got
playing
control of
for
your
it.
dream, but then you lose
Ladies and
control of
gentlemen,
it. It's like, how does that
Turk was
work?
back.
That's some deep brain stuff right there.
His personal best may have been far off the record at 10:55, but in 2009, Turk came back to try to lower his time. It had been 4 years since his last attempts, so he started off by doing practice attempts without even recording, but on just his second day of doing runs. Matt Turk was clearly a god gamer. If it only took him a couple of days to get 2 seconds off of Freddy's insane
Okay.
record, there was no telling what he could do with a bit more time.
Things we need
So,
to
he kept playing
download.
even harder
Let's
than
get a
before.
let's
The
get a
record
hot
wasn't
tub. Let's get Esso asks me how I can remember so many details of my dreams. The dream journal really helps. The dream journal really helps. See, because if you notice any symbols in your dreams and anything, always write it down immediately.
After several weeks of attempts,
I think I eventually gave up
still
because
had
I
the
was
right
like I was
answer.
just too lazy
But
to
that was okay.
to
His
write
1018
in
happened so
to
quickly,
write or
he
type
still had some time to keep trying.
as soon as I wake up.
Anderson's run was ridiculous, but there were little things he could do better.
But then it sucked because then
Anderson
like a
missed the
few
jump
seconds or
from
minutes
the
after,
bit
it's just
over a
my
second,
dream
and
just
the
gone.
stage 6 boss had jumped once. So a time around 10:15 was at least possible, but clearly was going to take time to achieve. All he could do was keep pushing.
I always tell people to when you're in your dream, totally look in a mirror. Look in a mirror when you're lucid dreaming. That's where
In December
that's the
2009,
wild
Matt
stuff
Turk
right
submitted a
there.
video to Twin Galaxies.
looking at a mirror, checking how many fingers you have. Like, oh man, that was so cool. I had an awesome ass dream where I had different dream sequences. Dreamed on different days, maybe months or years. It's a whole movie right there.
It's unclear exactly why Turk wasn't able to get closer to the record after his initial attempts. There was definitely a combination.
Then it all came together just recently, and I felt like an inception dream. Man, that's deep. Dreams within dreams.
May have had the record back in 2005, but by 2009,
Dreams within dreams is always the coolest. Well, also the creepiest. I think for me, the the dream that I hate the most is whenever I dream about I'm in school and I hate it. I hate it so much because it's like, oh no, I'm late for whatever test or I didn't do my homework, and then I wake up and then I'm like, oh thank God I'm not in school anymore. Oh right, I'm not in school, thank God. It makes me think of hold up, let's see if I can find it. There's a scene in a movie that it just resonates with me every time. It's a comedy movie called Top Secret. War flashbacks.
Do you know which room the final chemistry exam is in? All the exams are over. Haven't you been to class? No. But it's the end of the semester. No. No, I haven't studied. Oh no, I'm back in school. I can't believe I'm back in school. Thank God.
Thank God. This is so true.
To pull this off, Hydrate was going to need both new strategies and improvements on the slowdowns from Anderson's run.
Random GIF. Nah, only Zetobot can do that. There's a random GIF. Redeem.
He missed some of his shots on the
Sometimes Zetobot will do like a random max or something. Sometimes I don't know if he'll. Oh,
he
oh!
lost a half second from needing to weave around bullets against the stage 1 boss.
That's pretty good.
His positioning could have been better for the stage 5 boss.
Zetobot's silly.
Mentioned that you lose 1 frame from every extra jump.
You're silly,
and across the whole
Zetobot.
run, Anderson did several extra jumps. He also had one fairly big new strategy.
Just sell everything.
He would skip
Just sell everything. That's all you need to do.
Zone and jump straight across over this gap. Since he wouldn't have to go down and get invincibility, it would save 2 to 3 seconds. This new strategy combined with all the potential
The timing, I know the timing is freaking wild sometimes. I don't know how he does it.
Improvements to save time, combined with
Okay, what else we need?
Did elsewhere, would prove to be
Let's get a bike.
Months passed and Hydrate
Image of a
wasn't able
bike.
to. But then, in July 2012, after Hydrate had stopped playing for a while,
Maybe like a
Contra player known
PNG.
as Mr. K came along with a breakthrough. That boss fight in base 2 with the multiple heads that move apart. Remember how they're only vulnerable?
Oh
when
my
connected
god, just give me an image of a bike.
Turns out, if
It
you hit
shouldn't
them
be
on
that
the
hard.
frame before they start moving, they stay vulnerable, allowing the heads to take damage while moving apart. Successfully hitting the head on this
Lurk
60th of a
sounds
second
good. Have a
window
good lurk.
means they can potentially be destroyed in just 2 cycles, saving about 4 seconds over Anderson's 3 cycle. So now, Hydrate had a few more seconds to work with. If there was any time to pull off this run, it was gonna be now. Hydrate got back to the grind, and this time he wasn't stopping until he beat it. It was time for this 4-year-old record's reign to end.
What the hell? Copy. Paste. There we go. Bike. Okay, there's a bike. Wait, is that a real PNG or no? That's. Oh my god.
In September 2012,
It's not.
Hydrate posted a time. It was 10:16, beating Anderson by
My
1
God,
second.
that's a
Instead of
fake
celebrating
alpha
how he
channel,
beat that
man. What the
4-year-old
hell?
record, however,
Why would you do that to me,
Hydrage
game?
dwelled on the places
Game.
he lost time. His base
Chrome.
stages had
Internet.
fairly poor spread rhythm compared to Anderson, despite his improvements on both of the bosses. He got the bottom flame pattern in Energy Zone.
Oh, I get a
meaning he
picture
had to
of
slow down,
Twitch hot
and
tub,
he hesitated a
but then
long time
the
on
only thing
some
I
of the
get
later
is
flames, too.
Amaranth, and
There were
I don't
also
know.
reports
I
from
don't know
Freddie
how I feel
Anderson
about
himself
showing
that he had achieved
Amaranth
a
in my
10-16 of his own,
thumbnail.
although he apparently wasn't proud of this run and never released video of it. So, Hydrage wasn't done yet. He may have beaten the 1017, but he knew it could go lower. But what happened on September 30th, 2012 blew expectations out of the water.
Blue.
I'll settle for a 12. I will settle for a 12. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I will settle for
Another
a 12 and I will
max.
submit.
Hydrage had just completed an incredibly strong run.
He's
He'd saved
chilling.
4 seconds from better
He been
spread rhythm
chilling.
in the base stages, on top of nailing the 2-cycle kill on the base 2 boss. His global timer patterns were great, getting the middle flame in Energy Zone and little hesitation needed in Hangar. But he also knew he had lost some time, mainly from missing the jump to skip invincibility in Energy Zone, so he was really hoping the final time of
That's
this run would
full.
be
That's true
10-12.
alpha.
If it was a 10-13,
Yeah. Okay.
he had decided he would keep doing attempts to go lower. So, he retimed his run via a frame count, begging that the final time would say 10-12.
Oh no, man.
Come on! Come on! Yes! Yes! Oh, yes! I'm done
Oh
with this game.
yes.
I'm fucking done with this game! Oh my gosh! Oh, hell yeah! Oh, God, I got it! Oh.
For the first time in 5 years, someone other than Freddie Anderson was the Contra record holder. Hydrage's 1011 would stand as the record well into 2013, when players once again began looking into finding new strategies to go even faster. The run was starting to get close to the 10-minute mark. Getting under 10 minutes wasn't realistic, but getting closer to it began to seem more possible. But toward the end of 2013, a new competitor began to rise. Today, he's known for his Cuphead speedruns and for having beaten every NES game ever released. But in 2013, he was a fairly small speedrunner just trying to get some records. This is the Mexican Runner, better known as TMR.
TMR.
By October 2013, while playing on emulator, TMR had lowered his personal best down to right behind Hydrage's world record. And thanks to some new strategies in Hangar, he knew he could save the few seconds he needed to get the record. The biggest was found by Dewolfe in TMR. If you pick up invincibility and take the bottom path, you can then go
There's gotta be a
straight
better
through the
way
closet
to
without stopping,
show
saving
which
about 2
meta.
seconds. So he began doing some attempts to beat Hydrage. And on October 7th, 2013, he had a good run going into base 2 with great spread rhythm. Unfortunately, he missed the 2-cycle kill on the boss, which made TMR a little angry.
¡Hijo de tu puta madre! Of course, you fucker de mierda! Vete a la verga, puto!
However, he would ultimately pick this time back
Doesn't
up
sound
in the
happy
later
at all.
stages. He successfully made the jump in Energy Zone where Hydrage fell, then executed the new route through Hangar. In the end, it was enough to get a 10-11. It beat Hydrage's recording by a tenth of a second, but when adjusted to the same frame rate as his, it was actually slower by just a fraction of a second. TMR would go on to beat this time twice more that same week, officially taking the record and lowering it to 10:10. These times were all performed on an emulator, but by November 2013, he made the switch to playing Contra on a real NES. He saw results almost immediately, getting a 10:10 on console after just a couple hundred attempts.
Wild.
But he wasn't satisfied yet, so throughout the next couple of months, he kept doing attempts to lower the record closer to 10 minutes. On December 2nd, 2013,
That's a good
TMR
way
had
of
a run
toxic.
that was about even going into base 2. After some good spread rhythm and a 2-cycle
Images.
kill on the boss, he knew he was on a really good pace. He got the good boss spawn in Snowfield, then was on to the Energy Zone, where he unfortunately got the bottom flame pattern and 2 jumps from the boss. Still, because his 10-10 got an even worse global timer, he picked up about a second and a half. The hanger was excellent. He got a great global timer and executed the invincibility route well. Going into the last stage, he
Feel like
knew
a
all
like
he
a
needed to do
poison
was
bottle
not
or
mess up,
something
and he would
toxic.
have a big new world record.
Community toxic. Reddit. Toxic.
That's it, man. That's it. Goodbye, fucking Contra. Goodbye, 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 goodbye.
This was pretty huge.
You did it.
Congratulatory messages poured in from across the community. He had played for 9 hours straight, only to get this incredible record at the very end. A fitting reward. And in the description of the video was this sentence: "Enjoy the run, because this time might stay for a while."
Damn, dude. That's some confidence.
Yes! World record! Ah! World record, man! World record! In your fucking face! With YOLO dead at the end, man.
Well, that was unexpected. A 10:05. This run had a very clean opening with some good spread rhythm, and was even with the record through stage 4. The difference between this run and the 10:08 came from an even better energy zone and hanger. TMR got the ideal middle flame pattern, with just 1 jump on the boss, and flew through the hanger even faster than before. This run pretty much cemented it. TMR was the king of Contra. He had set the last several records in a row, and nobody was showing any signs of making a push to beat him. He was on top of the world. But there was one other top level player. His name
I guess
was
we could.
DK.
Alright, let's try this. Let's try this.
He didn't have a super fast time, but that's partially because he had focused on other categories, like the Japanese version, which skipped cutscenes and allowed for an overall lower time. In January 2014, he started focusing his attempts on any percent, where TMR had just recently achieved his 10:05. But it quickly became clear that DK28 had one very distinct advantage over TMR. See, as the record became more optimized, the quality of the player's spread rhythm in the base stages was becoming more and more important. There's 2 main components to how good your spread rhythm is: how fast you can mash, and how well you can mash in a rhythm. On screen is the estimated mashing speed of the last 2 Contra record holders, measured in presses per second. You can see that Hydrage's mashing speed was significantly faster than TMR's. However, Hydrage struggled to maintain a consistent spread rhythm. He had the tendency to overmash, and often lost the rhythm after getting a good start. TMR, on the other hand, was quite good at getting and maintaining a good rhythm, but his mashing speed limited how many waves of bullets he could get on screen. The ideal Contra masher was somebody who had the mashing speed of Hydrage with the rhythm of TMR.
Let me hide this real quick.
DK28. DK's mashing rhythm was excellent. Once he got a rhythm going, he was pretty much always able to maintain it and keep it strong.
Filter,
But his mashing
pixel,
speed wasn't as good
mosaic.
as Hydrage's. It was even better. This was the magic combination for amazing spread rhythm, which gave him a big advantage. Folks, we're about to enter the reign of DK28.
Oh, what a bop. Love it.
We got it. 10:04.
Sheesh.
2 weeks after TMR's legendary 10:05, DK beat it with a 10:04. The way he did it was by saving 3 full seconds
Oh,
in
what the
base
hell?
2. His spread rhythm was amazing enough to save that
such a
much
bop.
time in one stage alone. But he wasn't done yet. A month later, he got a 10:02 with a cleaner boss fight in base 1 and less hesitation in Hangar. It was quite clear at this point that DK's skill set would be the future of Contra speedruns. Incredible spread rhythm combined with precision elsewhere. He had a 3-second lead over anyone else
Wait,
in the
one,
world,
two,
so he
three,
took a break
four.
from Contra in mid-2014. But after 4 months, DK saw just how close he was to breaking the 10-minute barrier. Ever since Matt Turk's 10:55 from 2005, every single Contra record had begun with a 10. When looking at his splits, he knew he could make it start with a 9. He could save 4 seconds in Energy Zone since he got a really bad global timer in the 10:02 and a slow boss fight. There was also a bit he could save on the boss fight in base 1, and potential for a little bit of time save from tighter jumping in the waterfall. The potential for a time in the 950s was more real than ever. If anyone could do it, it was DK. In July 2014, he got back on
Donkey
his quest,
Kong,
trying to get the
DK.
first ever sub 10 in Contra.
I go there. Oh.
PB.
Oh.
We got a 10:01. We got a 10:01.
Oh, we finally broke the wall. We finally broke
Actually,
the wall.
put the gambling.
It's done. No spiders. Take your immortality bill. Holy shit!
This was DK28's self-proclaimed Holy Grail. It was a 9:58 that smashed the 10-minute barrier. The community celebrated, and DK was simply overjoyed. His only significant time losses were from unoptimal jumping in the waterfall, and getting some lag in the energy zone from a sprite overload. That was really about it. His spread rhythm was once again excellent. He got the 2-cycle kill, he got the middle flame pattern, 0 jumps from the boss, and virtually no hesitation in Hangar. Echoing Freddie Anderson's 10:17 from years prior, this run was called one of the greatest speedruns ever performed.
Log.
And so, it stood
What?
unrivaled.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold up. Hey, yo, what?
Alright, so far so good.
I can't save to my clipboard. That was weird.
That was weird. What?
That was weird.
What just happened? What just happened? Tell me you guys saw that. What? I just skipped half of stage 1. Holy crap.
What if I
On
did
December
this?
15th, 2014,
Which logo?
DK was doing some Contra attempts when the level end theme played and he walked off of a ledge. When he respawned, he was suddenly in stage 2. He had just skipped the second half of the jungle, and he had absolutely no idea how. This opened
Wild.
all sorts of doors. If this could be used consistently, and levels could be ended early, minutes could come off of the run. Contra speedruns would completely change. Now, all they had to do was figure out how it worked. So, the community began a huge search effort. People broke down the code of the game to determine exactly what the cause was, and how it could be replicated. A guy named Alyosha was leading the search, and he broke down his quest every step of the way, documenting exactly what he was looking at. The community was following him with every update he posted, anticipating the discovery that would change Contra speedrunning forever. Finally, 3 months later, he posted his findings. He couldn't figure out what caused it. After searching everywhere he could, Alyosha couldn't find any way for a player to trigger anything to end the level early. His conclusion was that it was most likely a random hardware error, meaning it wouldn't be reproducible on command. To this day, it's unknown what caused this glitch, although there have been reports of a level end glitch happening to other players too. If it ever gets figured out, Contra speedrunning as we know will be revolutionized, and its discoverer will forever go down in speedrunning history. Even without this glitch, by May 2015, DK was wanting to go back to any percent. He was reliably able to save a second in Stage 3 from better jumping and a better boss kill, and without the lag in Energy Zone, he could save over a second there as well. So, he decided his goal would be to take the record down 2 more seconds to a 9:56. And on May 21st, he got halfway there.
Done. Oh, baby!
Later that same day, DK would get some more ammunition to help him out. Speedrunner Zallard1 found a new strat in the waterfall that could save about a second. The objective of the waterfall is simply to jump to the top as fast as possible, but the height of each jump actually varies slightly. Sometimes you would get a higher jump that allowed you to skip some platforms, but for years it was thought to be random when this occurred. Mr. K later determined that your jump height can be somewhat predictable. If you take the same moves up every time, and hold each right-facing jump for their full duration, you can ensure that your jump heights will be the same each time you play the waterfall. So, Zallard figured out a new route to the top that could be taken every time
Rasterized
that had
layer.
2 built-in higher jumps at strategic points to
Drop
skip a couple
shadow.
of ledges. This allowed the waterfall to be both really consistent and about a second faster than before. Thanks to this extra second, and some potential time save in Base 2 and Snowfield, DK got paces going quite a bit ahead of 9:57. However, something always tragically went wrong.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Fucking asshole. Game over. That's it.
Language. Quadruple family.
Oh my god. Those spawns despawned my fucking minecart. We just lost record because of spawning.
And then, on June 1st, 2015, he got on this run. Unbelievably, DK was on 9:53 pace. There was no way this could last. Something had to go wrong. But as Energy Zone started, he got the middle flame pattern, the perfect global timer. This was it. This was actually happening. DK was on his way to smash his own world record.
What if I...
Or maybe not. 9:53 was just a little bit too unrealistic. But in the meantime, there were still more records that DK knew he could get. A week later, he took the record down to a 9:55, thanks to some big time saves in the waterfall in Base 2, but Energy Zone had some lag and a slower boss fight. He just knew that there was a little more he could do. Every run had time losses somewhere, even if they were small. Because of his mashing skill, he had the potential to get times that nobody else in the world could get. The question was, how low was that potential? Well, he was on 9:53 pace once. Maybe he could do it again.
Oh baby! 9:53. 9:53.
This run got a fast boss kill in Base 1. This run got the new waterfall route. This run got the 2-cycle kill in Base 2. This run got the best boss spawn in Snowfield. This run got the middle flame pattern in Energy Zone. And this run had the perfect global timer in Hangar. DK called it his masterpiece. And it really was. It was the result of months of grinding, and a skill set that nobody else possessed. A couple months after this run, DK stopped speedrunning, and at this point, he hasn't done Contra attempts in over 5 years. But what he did to the game won't be forgotten. He had the skills to do things that nobody else could, and used them to grind for times way ahead of anybody else. And since he was so far ahead, His 953 sat on top of the leaderboard for years. But in 2017, someone new started making a push up the board. His name was Angry Lynx, and in January 2017, he became just the 4th person in the world to get a sub 10. A month later, he was in 2nd place and quickly closing in on DK's world record, and as the months went on, he got even closer. As you would expect, Angry Lynx's mashing couldn't quite keep up with DK's. It was around 12 presses per second, but he was still quite good at keeping it in a rhythm. He didn't have much in the way of new strategies either. There was a new route in the waterfall developed by Chambers to make a jump over a flame on the bridge much easier, and some new ways of shooting in base 2 to speed up a couple of the rooms. But beyond that, there wasn't a lot that he could do to improve over DK. Take this run on July 29th, 2017. Even with his new strategies, he lost 0.9 in base 1, 0.7 in the waterfall, and 1.7 in base 2, putting him at 3.3 seconds behind the record halfway through the game. He just couldn't keep up with DK's mashing, and it made paces like this all too common. This run seemed like a lost cause, but believe it or not, it wasn't. Despite over 3 seconds of deficit, there was still theoretically a way Angry Lynx could pull this back. As he moved into the snowfield, he committed to going for an incredibly risky jump that TMR popularized, the YOLO jump. There's a section toward the start of the stage where the grenades being thrown are just too close for comfort, so speedrunners usually briefly hesitate for it. But it's technically possible to make it over them without hesitating if you execute a frame-perfect jump. 1/60th of a second too late or too early, and you hit the grenades and die. Lynx went for the YOLO jump and timed it right, so he saved a 1/5 of a second. He had about a second to save an energy zone from DK's slowdowns, like the slight lag and the jump from the boss. But 1 second wasn't enough for this run, so Lynx decided to go for another incredibly risky strategy, a trick nicknamed the Leap of Faith. This particular flame isn't tied to a global timer, and it randomly fires out. Players usually sidestep it by taking the top route, which is slow because of the need to dodge this flame and jump down afterwards. However, it's possible to just go for the jump and hope the flame doesn't fire. You only have about a 5% chance of not dying, but it saves a second over the top route. Angry Lynx decided he had to go for it and pray he didn't die.
Oh, sick! No fucking way!
He also got a good global timer and 0 jumps from the boss. Incredibly, he saved more than 2 seconds over the world record. In Hangar, he saved just over half a second from dealing with the final set of claws better. DK had pause buffered, while Lynx simply jumped over the claw. Miraculously, Lynx was less than half a second behind the record going into Alien's Lair. There were a few tenths of a second he could technically save there from better mashing into the head, so he had a slim chance at this. It was gonna be close.
Oh, are you serious? Did I split early? Oh my god.
This run would be retimed to a 953.80, a new world record by 3/100ths of a second. For the first time in 3.5 years, someone was faster at Contra than DK28. But Angry Lynx wasn't done yet, because just a few days after his record, the biggest development in years was made. This is the 1 cycle kill. Back in 2013, when Mr. K posted his findings on 2 cycling the base 2 boss, he pointed out that a 1 cycle kill was theoretically possible too. By doing the vulnerability glitch on both heads instead of just one, they can both be taken out while moving apart. However, his setup involved wasting time to destroy the top target, which normally wasn't taken out and was noted for being incredibly precise. The general consensus was that it wasn't worth doing for a small time save. However, in July 2017, speedrunner Dexter came along with a brand new setup that didn't involve taking out the top target. You add the fire in the center, have a bullet hit both heads on the exact frame before they start moving, then move to the right in a precise spot and fire them down. It was still incredibly difficult, but it was doable, and it saved 2.5 seconds over the 2-cycle kill. So, with an extra chunk of time to save, Lynx had no choice but to keep going. And on August 25th, he had a run that saved nearly 5 seconds in base 2, half from the 1-cycle kill and half from really good spread rhythm. However, he bled time pretty badly in the back half, losing almost 4.5 seconds from no leap of faith or YOLO jump, a worse energy zone boss pattern, and a slower claw pattern in Hanger. But he was just able to keep it together in Alien's Lair for a modest world record. So now he had 2 incredible halves. If you take the first half of his second record and add it to the second half of his first record, it comes out to a 9:48. That wasn't a realistic time to achieve, but getting closer to it certainly was. So, throughout much of 2018, Lynx grinded Contra to clean up the run and push it even lower.
I split late. It's definitely a new world record. Sweet.
Better. I also not covering his
952.
his face or his elbow.
Yes, dude. Yes. Yes. Fuck yes. Yes, dude. Fuck yes, dude. Holy shit. Oh my god, dude. Yes.
He's so hyped.
Oh, what a run.
950.55 is where the record stands today. Aside from not going for the super risky jumps in Snowfield and Energy Zone, and a couple of imperfect global timers, this run had practically everything that Lynx could have gotten. That being said, sub 950 is pretty much inevitable, but who's gonna get there, and how? To this day, Angry Lynx has been doing lots of Contra attempts to try to get the coveted 949. It's getting really tough to save time though. There's about a second that can be saved from better global timers, but beyond that, he needs to go for super risky moves like the Leap of Faith. And he definitely can do it. His consistency is incredible, and Lynx stringing together a nearly perfect run is certainly feasible. However, the potential for this record is even lower. If you take someone with the mashing level of DK28 and give them all of the knowledge of strategies of today, getting a time in the mid-940s can't be ruled out. His 16 presses per second and incredible rhythm abilities are so important, and they can save enough time in the base stages to take the record a couple seconds lower. But still, beating Angry Lynx's record is going to be incredibly hard regardless of who's playing. Will DK ever come back to try for the sub 950? Will a new player rise up to the challenge? Or will the reign of Angry Lynx continue on? We'll just have to wait and see. Thanks for watching.
Thanks, Summoning Salt. Only 27 minutes?
To defeat Mike Tyson / Mr. Dream with my eyes closed is a dream, I suppose.
So you're not going to get to see me beat Mike Tyson at a marathon ever blindfolded.
This will be the comic relief of the evening. I'm going to attempt to fight Mr. Dream with my eyes closed, and I'm going to lose in approximately 30 seconds.
I'll fight him blindfolded just for fun, but you know, this is the.
I think I remember seeing this.
Blindfolded portion.
Wait, yeah, 2014.
Pretty much over, so.
Have you ever played a game so much you think you could beat it with your eyes closed? For nearly everybody,
No.
for nearly every game, that's just a dream that could never be accomplished. But for one game, a boxing game from 1987, a group of gamers have attempted to make that dream a reality. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out is a game where reaction and quick decision making is necessary for completion. You've got to look at what the boxers are doing and adjust your play accordingly. Of course, this involves careful reading of the situation in front of you, and in order to do that, you'll have to use your eyes carefully. At least, if you're a normal player. For the past several years, a dedicated group of gamers have worked with each other in an attempt to complete as much of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out as possible while blindfolded. It involves dodging out of the way of punches that cannot be seen, and figuring out when your invisible opponent's guard is down. It may seem like an impossible challenge to most, but if there's one thing the speedrunning community is good at, it's doing the impossible. It's impossible to say for certain when blindfolded Punch-Out was initially attempted. There were probably people trying it just for fun back in the 80s and 90s. It's unclear how far they got, and it's unclear how many people were trying it. However, as far as this video is concerned, the primary area of focus will be what's out there on the internet. Stuff with video proof. And that story begins in 2010, at Classic Games Done Quick, the very first edition of the annual charity speedrunning marathon. Andrew G., who at the time held the world record for the original Super Mario Bros., was there to do a speedrun of the game, with the simple goal of beating it as fast as possible. However, he first did an attempt of playing through the game blindfolded.
He's gonna try to do the first level.
It was not the cleanest attempt. He hadn't really done much practice beforehand, so he was just trying to get as deep into the game as he could. But even though he didn't make it past 1-2, it still made for a really fun run. The crowd was into the
Wild.
run, Andrew G was into the run, and everybody watching was having fun. One of those people watching was Sinister1, a future Mike Tyson's Punch-Out speedrunner. According to Sinister1, this run ultimately inspired him to try something similar a couple years later, but instead of Super Mario Bros., he would be playing Mike Tyson's Punch-Out.
Crack, dude, how do you do that?
Sinister1 was one of the best Mike Tyson's Punch-Out players in the world when this run was performed in January 2012, but he had achieved all of his personal bests and world records with his eyes open. And when playing with eyes open, the rules of Punch-Out are quite simple. The basics of this game are dodging and punching. You must dodge out of the way when your opponent throws a punch, and punch your opponent when you get the opportunity. So this begs the question, how do you know when to dodge and when to punch when your eyes are closed? How is playing a game like this while blindfolded even possible? Let's examine it from the start. Glass Joe, the first of the 14 fights in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, barely even throws punches at all, so Sinister is able to hit him in the face repeatedly. By hitting him at strategic times, he earns star punches, which are uppercuts that take a lot of damage off of the opponent's health bar. At just a minute and 12 seconds into the first round, Sinister is able to defeat Glass Joe. The second fighter, Von Kaiser, made it a bit tougher on him. He actually threw some punches. However, these punches usually came out at the same rhythm every time, and since it was just the second fight in the game, Sinister was very familiar with their timing. So, he was able to dodge out of the way of most of them, and take him down with the help of star punches. Just as with Glass Joe, it took Sinister 3 knockdowns to defeat Von Kaiser. In Punch-Out, 3 knockdowns in a single round signifies a TKO and awards you a victory. Sometimes, you can beat your opponent sooner by having Mario count all the way to 10 after knocking an opponent down, meaning he's knocked out. Alternatively, you can beat your opponent by decision after 3 rounds of boxing without a victor, If you get enough points, which are earned from punching your opponent repeatedly, you can be awarded the victory. But of course, if you get knocked down enough times, you're going to be unable to get up and will lose the match. Fight number 3, Piston Honda, was significantly tougher than the first two. His patterns are extremely random and his punches deal a ton of damage. Almost whenever he wants to, Piston Honda can duck down and throw an uppercut. This is random, and since he couldn't see it coming, Sinister usually had no option but to take this punch when it came out. He was still able to sneak in a few punches to get stars, but Honda snuck in his fair share of punches too. After a round and a half of trading knockdowns back and forth, Sinister was finally able to get a 10 count knockout of Piston Honda.
Yes.
The fourth fight, Don Flamenco, was quite a bit easier. Alternating left and right punches on him was an infinite combo from the developers that let Sinister knock him down in under a minute.
Oh
One
no,
more star punch a
okay.
few seconds later, and Don Flamenco was down for the 10 count. King Hippo, however, would prove to be a major roadblock. You only have to knock him down once for an automatic knockout, but getting this knockdown isn't easy. The only time Hippo can be hit is when he opens his mouth. He has a 3/8 chance of opening his mouth on any given punch. So, Sinister essentially had to just guess which punches he'd open his mouth on, and which ones he had to dodge. It didn't go too well. He lost to him in the first round. He decided to rematch him, and the second time through it went a bit better. He was still taking a lot of damage, but Hippo was opening his mouth enough for him to deal damage as well. Sinister knocked Hippo down at the start of round 2. Great Tiger was fight 6. He wasn't very tough. Sinister knew that he could repeatedly do a pattern of punching, dodging, and then delaying a punch to get a star. That, combined with using stars later once his pattern changed, allowed for yet another first round TKO. So, all in all, Sinister was performing admirably through the first 6 fights. Relying on just his game knowledge alone, he was able to defeat everybody through Great Tiger without looking at the screen. It was pretty incredible to watch live. But fight number 7 was Bald Bull. He more or less had it all. Enormous strength, semi-random patterns, and awkward delays in between his punches. He was tougher than any of the fights before him. Sinister started off strongly by executing a 17-second knockdown on Bull 1 with a bunch of star punches, a strategy developed by Martin Charlebois more than a decade prior. He continued playing well and recorded a second knockdown by 102. He had taken just one punch from Bald Bull. From here, it all fell apart. He mistimed nearly all of his dodges and landed right into a bunch of Bull's hooks. He got knocked down 3 times in under a minute, and by 156, the fight was over. The run was over.
Alright, I guess this ends the blindfolded punch out.
Good job.
Still insane.
He made it a little less than
it.
halfway through the game. Bull was the 7th of 14 fights in Punch-Out. Given the little preparation he had done, this was quite an impressive showing. People loved watching this run. It was unique, exciting, and showed off a great amount of skill. And as it turned out, this wouldn't be a one-time deal. The next year, Sinister One was back at AGDQ 2013 to play Punch-Out blindfolded again. Once again, his practice for this run was extremely limited. But since he'd already done it at a live marathon before, perhaps a bit of the pressure was taken off. The first few fights went even more smoothly than in 2012. He took a little bit of damage, but defeated all of the boxers with relative ease. He had a new strategy for King Hippo thanks to longtime Punch-Out player Adelicat, intentionally draining his stamina over and over. Hippo is programmed to always open his mouth once stamina is recovered, so Sinister made this happen as often as he could. He took care of Great Tiger in under a minute, and then it was time once again to face off with the guy who took him out last year, Bald Bull.
Good. That's a good start. That's a good start.
A little over a minute into the fight, he had his first 2 knockdowns on Bald Bull. He just needed one more. But if you recall,
It's the same thing that happened last year.
this was the exact same situation he was in last year. He got a quick couple of knockdowns, and then the fight fell apart. And this time, it seemed like nothing had changed. The Bull Charge, which knocked Sinister down a second time here, occurred at 2 minutes and 2 minutes and 30 seconds
I need to
into the
cover
first
that
round.
somehow.
You have to hit Bull in the stomach at a specific time to avoid getting knocked down, and doing it without looking was pretty much impossible for Sinister. This meant that if he wanted a decent chance at beating Bald Bull, he needed to do it before 2.5 minutes. He did it. Sinister had officially made it halfway through Mike Tyson's Punch-Out while blindfolded. Fight number 8, Piston Honda 2, was another tough one. He threw really quick punches and they did a lot of damage. However, he had one severe weakness. When he did his bonsai attack, which occurred a couple of times in each round, the player can hit him in the stomach to not just knock him down, but KO him for good. There's only a 4-frame window for this, or a 15th of a second. That's hard enough to do normally, so with a blindfold on, it's pretty ridiculous. But all Sinister needed to do was correctly time it once, and he would make it past Honda 2.
Oh. That's probably it.
That was a good run.
It had been a long battle, but he just couldn't hit that 4-frame window. At least he'd officially made it halfway through the game while blindfolded.
Alright, so next year we'll get past him.
Why?
Eventually
Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, we'll get through the whole game eventually.
A year later, Sinister 1 was back yet again. And as usual, his Twitch stream from the past few weeks involved no blindfolded play. All week at the event, people had been asking him how far he thought he would make it this year, but Sinister 1 had kept his lips sealed. So, when he started his run on that Friday afternoon, expectations weren't too ridiculous. Just as in previous years, fight by fight, he took care of the early boxers with ease.
I was ready for you that time.
He eventually made it to Bald Bull, and this time through it was really clean. He timed nearly all of his dodges correctly, and beat him without taking a single knockdown.
Yes.
Then it was on to the second half of the game. See this guy sitting on the couch behind Sinister? This is Punch-Out speedrunner Zallard 1. The night before, Sinister, Zallard, and Contra speedrunner DK28 went out to dinner and discussed their upcoming GDQ runs. Although Sinister hadn't told anybody about any blindfolded preparation this year, he had a surprise to tell these guys. Offline from his Twitch stream, he had been extensively practicing blindfolded Punch-Out, and he was prepared to at least have a chance at making it all the way to the last fight in the game, Mike Tyson. See, it turns out in the past there had been a couple other players who found great success playing blindfolded Punch-Out. They weren't at AGDQ or anything, but they were offline. One of them was a guy I mentioned earlier, a Delicat. He claims to have been able to make it all the way to Mike Tyson when he was a teenager in the 90s, but there's no video proof of this. He is verified to be a skilled player of the game, but this obviously would have taken enormous amounts of practice. Sinister knew of a Delicat's accomplishments, but there was another blindfolded player that gave him more
What's
inspiration.
going on here? Why
A
isn't
guy
it
known as
copying?
Schmitty300. Schmitty saw Sinister's AGDQ 2013 blindfolded attempt, and got inspired to put in the time to try himself. After a lot of practice, he recorded an attempt of playing the game blindfolded in front of a few friends. The first half of this run is apparently lost due to technical difficulties, but what still exists today shows him starting on the 10th fight of the game. He then defeats Bald Bull 2, Don Flamenco 2, Mr. Sandman, and after losing the Super Macho Man twice, takes him down in dramatic fashion.
Oh my god! Dude, you had 2 seconds left.
Oh my god!
I don't believe it.
The only fight left after Super Macho Man is the incredibly difficult Mike Tyson, who he obviously did not beat blindfolded. I'll talk more about strategies for these fights later, but he had a nearly flawless knowledge of the opponent's patterns and had a plan for just about every situation. This late in the game, opponent's punches deal a ton of damage, so he had to be super careful to get everything right. The fact that Schmitty, a player with essentially no speedrunning experience, was able to make it all the way to Mike Tyson with a blindfold on inspired Sinister to take it a bit more seriously. But of course, there was a catch. Schmitty was able to do this offline in front of no more than a few friends. Sinister 1 would have to perform it live in front of dozens of excited audience members, all while it was being streamed in front of tens of thousands of Twitch viewers. That was some serious pressure. But nobody in the crowd behind him knew what he was capable of doing. Nobody except for Zallard 1, who was sitting right behind him on the couch watching him fight the guy who took him out last year, Piston Honda 2.
That's nuts. Like, what?
This year, he had practiced using an audio cue to time when to throw the gut punch. When he heard a certain blip in the audio when Honda backed up, Sinister knew it was the right time to throw the gut punch to knock him out. With Honda 2 out of the way, Sinister attempted to make his way as far into the rest of the game as he could. The remaining fights were going to be incredibly tough, but because of all his practice, he was prepared.
I'm gonna do my best, but this guy can totally own you.
Fight number 9 was Soda Popinski. He had a specific quirk that made beating him a bit easier. Whenever he crouched down to throw an uppercut, you could press down on the controller and Soda will stay frozen in place.
He turns into a
You can then hit him
smart
to get a
object.
star punch,
Oh god.
and using the star punch will automatically knock him down no matter what. There were a couple of problems, however. Soda sometimes randomly throws hooks instead of uppercuts, which you can't get a star from, and even when he does throw an uppercut, he can randomly delay before throwing it. And given that you can't see this delay, you kinda just have to guess whether or not to throw the punch. So, Sinister was trying to survive all of the random hooks and delays that Soda gave to wait for an uppercut, so he could get the star punch for the knockdown. He recorded 2 knockdowns in the first round, and got knocked down himself in round 2, but was finally able to get the TKO after getting some uppercuts. Next up was Bald Bull 2. His punches are generally thrown at the same time throughout the fight, but they deal a lot of damage if they make contact. Any mistake can result in disaster, which is exactly what happened to Sinister in the first minute of the fight. He pulled it together though, and was able to even counter the bull charge at 2 minutes. His second bull charge gives you a larger window for the knockdown, 13 frames instead of 4, so he simply dodged out of the way of the first one to wait for it. He was able to get stars and use them in round 2, and since Bull 2's health was weak each time he got up, he was able to finish him off. Fight 11 was Don Flamenco 2. His pattern for the first minute and a half was to throw straight jabs over and over, so Sinister simply blocked each of them and countered with face punches. He intentionally got him down to low health at the end of round 1, and then waited out the rest of the round. Since he didn't have time for a TKO in round 1, he was going to get 3 knockdowns in round 2 instead. And round 2 is very simple too. He threw a punch, Don countered, and he dodged out of the way to hit him with face jabs. Rinse and repeat for the first 2 knockdowns. He then intentionally got knocked down himself, because when he got up, Don 2's pattern was to do this.
They do that blind, man.
11 fights down. He had blown any of his previous runs out of the water, and the crowd was amazed as to how he was doing it. There were only 3 fights left in the game, the first of which was Mr. Sandman. Sandman is all about speed. If you don't know exactly when his punches are coming out, you're gonna get hit, and you're gonna get hit hard. Most of his rolling jabs in the first 50 seconds come out at the same time every time you fight him, but Sinister still had some trouble countering all of them. At a minute and a half into the fight, Sandman did his first Dreamland Express. He stands in place, then at a random point unleashes 3 really fast uppercuts. Sinister basically had to just guess when to start dodging, and he ended up getting hit. In round 2, Sandman does a Dreamland Express every time he gets up from a knockdown. By punching him twice in the face, then dodging left repeatedly, Sinister was able to lock in a timing that was usually able to clear him out of the way of the 3 punches. Each time, he was rewarded with being able to punch him in the stomach repeatedly. That was just about all he needed in round 2 to take Mr. Sandman down 3 times for the TKO. The whole room was unbelievably hyped after every fight. Last year, he had lost to the 8th opponent in the game. Now, he was about to try fighting the 13th one, the second to last one, Super Macho Man. Macho was fast, strong, and had a wide variety of punches he could throw, including
what if
the
I
mini
tried?
swing. This punch comes out at
What
a
if I
random
tried?
time
What if
and
I
takes
tried
off
this?
about
What if I
half
tried
your health
this?
if it makes
Okay.
contact. But the one nice thing about Macho was the delays between his punches were usually very similar. Sinister could dodge a punch, hit him a few times, then wait a brief
What if we
moment before dodging
tried?
again, and usually avoid getting punched. He was able to record a knockdown a little over a minute into the fight, but then got tagged by one of his punches and got knocked down. And in this brief moment, Sinister made a decision that could only be described as game-changing. Instead of getting up right away, he elected to wait to get up on a 9 count, the last number before you'd be knocked out and awarded a loss. In Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, you're able to get up after a knockdown by pressing A and B on the controller repeatedly. If you do this right away, you would get up when Mario says 1 and get a lot of your health back. However, the Punch-Out programmers put in a little secret when you get up. If you get up when Mario says 9, instead of getting up with some of your health will be completely replenished. And as an added bonus, whenever you knock an opponent down when you yourself have full health, they will automatically get up with a lower health refill. However, getting up on a 9 count, especially when you can't see, is extremely risky. If you're off by just one number and get up when Mario says 10, it'll be too late. You'll be counted as knocked out and the fight will be over. In fact, when Sinister was
add a
doing
drop
offline
shadow to
practice in the
this?
weeks leading up to this run, he specifically wrote in his notes to never attempt getting up on a 9 count against Super Macho Man. He would have had to rely on counting Mario's beeps since he had a blindfold on, while he was already under enormous pressure from having made it this far in the game, while a crowd of nearly 100,000 people was watching him, all while knowing that a single mistake getting up would end the run. But in the heat of the moment, Sinister forgot about the warning he had given himself. He did it. He got up with full health, and he continued fighting Super Macho Man. When he
Mad
knocked him
lad.
down again later in the round, because Sinister 1 had full health, Macho got up with far less health than he otherwise would have. And this small health refill left Sinister with just enough time to knock him down a third and final time before the first round was even complete. Sinister had just beaten 13 fights in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out blindfolded live at AGDQ, largely using strategies he had come up with on his own. The place was erupting with cheer. Of course, there was still one fight remaining, Mike Tyson. But Sinister explained that he basically had no chance at all of defeating Mike Tyson blindfolded. Not just at this event, but probably ever.
Yeah, how would you even
Sinister's
do that?
explanation that he gave the crowd before fighting Tyson blindfolded was something along the lines of this. Mike Tyson's punches, at least for the first minute and a half of the fight, all knock you down in one hit. And as mentioned earlier, getting knocked down 3 times in a round means you lose. Each of these punches has 4 possible delays that can occur before them. A 0 delay, a 1 delay, a 2 delay, or a 3 delay. So, Sinister had to essentially just guess which delay it would be for each punch, since he couldn't see it visibly, and then dodge hoping his 1 in 4 guess was right. He would then have to keep up those 1 in 4 guesses for nearly every punch in the first minute and a half of the fight, which would obviously involve astronomically small odds, and then somehow figure out a way to deal with all the randomness in the following rounds. He likened the odds of beating Tyson blindfolded to winning the lottery, and sure enough, when he started fighting Tyson, he was beaten within the first 90 seconds.
Oops.
But regardless, to this day, AGDQ 2014's Blindfolded Punch-Out lives on as one of the most memorable runs of all time. The hypeness of the crowd and exciting atmosphere of the run have been practically unrivaled. And as a quick side note, the next scheduled run in AGDQ 2014 was for Zallard 1 to attempt playing Super Punch-Out, the sequel to this game, while blindfolded as well. Imagine how daunting it would be to have to follow up what Sinister just did. Well, let's just say Zallard 1 did a pretty good job of that.
No way. Like right after, back to back? Like not the same person, but still.
So, That was the state of Punch-Out blindfolded.
That's wild.
Sinister had proven to the world that getting through the first 13 fights regularly was possible, but defeating Mike Tyson, that was a different story. When probably the greatest Mike Tyson's Punch-Out player in the world said that beating Tyson blindfolded was essentially impossible, people believed him. And so, that's where the game stood for a long time. But eventually, one man decided to challenge that notion. His name, fittingly, was D. Tysonator.
Nice. Good name, good name.
Who's doing it? Ban it. Let's see it.
D. Tysonator is one of the most prominent Punch-Out players in the early 2000s, becoming the first person in the world to TKO Mike Tyson in round 1 on the North American version of the game. With his eyes open, of course. For years after that, he didn't do too much work in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, but after watching Sinister's run at HDQ 2014, he became inspired to try to complete what Sinister stopped short of doing, beating Tyson blindfolded. His strategy was pretty simple. He would use an audio cue to know when to dodge out of the way of the first uppercut, and then assume that Tyson would give him the shortest delay for every single punch after that. If Tyson gave any delay but the shortest one for any punch, he got knocked down. Surprisingly enough, his attempts actually went really well. He was surviving the first minute and a half of the fight a lot more than what was statistically probable. He was still getting beaten up in round 2, but the fact that he made it that far so often was miraculous. How was D. Tysonator defying the odds? Well, here's how. Sinister One's explanation he gave at AGDQ was actually incorrect. For most of Tyson's punches, he only has 2 possible delays, a long delay and a short delay. These timings can vary between punches, so sometimes it seems like more than just 2 for each, but for the most part you're either going to get a short delay or a longer one. So, the Tysonator was only playing 50-50 or better odds on a lot of these punches. That was significantly more reasonable. Throwing enough attempts at it eventually yielded him some pretty nice results, fight after fight of getting to round 2. His round 2 pattern was pretty random, but nothing that knocked you down in one hit like in the first round. The Tysonator was able to develop a game plan. He would listen for punches at the start of round 2, then counter in the gut to earn stars. Hooks came with about a half-second delay before each of them immediately after, which the Tysonator could throw the star punches into. He often threw 2 quick uppercuts in a row, which could be countered for a lot of damage. In round 3, hearing no punches for a few seconds signaled a pattern of 2 quick jabs and an uppercut, which could again be countered for a lot of damage. With mental notes like these, the Tysonator is able to grow his consistency with practice. He was able to make it deeper and deeper into the fight, and on June 6, 2014, in the back of his video game store ANC Games, in a dark corner of Twitch.tv in front of just 2 chat members, while the world wasn't paying attention, the Tysonator did the impossible.
Yes, we went the distance guys, we win. Guys, we did it. We beat Mike Tyson blindfolded. Can you believe it? We went the distance. I can't believe
We did it.
27 years
believe
after
it.
the game's original release, every fight in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out had verifiably been beaten while blindfolded. It's possible Tyson had been beaten by someone else earlier, but this appears to be the first time with video proof. Even though he hadn't played the game seriously in years, the Tysonator was able to come back and show just what was possible with the blindfold. But he wasn't quite done yet.
Yes! Guys, it's over! Hasta la vista! Mikey! It's over, man. Terminated. Yes, you bitch! Knockout! Terminated. Hasta la
Mad
vista,
lad.
Mikey, you're done, bitch.
Hasta la
Go away.
vista, Mikey.
Stay down, bitch.
I like that.
With a
That's
little
good.
more practice, the Tysonator got really good at doing Tyson blindfolded. He wasn't interested in the first 13 fights, just Tyson himself. Eventually, the first minute and a half of the fight became more consistent thanks to help from an unlikely source, Battletoads world record holder JC583. JC watched the Tysonator's attempts frequently, and came up with a maneuver called the double quick dodge. In order to compensate for Tyson's 2 delays, you could do a quick dodge at the early timing, listen for a punch, and if you don't hear one, do another quick dodge as soon as possible. This dodge will dodge you out of the way of the longer delay. So, As long as you can react fast enough to the early timing or lack thereof, both timings will be accounted for. The Tysonator took to practicing this, and by early 2015, he was able to beat Tyson blindfolded nearly every time he tried. In the span of less than a year, the community went from thinking beating Tyson blindfolded was impossible to doing so frequently.
Terminated. Hasta la vista, Mikey. Take it easy, man. Alright, Terminated. You guys saw it? Sinister one?
Terminated.
Well,
dude.
at least one person did. Through early 2015, the Tysonator was actually the only known person in the world to have beaten Tyson blindfolded. He could do it nearly on command, but nobody else could even do it once. And then came another revelation. In late January 2015, there was a strong blizzard on the east side of North America. Longtime Punch-Out player Jack Wedge was snowed into his apartment building for a week, and had a bit of time on his hands. Similar to the Tysonator, Jack had been playing Punch-Out for many years, achieving world records back in the early 2000s, but then he put the game aside for a while. But after watching the Tysonator's blindfolded play on Twitch for months, and with quite a bit of spare time, he decided to try doing a bit of blindfolded Punch-Out for himself. What he discovered over the course of that week, however, was a way to make blindfolded Punch-Out way easier than anyone had ever imagined before. He implemented buffer strategies.
Buffer strategies.
In Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, buffering inputs means while one action is taking place, you hold down the buttons for the next action in advance, and the game will perform the next action on the first frame possible. For example, you would hold up and B to punch in the face, then let go, and while the punch is going off, hold up and B again. So, as soon as the first face punch is done, the next one will automatically begin. You can do this over and over again with different combinations of inputs to chain a bunch of moves together. Now, how is this beneficial for a speedrun? Well, buffering inputs will always take the exact same amount of time every single time. On Glass Joe, for example, there's a 4-frame window to knock him out at 42 seconds with a well-timed punch. By buffering 22 face punches in a row, then 2 right gut punches, then 2 left gut punches, either the last or second to last left gut punch will always hit Glass Joe during that 4-frame window, depending on Glass Joe's pattern. This is because, if all these punches are properly buffered, they will all be thrown on the first possible frame each time, so this series of punches will take the exact same amount of time every time. Glass Joe can easily be knocked out at 42 seconds every time this way, as famously discovered by Zallard1 in 2013. For a blindfolded speedrun, these rules all still apply, and they take away the necessity to see what's happening on screen. You can buffer a bunch of inputs together and not need to worry about manually timing your dodges or punches. Jack Wedge took this to an extreme and figured out buffer strats for a bunch of different fighters. And in the run he recorded from his apartment on January 29th, 2015, you can see these strategies in action. Von Kaiser. You can buffer a face punch, then 3 left dodges. The third one will automatically dodge you out of the way of a jab from Von Kaiser. Then, you buffer 7 more face punches, hesitate and then dodge, then buffer a face punch and a star punch. Von Kaiser will always be knocked down at exactly 23 seconds. These strategies got complicated and took a ton of memorization. Like Bald Bull 1, for
Yo,
example,
what's
where you
up,
needed to adjust
yo?
your
How are
buffer
you
based on the punches
doing,
you hear both
Admiral?
throw. But
Hope
some
you're having
provided
a
a huge
wonderful
benefit.
day
Piston 2,
and or
for
night.
example, had a buffer strategy that guaranteed hitting the 4-frame window at 1 minute for the knockout.
We're just
Armed
watching
with these
some
strategies, Jack was casually making his way through the game.
speed running
Not
videos
falling
while
into everybody
editing
who
stuff.
dared
Just
challenge
woke up. Noise. Speed running videos while editing. Thumbnail.
But what Jack had up his sleeve for the Mike Tyson
Or
fight was
episode
absolutely
8.
brilliant. He had a buffer strategy that
12:30
basically
here is a
guaranteed
crazy
you'd
time for you,
survive
huh?
one-hit uppercuts for the first 90 seconds of the fight.
Minus
You'd buffer punches to lose stamina,
minus
so Tyson could
minus
then
6
when
hours.
Tyson did get an uppercut through, he would dodge out of the way and hit him, then lose the rest of his stamina. Tyson always
Minus
throws
6
punches at a regular
hours.
interval when Mac turns pink, so Jack just buffer dodges to get past them. He then lost all of his stamina again, rinsed and repeated it until the minute and a half was up. He didn't do much damage to Tyson, but
Maybe
he was always able
I
to
don't know how I
survive.
feel if I keep it like
In
that.
rounds
Maybe
2
if I
and
do
3, he
this.
battled hard against Tyson.
Just keep
Buffer
the
strategies
one.
didn't help him much here, because Tyson's pattern was just too random. But Jack's game knowledge was enough to give him the victory in the end.
I can still distort it because it's a. It's a.
14-0.
For the first time ever, someone had verifiably beaten Mike Tyson's Punch-Out from start to finish without looking at the screen. Jack
Wild.
uploaded the video to YouTube, and a few days later, it had gone viral, with hundreds of thousands of views. The world was taking notice of what people could do with a blindfold on. Naturally, in true speedrunning fashion, the point of blindfolded Punch-Out turned to how fast and how consistently it could be done. Throughout 2015, players worked together to come up with the best strategies possible for beating Mike Tyson's Punch-Out blindfolded. The Tysonator even became the first person to beat Mike Tyson in round
there we
1
go.
while blindfolded. He had to hit 11 frame-perfect punches with his eyes closed.
Terminated.
Yeah, that should work. What can we do with this? Can we?
It's over.
And in early 2016, Sinister One and
Can you do
Zallard One
something like
raced blindfolded
that?
Punch-Out against each other live at AGDQ 2016. The odds in getting two players to beat the whole game blindfolded live in front of tens of thousands of viewers seemed grim at first. But the Punch-Out community came together to help figure out as many consistent strategies as possible. Sinister, Zallard, Jack, even a certain YouTuber who had approximately 9 subscribers at the time.
That's insane.
One they're using for this fight.
Imagine like beating a game blindfolded. God damn.
Many of these strategies were small buffer changes.
God
or listening for
gamers.
certain audio cues. Sinister and Zallard practiced Mike Tyson in particular for weeks, in order to get the best odds possible beating him live at the event. Zallard was able to do so in round 2 and won the race, but Sinister was running out of time to finish him off in the second round. If the fight made it to round 3, he probably would have lost because of Tyson's ridiculous randomness in the third round. But at the last minute, Sinister was able to hit a frame-perfect punch. He had a 60th of a second to time it, in order to get a star and finish Tyson off.
Put him down.
There we go. Give it up.
Beat all games blindfolded. True God gamer.
After this race, Sinister One set a world record for beating the
Speaking
game
of
blindfolded
GDQ is happening
21
right
minutes and
now.
32 seconds.
Hold up, what's happening in twitch.tv/games? Done quick. What are they watching right now? Or what are they running?
Just for a little extra safety, because it does give you some extra magic points, little wiggle room.
Yeah,
Oh, we have flashing here on the death. It does give you a little extra wiggle room with the MP in case things go bad. So now you notice his maximum MP is in the 220s, his maximum HP is the same. Before all of that leveling, his max MP was in the 90s. No, I'm sorry. His max MP was in the 60s, and his max MP was in the 90s. So an enormous difference here in what he had before.
Enormous difference.
The
And
way
the
that we
best part
yeah, oh, go ahead.
is that we are now, since we're level 13, we have exactly 32 strength with the battle sword. Which
Oh yeah, oh, and you
will
get to
allow
see the
us
crits
do-
now.
Yeah, so that's
the-
why we
the
didn't get
crits.
level 14.
Yeah, right.
So you'll see
Watch the
some
health
huge
bar.
drops in
Yeah.
the health bar. So watch 1, 2, 3, 4.
Should we do that
1,
with
2, 3,
this
4, 5,
as
6,
well?
7, 8.
We'll warp it
So yeah, it just
down.
melts the bosses up until a certain point.
Now we do not show mercy.
Yeah, and now
This isn't Cobra
now,
Kai here.
Now we will also not be talking because during this cutscene here is
Classic.
an extremely
Classic.
hot jam. It is the national anthem of Willow Any Percent, and we will go silent so that all of you can appreciate its glory.
This episode we talked about
So
Twitch
we
and
killed
meta,
Kale, but
Battlefield
the game thinks that we
24
killed Moose,
subreddit being super
and
toxic.
So that was the cutscene for that. Now we're walking through this cave backwards. I know we've been talking a lot about this run. We're trying to throw a lot of information at chat. We're all very excited
And
that
we also
this run
talked
is
about
finally made it to GDQ.
bikes.
I'm sure there'll be at some point a time for re-donations.
It's just
I'll let Sap decide.
it's
when
so
that
out
should
of
be,
place,
but there's
but
just so much to talk about.
hell yeah,
There's
bikes.
stuff that we haven't
Bikes are
been
useful.
able to. We didn't have time for. There's things that we started
Like
talking
toxic
about.
people,
and
exactly.
we just
Well,
ran
we
out of time
talked
to
about
talk those
how
two, for example, the task snakes and the pixel perfect trick, right?
Oh no, we did it.
We did.
The Battlefield 2042 subreddit has been toxic, and the community's been toxic towards developers and harassing mods, literally mods of the subreddit.
So much information
And
to
it's like,
throw at you
dude, come
guys.
on, like I
I
get
did see
your
someone
game
in the
isn't
chat,
like the best, or
thanking
you know,
us
it's
for the
glitchy.
warning for the Flash. We'll try
It
to do
doesn't.
better.
It was not what you
There's a couple
expected.
more
It's
times
missing
about
like
it.
hundreds or dozens of features, but like you still
So
shouldn't
right now
go
we got
harassing
Fleet, which is a magic that
developers.
allows
I mean,
us to
unless if you
escape
know,
out
unless,
of,
like I mean, don't
caves or
harass
dungeons,
developers
any
ever, or people in general, right?
we get lost
Like,
in there, or
there's this person right
just
here.
make
He's
a quick escape.
one of the moderators
we
said he
touched
was
on this before,
being
but
called like
it's
a pedophile and stuff,
is relevant now.
fabricated
So,
stuff
Sath is using that
because
sword called the
I
Devil
guess
Eye.
they're
There's
being a
certain
moderator in the
subset of enemies in
subreddit.
this game. I refer to them as ghost enemies.
The
that will only take
EA
damage
global
from the
director
Devil Eye
literally
and
was
no
saying
other
like
sword. Conversely,
they didn't
if you
do any
try to use
updates
the
because
Devil
you know
Eye
holiday
on
break and people have to
Ghost
rest,
Enemy,
but
it will
people
be
are
completely ineffective.
people are
So,
so mean
like
and they're
these
saying
masks for
stuff like,
ghost
"Wow,
enemies, those
oh my
bubble
God,
ghosts
fix your
are
game!"
ghost
Like,
enemies,
dude,
that ghoul that,
people need to rest during
that Sath,
holidays.
just dealt with, the one that we were trying to dodge in Matanda Cave, that's a ghost enemy. So there's going to be particular sections where we will need to use that sword
It's
and
like-
that sword only in order to do damage to those enemies.
Like I enjoyed it.
So
I had
what's
well, I
happening
wouldn't
right now
I wouldn't pay
is
full
that
price for 2042
Willow is
Battlefield,
encountering the messenger of the
but
earth, Fenrizel,
I'd
who's
play it.
currently a possum.
I
However,
enjoyed the
because
beta.
of Willow's
It was
sorcery
buggy. It was a
and the
buggy
cannon
mess, but I
that
had
Shir
fun.
Lindria gave him, he's able to
Does it
turn
make me a
Fenrizel
bootlicker and a
back into
shill?
human
No,
form.
I
This
just I had a
cannot be
good
done
time.
unless you are at least level 13.
Yeah, it has problems,
You will just
and
keep
sure, if
changing
the
her
developers
into other,
fix it or don't fix it,
animals,
it's just
you know,
don't
pretty
go
much like
harassing
Yeah.
freaking
Yeah,
developers.
that is
Apparently, it
seriously
happened with the Halo Infinite.
Once
They had
you-
to
once
temporarily
you-
close the
once you
subreddit because
transform,
of
Fenrizel,
toxicity.
she will power up the cane, so now it will shoot out these bubbles that actually do a decent amount of damage.
You want now? You want a
I don't know
perfect?
If you already have it on, I like to equip it in this section because
Yeah, I love it during this area.
All at once.
It's standard.
Right now.
In this part of the run.
Yeah, because it can do a decent amount of damage to enemies.
But even
but of
then, I
course, it
still
is the
play just
only
Battlefield
thing that
4,
will do
which is still
damage
fun.
To the first phase.
There's people that still play
of
Battlefield
the final
3.
boss of this game, so it is all very required.
Yeah, and it's the fact that now, since we're level 13, we can't miss any of the shots that we have against her. So
right.
If we miss one of them, if anything.
And then we talked about Twitch meta, people watching, or Twitch metas, I guess, and the different metas like watching
So,
Master
this
Chef,
section
hot
of
tub
the game, the mountain
streams,
area here,
gambling,
this is notorious
straight up
for being
slots,
an
and
area where it's very easy
blackjack,
to get
virtual
lost,
blackjack.
because a lot of the screens look the same, and there's not a whole lot.
Battlefield 2, never played it though.
Kind of getting twisted around. Yeah.
Battlefield 2 is fun.
This, I
I
think,
only
is-
played a
is
bit of it.
One of the biggest sections for it.
Oh,
Okay. All right. I'm gonna take
My
the
favorite's
floor
still
here
4.
because,
I don't know.
there's
I
a
couldn't
couple
get
things
into
that I want
5.
to,
5
to
was
discuss.
alright. It's fun. It's
First of all, we're picking
enjoyable,
up
but
a
it's just
magic
like
called, the Monsters Strategy
I like the
menu.
modern sometimes. I do miss
Is
the
gonna
modern
be
just because
called
of the
Spectre
wacky,
magic.
wacky stuff you can
Sath
do
is
with
actually going to be using this in very short order to demonstrate what it does.
jets and stuff.
It's going to be coming up in just a second here, right?
Oh no, I'm gonna do it when we get to the
Hot tub meta,
when we get to the
artifact
the holes.
meta.
Oh, you don't
Like
use
if you
it
go
here?
on the
Nope.
artifact category right
You're
now,
not going to get thunder, are you?
let me check.
Oh,
Twitch,
you sneaky.
Twitch.tv
I
artifact.
guess just doofuses like me.
2019 speedruns here.
Getting shamed in front of only
If-
about 55,174
No,
viewers.
It's not even.
No big deal.
Hey,
All right.
you wanted the floor,
Oh.
so we gave it to you.
Okay, well, sorry, you
It's
pulled
not
the rug out
even
from under me, and
freaking
now I feel dumb. So
the game artifact.
So
No,
if
not
you're
at
learning
all.
this run, that is
Shang-Chi,
Spectre there,
Transformers 1. This person's literally working on Leorin board
Come
stuff.
here and you can get Thunder, and Thunder will
Like, what the hell?
Your magic and your.
No one's playing Artifact on the Artifact
So
category.
It's really good to, not just starting out, but I mean even for like sub-hour runs.
I have.
It's definitely still good. Thunder's a good magic to have. It just obliterates enemies.
very much so. All right, so it's going to be coming up here, so I'll make sure to I'll make sure to
Let's see this. Let's see what
draw
the
attention to something very specific after it gets used.
You also get to ask your question that you've loved to
yes,
ask people.
don't ruin it.
I'm not.
You have 7,894,057,389,075 games. That's a lot of games.
This is my moment. Yes. All right. So we're
Okay,
gonna
not
see
even
these little holes in the
half
ground?
of them. I
Well,
know
we're
I'm a
just gonna
big
go
gamer.
and
Hey, I
turn it
mean,
into this little slimy
even
board
my
here.
friend still
Now,
has.
normally these little holes are kind of open
You know,
up, and
but
they
we
would do
always, I
damage.
always
They would also
joke. I always
block
tell
you
him like,
from,
"Oh, Will, you're playing.
moving
You're playing.
While you're this slime, it deactivates
what was
any
it? What was
spawns
it?
of enemies. that
Oh
would
yeah,
come on the
Metroid
screen, and you
Dread.
can
Yeah,
move through
that's
sections of the
that's.
game very
You bought
safely.
it?
Now I have a question for you, chat. And here's what we
You
want to
just,
do. Okay.
you'd be like,
Obviously, when this slime is
totally.
moving
I
along the
totally
ground,
bought
makes
it.
some sort of noise as it's moving. Here's what
But
we're
you
gonna
gotta
do.
admit, freaking
In donation
the Switch
comments, all I
emulators
want you to do, send in a
are
donation. It can be
nuts.
$5,
4K looking, 4K upscale Metroid Dread looks so
is
good.
the word that you would use to describe the sound that
Or
the
even
slime makes
Nickelodeon
as
All
it's
Star
moving
Brawl.
along the
I think
ground.
he got
So
he
let's,
got
I'd love
a
to hear
free version.
what it is that you
Quote,
that
unquote.
you think there. I don't want to. I mean, seeing it in chat is one
So
thing.
I guess
Donation
like the only
comments
thing I
are
need to
another,
add
because
is a
we will have
bike.
section here where we can definitely toss it over to the host, and
Bikes.
hopefully they will have some rapid fire donations that they can.
I like free.
that they
Free's
can
good.
fire
I mean,
off that will just be nothing but
it's
just
always morally
nonsense words
it's
to
morally
describe
right
how a
to
slime moves.
pirate
Let's see if we
Adobe
can get that train
products.
going, please.
I
We're
didn't
gonna
say
see
that.
this magic. It
I never
gets
said
used
that.
in several spots throughout the game because it's
It's
so
morally right
incredibly
to
useful.
pirate
Yeah,
Adobe
so-
products.
Yeah, exactly.
So I've heard.
Can I shout out my favorite one in chat? I know there's
sure.
Slop.
You're alive, you know that.
Yes.
It's
yeah,
a
so,
meme.
but we
It's
definitely
all a
want these in the
meme.
form of donation comments so that we can have our host.
It's all a
have our
meme.
host read them off, which will certainly be delightful.
So yeah, so this part of the game, MP is very important, and
yeah,
making
it's
sure that we have
strictly-
enough for certain to be able to
Just
do
say in
everything
game.
we do is quite vital here.
Like I think
And I'm 30
I remember
MP
who I think
Right now,
one
we're not
of
getting any of this
local streamer, big
So when you
Monster
kill those
Hunter
ghost
streamer.
enemies, they live behind this little kind of like
What's his name?
glowing
Super
tower,
rad.
and that
He has
will
a
replenish
he has a
TWMP.
command
Now,
when
we
people
want those
ask for
enemies
like.
to spawn so
Don't
we
wait,
get some of
hydrate.
that replenishment, so we
Good
have what
idea.
we
Let me
need.
hydrate.
But
He has a
unfortunately,
command where
the despawns are working
people would
against
ask
my
like,
boy Saf
"Oh, what
here,
console are you
and,
playing? Monster
might have
Hunter
to do some- yeah, might have to
Ultimate
do some,
3,
some
Monster Hunter
fancy dancing here.
Ultimate."
So-
Is that-
Yeah.
When those black bees spawn,
And he'd be like, "Oh, I'm playing on the Wii U Pro."
they're fairly rare, but when they do,
He's just
it
playing on emulator.
always
God
startles
damn
me
it.
every time because they deal a ton of damage.
And do you all
Wii U
know,
Pro.
remember the
Good stuff.
the bird people in Willow?
Yes, that was very very deliberate. Oh, so after he's done with this little cutscene here, he is going to cast the fleet magic,
mean,
which is going to teleport him out of the cave. Flash
It's
him on in
it's
here.
actually funny how easy it is to rip PlayStation games directly to your PC.
Oh well.
It's insanely
missed that
easy,
one,
and it's
so
wild how
good
you
that
can
you
do
caught
that.
Yeah. So okay, so what Saf just did is he did that cutscene there to talk to that old lady, and you need to do that in order to go back. Oh, we're gonna try and spawn him. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you here.
That's the thing.
Yeah, there you go.
There's a
That one's
gray,
easy to kill. It's
there's
like
a
right there in
gray,
front of you.
there's a gray
But you
area
need
when it comes to
talk that lady
emulators,
as a,
but there's a black and white.
event trigger so that when we go
It's
back
black
to
and
this
white
cave
when
that
it
we
comes
were
to
just
ROMs,
in,
because you can't go stealing
you will get an
ROMs.
item that we need.
But
so you see,
people
that,
will know.
We've done another sploop and have turned
They do
into
everything
Slimy
legal.
Boy
Exactly,
again. So again,
exactly.
another opportunity to send in your donations where your only comment is going to be the
But
sound
yes,
that it makes.
Wieners in
as
Space,
it moves.
episode 8
Now, one of my
will
favorite
probably
things to
come
point out in
out
this game is you are this little slimy boy. You have no bones. You have nothing
12
like
p.m.
that. But we're gonna
tomorrow.
go into this cave here and
because I have to
you
upload
hear the
it and then we
click-clack of
upload it the
footsteps
next day.
while you are slime.
I even
This is
bought
always something
WinRAR.
that delights me verily.
Classic
That made sure
WinRAR.
to remind me that he
The
was
moment
gonna
I discovered
give me the
7-zip,
opportunity
I
to
I
mention that.
stopped
So
using
thank you
WinRAR.
very much. It's always just fun to mention.
Even then,
So,
when friggin' Windows
there we go. Yeah, perfect.
7
Universe
added
says
like
this game
its
is
own
very easy to get lost in.
zip
Yes.
format.
Yes, indeed.
Like goddamn.
Yeah.
And
So
we're
again,
gonna use Fleet again soon. So once we get out of this cutscene, we're gonna use it one more time. So we're gonna have another flat set of
But yeah.
flashing lights also.
Artifact. What a meme. I remember back when people like there would be
So, and
people
the reason
straight up
why- so
putting
we'd have to talk to
playing
this lady in order for this
movies,
dude to give us an
TV
item called the
shows,
Witch's Shoes. That's
porn
gonna allow us to
on that
cross that
category,
bridge that
and Twitch was doing nothing about it because no one watches or plays Artifact.
Alrighty.
And the people who play Artifact don't stream
Back
Artifact.
down the mountain one more time. After Sath goes a couple more screens.
Like, it
we
was
are going
wild.
To do, I think it's going to be right at the end of this screen here. We're going to go. Oh no! Oh no!
You need to find a bike. Need to find a bike. Need to
Oh,
find
you
a
don't do
bike.
it yet. Are you conserving?
Bike PNG.
Yeah, because I only have.
Oh, do you want to get another? Do you want to get some more MP?
No, I
Very
have just
valuous.
enough.
So let me download a bike PNG.
So I'm gonna use it once we get to the
Download
bridge,
PNG
and then,
file.
once we're heading up toward the. I have
Gotcha.
just enough health.
Gotcha.
As long as I don't get hit by anything else.
Yeah. All right.
Because the snake is gonna do 60.
Yeah.
There's a snake that,
A
that
bike.
spawns right before.
That's right.
That's a bike. That's
we'll
a
get
bike.
ahead of ourselves here, but there's one chance for an enemy to spawn, and it hits us twice for 30 HP each time.
Gotcha.
So Sat
Okay.
was making sure that he had enough health to be able to tank those 2 hits.
Okay, so here's the deal. We've got a lot of walking in this section.
Licorice
Host,
Yeah.
we're gonna
pizza.
toss it over to you. If you have, I want you to just fire off all of those donation comments that describe what sound the slime makes, and others if you have them as well, please. Go ahead. Floor's yours.
Of course, we've got a lot of those donations. So, just
Nice.
before he asked, what sound did the slime make? We have Tony Piz with $5 saying splorsh, splorsh. Oscan with $5. I'm trying to keep up. Oscan with $5 saying schlop, florp, florp, florp. Halior with $5. Slurp, slorp, slurp, slorp. Boing.
What are these donations? Slurp,
Slime
slorp.
with $5. They say skloop.
Skloop.
Heretic with $5. They say schlorb. Captain Top Deck with $5 who says squoop. Noble with $5 who says sloopy sloopy. Honey Hyena with $15 who goes slime goes with low rasp. Let me try it again. Good luck. We also have Lexilogical with $5 and they say
Why?
sloops. And then we have $5 from Corpse Eater, Schlorp. $5 from Average Joe Star, Plorp, Plorp, Plorp. Here's an interesting one. $5 from Jacka, Deeble, 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 Deeble.
Why?
Thank you so much, everyone. That was some definitely
thank you. Oh my
some
God, that was
interesting
fantastic.
Some interesting onomatopoeias there. Do we have time for one more donation here?
Yeah, go ahead.
And we will we're gonna have a cutscene, but we will have a death animation also, so there will be flashing lights. So
yeah.
But go ahead and with another donation.
Flashing lights.
Thank you for the heads up. We have a
Epileptic warning.
$500 donation here from Julie Cat. Hey Seth, celebrate yourself and let us celebrate this underrated gem of a game as you tear it apart. And hopefully one day we can celebrate taking down cancer as well.
Thank you so much, Julie Cat. And so here's the death abuse. And this death abuse right now, it just takes us right back to the town that we needed to be at. And we're going to go ahead and head into the castle. That lady up at the top of the mountain gave us, decided to open up the door to the gate for us. So
I don't know what to
now we're
put.
going to go in and go after the
I'm missing
Empresses,
something
which
here.
is, named after Siskel and Ebert.
Like
Yep.
where Justin
One
is,
thing
but
that
I
we
don't
should
know what
mention
to
about
put.
the death warps, and this is actually a really important part, especially in a section coming up, is that there's two reasons why we do the death warps. One of them is that it's going to take us back to, sections that so
I did
that
a
we
warp here.
avoid backtracking that we would otherwise do with walking. But also when you respawn with full MP and HP. And it's just a nice way to kind of give you a little, just kind of free refresh on those things very quickly.
When I first started running the game, there was exactly one death warp that was used. It saved about 15 seconds versus the deathless category run. Now there's quite a bit more.
It's like, yeah, I want to say there's like 7 or 8 that we do throughout the run. Oh, come on, do it. Oh,
nice.
Nice. Okay.
That was much better than getting killed by that fireball.
Yeah, that is true.
So we defeat the Everest just like in the movie.
Yes. Where Willow just slaps it in the face repeatedly with his sword. Alrighty. So here we go.
It was a trap.
It was a trap, but I like how he introduces himself even though we've already seen him twice.
Yeah, how does he not know us,
Yeah.
especially that we already beat him?
I also like how, here's Mad Mardigan, he says, hello, Willow, we meet again, even though we've never spoken to him before.
Well, we met. I just chose to ignore you.
We just kind of gave him the deuces as we walked by. So here we have the brownies. These are Frangine and Rule. They are the comic relief of the movie. And but here they're being
Bikes, how they work.
they're
How do
being bros
bikes
because
work?
They're actually busting us out
How do
of this
bicycles
cell.
work?
See, now we've got that opening. to
And
walk
they
in.
also gave us the powder of unrequited love.
The powder of unrequited love, yes.
Alright, and I'm going to change this back to Spectre because
Yep.
we're gonna do that.
Title and you
all
go
of my MP
forwards.
from this moment forward is pretty calculated for what I'm gonna be
Exactly.
doing. But we're gonna just be walking back to Castle Nockmar, so there is gonna be a little bit.
Don't ask
of,
too much about it.
Of walking if you
They just
wanna
work. They just
some
work.
donations.
I wonder if the dude who made the
We
bike,
still got some more
he
slime
was just
sounds. You
like,
want me to read some off some of those?
this looks fine.
No worries.
And then
Okay,
like
this
a
one is $5
century
from,
later,
Clunky
you got
Vulcan.
people like,
Hey, it's me, the slime.
what the
I've been
heck?
trying to
This
reach
guy
you
was a
about your car's
genius.
extended warranty. A few
That
more
would be a terrifying sound to make.
Yeah.
I want like a better
Walking
image.
down the road.
I agree with you there. What else do we have? We have $25 here from Radikun Schlurp. We have $5 from Azem Amberheart. Pleka, 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 pleka. We
Pleka,
have
pleka, pleka, pleka.
$5 here from Anonymous Splorm. Another $10 from another anonymous donor. Schlorp. $5 from Greg. Squip, squip, squip.
Use those channel points for rewards.
There's a few more there. Do we
What's
have
the
more
channel point
shoes?
for awards?
You have time for a few more?
Yeah, go right ahead.
That's how it went.
We got
Exactly.
another one here. We have a $250 donation here from Cloudy Shoe. Seth, what a horrible night to have a. Wait, wrong game. Good luck with Willow. A game clearly inspired by Utopia.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
And not
Thank you,
Zelda.
Cloudy.
Exactly.
Thank you, Cloudy Shoe.
Yeah, thank you, Cloudy.
So
I love it.
I don't think we mentioned it, but earlier in the game, we got an item from Poe.
You bright out.
The Ocarina.
See the sky?
Yes.
I think I see the sky.
Ocarina allows you to
I think it's blue.
fast travel.
It's all blue now.
With a pterodactyl, a bird
Yes.
of some sort. I wonder who stole that idea.
So for that comment of, oh, this is Zelda.
Maybe I'll just have a bunch of
maybe
bikes.
Zelda's Willow.
We'll just put a bunch of bikes.
Also,
Put a bike
again,
PNG,
what
just
we've
find a
been doing
bunch
here
of bikes.
is,
No,
as Slimy Boy, you
I'll
see
be lazy.
scooting
I'll even do
along,
this.
Please continue to send in your your donation
I'll be
comments with
freaking lazy
the
and just
word
do
that you would
this.
use to
Let's
describe
do
the sound that that
this one with
slime
this.
makes as it is just kind of
yeah.
sliding or slithering along. We'd love to hear all of them. Trust me.
Whoa! Now it's blue.
Is that time for a few more then?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, there's actually some walking here. Yeah.
All right, no worries at all. We have MJSPRA with $5.
That's not how that
more.
works. That's not gonna
He's an
work.
interesting one. Venom Enon with $5. Flob Schwam Bom Bom, Flob Schwam Bom Bom. And then we have
What am I
$5 here
listening
from
to,
Shifty.
man?
I must be confused. I thought this was AGDQ, not ASMR. Slurp, slurp. The good ones there.
So those screens that Seth just passed, you saw that these like when I was a kid I used to call them bubble penguins, but they're like bubbles or whatever you want to call them. The
They're
original
bubble
run, that's where we
Give me a
grinded to level
frickin'
13, and so it's a 50%
bike.
chance for them to spawn, and you would have to let them split twice. So,
Bicycle.
RPG
Stab
heavy.
quick enough.
Here's
And then
a
hopefully stab quick enough to kill them.
yeah, exactly. So just like in the movie, you turn into a slime, you talk to a guard, he runs
No.
away, and you get into
Why is a guard who guards a castle full of monsters
Take
running
this,
away?
download.
I never understood that. You know what? We are just going to kill you.
Ooh, yeah, good call. So that is another place where using the spectrum
Click an
metric is
order.
required.
Oh, what
That
the
is-
hell?
That is the intended way to initially gain entry into Knockmar Castle.
very important character in the movie here.
Yes. So we have to make 2 trips into here.
Q.
Well, I guess we
What?
don't have to, but we do
The
for the run.
what?
So what this
Yeah,
guy
we're
is
gonna use
doing.
fleet again.
Yeah. So what that conversation did
Oh,
there
oh,
is
God. Oh, it tells me the
wing
order. Wait, what?
sword that we received earlier from
Yeah,
the other member of the Eagle Clan, the blue one.
There we
That sword,
go.
when you first get it, is extremely weak. Once you talk
Bike.
to that red member of the Eagle Clan, he powers up. It is now the
bike
strongest
two.
sword in the game.
Yeah,
And
now we don't have to worry about the battle sword. We'll be using the wing sword
We
now.
finally replaced the second best sword in the game with the best sword again, which is actually not true. The Devil Eye is the best sword in the game. Just like in the movie, the Devil Eye is the strongest sword.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. So.
And
go ahead.
yeah, now we
Good enough. Okay, let's just
Birdman, that gave us
just fix
the
some
power of
stuff.
sword,
We'll do some.
also told us that the old
do
lady
some of
that we
this.
talked to on top of the mountain has the key to Upper Knockmar. So we're
Right.
gonna go over and meet with her, but she's no longer on the mountain. She's in this house, and you don't know that.
It's only covering him, right? Yeah.
Nothing tells you that she's there. You just kind of randomly find it, I guess.
Also, another great thing is she starts her conversation by saying, "Oh, you've met Eric." Now, Eric was actually a knight that was right before the Eborsisk fight that, again, we just walked right by. So we actually haven't met him, but she thinks that we have, so we just play along.
Now we're gonna go head back to Knockmar. We're gonna do a death abuse now to refill our magic because now we're at the tail end of the run.
One more intentional death. Any deaths after here are going to be unintentional, and we certainly hope that we don't say, "Oh my goodness, come on."
This is the newest famous run killer.
Oh no, come on.
Really? Come on. There
you go. Okay, death coming up here, flashing. Now with the key to Knockmar Castle, there's a lot of doors in here that were otherwise impassable that we can now go through. Also, we didn't really mention it before because we were in here very briefly, but the music in here is awesome. It's really good. And then
Awesome.
the section after this, once we get done with Knockmar
Awesome
Castle
game's
and
done
around,
quick.
and
Awesome.
around the spire at the top is also
That's how
also really
awesome
great.
it is.
As you would expect from like, vintage heyday retro Capcom games. It's
Yeah.
just par for the course.
And you'll recognize like a lot of sounds from other Capcom games, like Bionic Commando and Mega
Sure.
Man, things like that. So it's kind of fun when you like can point them all out. You're like, oh, hey, they use parts of this and this. So now we're gonna run through these screens. We don't want to lose any magic because we have to keep all of our magic for this.
Yeah.
The,
Yeah.
the final boss fight.
Yeah. Do not accidentally press A.
Yeah. Oh, I don't even any magic until I get right next to Bavmorda's room.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Because I have done that way too many times.
Where's Justin?
So the lady here in this cutscene, her name is Sorsha. This is actually Bavmorda's daughter. We skipped the section where we would have seen her otherwise, but this is a great time, real quick, to tell an anecdote here. So in the movie, Sorsha is played by a lady named Joanne Wally, and of course,
What is this
Matt
movie?
Mardigan here is played by Val Kilmer. Now, by the end of the movie, these two kind of
Spoilers.
get together, and they have the love interest and whatnot. So over the course of the movie, Joanne Wally gets to kiss Val Kilmer, right? And she was like, you know what? I don't want to do this just over the scope of the movie. I want to continue to do this, so she married him.
Spoilers.
And that's pretty baller.
It's true.
Shout outs to Joanne Wally. All right,
Shout
shout
out
outs
to
to this
Kale
Kale
Pretty,
fight.
that's pretty baller.
Yeah.
So he's even easier this time.
Oh,
because he's
perfect
just a
setup.
shadow of his former self.
Yeah.
So casually, this is one of the hardest bosses in the game. Because if you go to beside him, he'll start like lunging at you, like dashing towards you.
Yeah.
But once
he
you
moves
realize
extremely fast.
Once you realize he's just
It's a zoom.
right-handed and you can just attack him on the left side, it's pretty easy. So this is the epic music.
Oh god.
Right before the last boss battle.
Yeah, the Ramparts of Nokmar. My favorite track.
Agreed.
If there's a donation, go ahead and read it. We got a little bit more before we get to Bavmorda.
Not too long, though.
Yeah.
No worries. We still got a few slime sounds coming through, so I'll read off a couple more of those. We have Ellipsis 440 with $5, and their slime sound is Flabba Wappa Bing Blorp. And we also
What?
have $5 here from Trinity Babe. Loop Lub Loop Lub. You're doing well, Seth. Smiley face.
What am I hearing, man?
Awesome.
I'm glad that's the sound the slime makes.
Yeah.
It makes me happy.
All right, so we are approaching the final boss of the game, the Evil Queen, Bavmorda. As we have talked about before, the only thing that will do damage to her first phase is this cane. Now, she's going to throw out little fireballs that are going to stick around on the screen. Those fireballs will block arcane shots. Sath has to be very, very careful to not throw a bubble into one of her fireballs. Oh no!
Oh shoot, I didn't mean to do that.
Okay, so unfortunately that's exactly what happened here. So with that being done, Sath had no choice but to take a death because he just wasn't going to have enough MP
That
in order
was unfortunate.
to
That was
it.
a horrible fire.
Big unfortunate.
That was
fireball spawn. That was right there, right when I shot too. There was no way I could avoid it.
Yeah, that was definitely a troll job.
Oh my gosh.
So we'll look at some of the positives. You know what's more fun than
we can do more
embarrassing
donations,
Kale
too.
and then killing Kale twice? Is killing Kale a third time.
A third
Yeah.
time, yes.
A third time.
Who wants to see Kale get killed a third time?
Yes.
Let's hear it in chat.
Yeah. So one thing that we haven't mentioned, that ghoul enemy that Sath just avoided there, that was kind of with the yellow.
What the
tunic
hell?
and
Why is
the
there
purple
3
arms.
bikes?
What those ghoul enemies are extremely annoying because what they will do is if you stay on the screen long enough,
excuse me.
They will do this magic where they turn you into a pig, and you cannot exit the screen while you are in pig mode. So it
That's
can
oof.
it can absolutely be a run killer. So we want to avoid unfortunately
Not the run
the
killers.
later game ghouls the pig magic lasts even longer. Like that one, if that one would have got him, he's a pig for like, I don't know,
It's
30
10
seconds.
shots. Yeah, 10 shots, because it goes. It's not like how many seconds you're a pig. It's how many like attacks that the enemy does to you.
Right.
Yeah, I think there's 3 different colors of ghouls. I think it's 5 shots for the gray one, 10 shots for the blue one, and 15 for the pink one, I believe.
Okay.
Which is
it's
agonizingly annoying.
Oh, it's so painful.
And you're
oh my goodness.
a pig the entire time. It's just it's embarrassing.
Yeah, it's
and you can't go through screen transitions. You can't do anything. You're just stuck on the screen.
Yep. So we're just gonna get right in this perfect position here. Don't let Kale touch us. Perfect. Okay, good.
Yeah, flashing
Nice.
again.
Yeah. Nice kill there.
We
Oh,
just
yeah,
love
teamwork.
this last track so much that we felt that
Yeah.
we all need to just hear it again.
You know, it just
Mm-hmm.
it's just got this great like heroic feel to it. Like you are about to beat the game. I hope that you are ready.
Yeah, picture this.
You know.
You're speeding this game. You're on world record pace. You just beat Kale for the 3rd time.
Yeah.
And then this music hits.
Yeah, and
You're
it
up
just
hype.
the blood really starts pumping at this point. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that rush is definitely fun.
Oops.
Yes. Alrighty, well,
If there's any other donations, you got a couple of,
real quick,
seconds
yeah.
for them.
No worries. We have a $25 donation here from Swift. One of my best friends. Good luck on your ride.
Hey. Thank you, Swift.
nice. That was a swift comment, which was just what we needed here.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we're about to get back into the second confrontation here with Bavmorda. This one will be successful. I am sure of it. So she talks a little mess. And now Sath is going to do his thing here. Perfect setup. There it is.
That's
nice.
phase 1. There's second phase still. So
yeah,
time will be on the death of
Last hit.
this form.
Now
Which
in
is
this phase,
also gonna have flashing.
yeah, it's basically the exact same thing as the first phase, only now you can do damage to it with your sword.
Where's
And that's
Justin?
Alright, time. Yeah.
Good game, Sath. Well played.
Yo, GG, man.
Curves.
So this is Willow.
Yeah, this is Willow. We did hit the incentive for debug percent.
Oh, yes, we are
thank
not
you,
done.
everybody. So we're not done yet with the Willow exhibition. We're gonna
He's a
kinda
little
go
too
through
warm.
and do one of the wildest categories of a game I've ever seen. You know, I don't think I've seen any other NES speedrun like this when it comes to using like a debug password. So it's pretty cool what you can do with it.
Yeah. This is honestly mind blowing.
So we'll go ahead and we'll just.
I haven't seen a
reset
run
this,
of
get this set
debug
up.
in quite some time, but we made it a category on speedrun.com, mostly for just the lulls of it, but it is entertaining and there is skill
For the
involved.
lulls. Do it for the lulls.
But I think it would be a lot easier if Sath just explains what he's doing as he's doing it, just because it's only what a minute 10, a minute 30, depending on.
Well, we're gonna go through it.
Yeah, there are ways. There are ways here.
Are we gonna have this debate again, Bonnie? Did you recall on this?
Listen, I'm not the one with the controller in my hand and the camera pointed on me. So it's
true.
What I say or what I think here does not make any difference. It is all up to Sapcrash at this point.
Absolutely, 100%.
So yeah, don't try to drag me into this.
Oh, whoops. That was wrong.
One thing that
Oh,
that
no.
we may or may not do in this debug
freaking
percent
face.
run is,
My God.
you know earlier how we were explaining that we embarrassed Kale and then we basically killed a fly and it gave us Kale's experience. We kind of do the same thing in this run, may or may not, depending on how staff runs it. But we kind of use the same theory behind that in this run.
All right, so we're gonna enter the password. We'll start time in just a second. So the main thing with debug percent or the debug password is it gives you access to this. You can also use the second controller and change your level. You can do a whole bunch of different things with it. But for the category, we just use one controller. Only the controls that you can use on the one-player controller. So. First, what we're going to do is we have access to this. This is a coordinates for basically the overworld. So we're gonna go to oh no, it's 1B17, and then this is actually the Tir Aslan castle where we fought the Urbasisk. In the screen, or in the upper floors, there's the Wonder Sword, and this is actually the second to last, basically the second strongest sword in the game.
Right.
It's really strong. If you look at the, see, it's 67 for the strength, so it's extremely strong. So what we're gonna do is we're going to go ahead and equip it, and then we're gonna go to B0. So right in here, we have the Muskrat. So we come back through here, do the same thing that we did in the speed run.
Yep.
So instead of having to do everything with going through the, finding Poe, going through the crystals, we just teleport here, and we can just go ahead and do this. And then now, what we'll do is we will go ahead and go to, since we set the glitch up, we can go ahead and go to 1710.
Oh, you might be a little too high up. Yeah, you're gonna be stuck in the grass.
I am too high.
Yeah.
We will have to go to.
Just go to a different screen. Yeah, that's one of the things that can be dangerous here is that you can kind of get like stuck in the environment, and then you have to. Though that works, you can just do it here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a screen over.
Yep. Just a screen over, exactly. Yeah, where you can. So just like we did before, where the boss flag gets assigned to the first enemy that appears on the screen, and you get its reward for it. We are just coming here. We are just respawning these slimes, killing the first one that appears, and getting 7,000 experience every single time we kill it.
Already? We can kill them one hit, so I think that was 6.
Yeah.
Might have been 7.
Yeah.
All right, so what we'll do is now, while this is going on, we will go ahead and go to 14A, which is right outside Sherlindria's place. Oh, I'm also stuck.
I think that's it.
That's okay.
Can't think of anything
Yeah,
else.
we just got to go through the cutscene.
All we're doing here is
the
cutscene. Yeah.
But you don't hear any of the music since we don't come
PNG.
in the normal route through that door. So it still plays the cutscene, but you just don't have the music cued.
Ideas.
Right.
Episode.
And as you see, every
episode
once in a
8.
while, you'll hear the XP count up
And
during
let's
this.
go
It's like sometimes it counts up, sometimes it doesn't. It's
thumbnail.
kind of funny.
Yeah. So,
thumbnail.
So yeah, so we're doing this cutscene to get the cane.
All right, So we got the cane now.
Take a quick
and
screenshot.
Yeah. So I see some people asking in chat, like, what's going on? Is this the actual run? Seth is just kind of showing off, like, how this works and some of this stuff. The actual run is going to be happening a little later on.
Yeah. Right now, we're just kind of going through. We just set the glitch up, but you know, since we can set the glitch up, we can probably do the same thing with Bavmorda, right, Vanny? Can't we just transfer? You would think we could just transfer Bavmorda's attributes to one of these slimes instead, right?
I tell you what, you know, it's only
I
AGDQ
will upload this.
2022 and you're live on here.
Oh,
What better time to just try it? Let's
Yeah,
just
let's try
give
it
it a
out.
shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's put in this this password.
Hell yeah.
Okay, cool.
We're doing it live.
All right, yes. All right, chat, let's see how this goes.
Oh no. Rip internet. Rip.
All right, so we're gonna reset this. We'll do.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's it. The rest I just have to upload the entire.
Sorry, I don't have this password memorized.
Oh, neither do I. Trust me.
The
When I played this game as a
entire
kid, this was the hardest part of the game.
VOD to
Putting
YouTube,
the password in, play
and
again.
that's it.
With the
I think I'll end it
uppercase and
now, to be
lowercase
honest.
letters, oh my goodness. It's
Yeah.
just so cruel. So
You're learning how to
cruel.
print
Yeah.
backwards
Alright.
J's.
Well, I'm assuming we're still gonna need the sword.
Are we
so
going
let's
to start
go
the
get
timer?
So,
wait.
thanks for tuning in. Anyone
Oh, I
stopping
didn't know they
by,
reset the timer. I thought it was just
watching
gonna
me,
keep going.
listening to me rant about toxic communities and Twitch metas. Hope you guys can tune in or can watch the episode when it comes out. I'm gonna go sleep well, my dude. Thank you. Thank you. Oh god, I meant to do this. Oh my god, I'm so out of it, man. Yeah, we're gonna go send some love to Dex. Great streamer, awesome streamer, doing some inscription. Yeah, I'm gonna have a good sleep. Have a good night, a good day. Have a good day, and I'll see you later tonight. Bye bye.